The Mahayana Mahaparinirvana Sutra. Translated into English by Kosho Yamamoto. Edited, revised, and copyright by Dr. Tony Page, Nirvana. Publications, London, 1999–2000. Source, http www.nirvanasutra.org.uk. Contents. Chapter 1, Introductory, 2. Chapter 2, on Kunda, 14. Chapter 3, on Grief, 21. Chapter 4, on Long Life, 28. Chapter 5, on the Adamantine Body, 36. Chapter 6, on the Virtue of the Name, 40. Chapter 7, on the Four Aspects, 41. Chapter 8, on the Four Dependables, 64. Chapter 9, on Wrong and Right, 75. Chapter 10, on the Four Truths, 82. Chapter 11, on the Four Inversions, 84. Chapter 12, on the Nature of the Tathagata, 84. Chapter 13, on Letters, 95. Chapter 14, on the Parable of the Birds, 99. Chapter 15, on the Parable of the Moon, 102. Chapter 16, on the Bodhisattva, 105. Chapter 17, on the questions raised by the crowd, 117. Chapter 18, on actual illness, 127. Chapter 19, on holy actions 134. Chapter 20, on holy actions 151. Chapter 21, on pure actions 173. Chapter 22, on pure actions 189. Chapter 23, on pure actions 204. Chapter 24, on pure actions 220. Chapter 25, on pure actions 233. Chapter 26, on the action of the child, 243. Chapter 27, Bodhisattva Highly Virtuous King 244. Chapter 28, Bodhisattva Highly Virtuous King 258. Chapter 29, Bodhisattva Highly Virtuous King 269. Chapter 30, Bodhisattva Highly Virtuous King 279. Chapter 31, Bodhisattva Highly Virtuous King 292. Chapter 32, Bodhisattva Highly Virtuous King 305. Chapter 33, on Bodhisattva Lion's Roar 316. Chapter 34, on Bodhisattva Lion's Roar 329. Chapter 35, on Bodhisattva Lion's Roar 345. Chapter 36, on Bodhisattva Lion's Roar 351. Chapter 37, on Bodhisattva Lion's Roar 357. Chapter 38, on Bodhisattva Lion's Roar 369. Chapter 39, on Bodhisattva Lion's Roar 383. Chapter 40, on Bodhisattva Kasyapa 397. Chapter 41, on Bodhisattva Kasyapa 414. Chapter 42, on Bodhisattva Kasyapa 431. Chapter 43, on Bodhisattva Kasyapa 444. Chapter 44, on Bodhisattva Kasyapa 446. Chapter 45, on Kundanya 462. Chapter 46, on Kundanya 477. Chapter 1, Introductory. Thus have I heard. At one time, the Buddha was staying at Kusinagara in the land of the Mallas, close to the river Ajitavati, where the twin sal trees stood. At that time, the great Bhiksus as many as 80,100,000 were with the world-honored one. They surrounded him front and back. On the 15th of the second month, as the Buddha was about to enter nirvana, he, with his divine power, spoke in a great voice, which filled the whole world and reached the highest of the heavens. It said to all beings in a way each could understand, "Today, the Tathagata i.e. Buddha the alms deserving and all enlightened one, pities, protects and, with an undivided mind, sees beings as he does his son Rahula. So, he is the refuge and house of the world. The greatly enlightened world-honored one is about to enter nirvana. The beings who have doubts may now all ask questions of him. At that time, early in the morning, the world-honored one emitted from his mouth rays of light of various hues, namely, blue, yellow, red, white, crystal, and agate. The rays of light shone all over the 3,000 great thousand Buddha lands. Also, the 10 directions were alike shone upon all the sins and worries of beings of the 6 realms, as they were illuminated, were expiated. People saw and heard this, and worry greatly beset them. They all sorrowfully cried and wept, "Oh, the kindest Father! Oh, woe is the day! Oh, the sorrow!" They raised their hands, beat their heads and breasts, and cried aloud. Of them, some trembled, wept, and sobbed. At that time, the great earth, the mountains, and great seas all shook. Then, all of them said to one another, "Let us for the present suppress our feelings, let us not be greatly smitten by sorrow. Let us speed to Kusinagara, call at the land of the Mallas, touch the feet of the Tathagata, pay homage, and beg. O Tathagata! Please do not enter Parinirvana, but stay one more kalpa eon or less than a kalpa." They pressed their palms together and said again, "The world is empty. Fortune has departed from us beings, evil things will increase in the world. O you! Hurry up, go quickly. Soon the Tathagata i.e. Buddha will surely enter nirvana." They also said, "The world is empty, empty. From now on, no one protects us, and we have none to pay homage to. Poverty. Stricken and alone. If we once part from the world-honored one, and if doubts arise, whom are we to ask?" At that time, there were many of the Buddha's disciples there, such as Venerable Mahakatyayana, Vakula, and Upananda. All such great Bhiksus, when they saw the light, shook and were greatly stirred, so much so that they could not hold themselves well. Their minds became muddled, and chaos ruled. They cried aloud and displayed variegated grief. There were present, at that time, 8 million Bhiksus. All were Arhats saints. They were unmolested, unlimited in mind and could act as they willed. They were segregated from all illusions, and all their sense organs were subdued. Like great Naga serpent kings, they were perfect in great virtue. They were accomplished in the wisdom of the all-void and perfect in the attainments of their own and inner attainments. They were like the sandalwood forest with sandalwood all around, or like a lion king surrounded by lions. They were perfect in all such virtues. They were the true sons of the Buddha. Early in the morning, when the sun had just risen, they were up from their beds in the places where they lived and were about to use their toothbrushes, when they encountered the light that arose from the Buddha's person. And they said to one another, "Hurry up with bathing and gargling, and be clean." So did they say, and their hair stood on end all over their body, and their blood so ran that they looked like palasa flowers. Tears filled their eyes, which expressed great pain. To benefit and give peace to beings, to establish the transcendent truth of the all-void of Mahayana, to reveal what the Tathagata had by expediency latently taught so that all his sermons would not come to an end, and to subjugate the minds of all beings, they sped to where the Buddha was. They fell down at the Buddha's feet, touched them with their heads, walked around him 100,000 times, folded their hands, paid homage, stepped back and sat on one side. At that time, there were present such women as Kuttara and such Bhiksunis nuns as Subhadra, Upananda, Sagar Amati, and 6 million Bhiksunis. They were all great arhats. All ashravas inner defilements having been done away with, they were unmolested in mind and could act as they willed. They were parted from all illusion and all their sense organs were subdued. Like great Nagas, they were perfect in virtue. They were accomplished in the wisdom of the all-void. Also, early in the morning, after the sun had just risen, their hair stood on end all over their body, and their blood so ran through their vessels that they looked like palasa flowers. Tears filled their eyes, which bespoke great sorrow. They desired to benefit beings, to give peace and bliss, and establish the transcendent truth of the all-void of Mahayana. They meant to manifest what the Tathagata had by expediency latently taught, so that all his sermons would not disappear. In order to subjugate the minds of all beings, they sped to where the Buddha was, touched his feet, walked around him 100,000 times, folded their hands, paid homage, stepped back and sat. On one side of the Bhiksunis, there were again those who were the Nagas of Bodhisattvas and humans. They had attained the 10 stages of Bodhisattvic development, where they abided unmoved. They were born as females so as to teach beings. They always practiced the 4 limitless minds of loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity, thereby attaining unlimited power and acting well in place of the Buddha. At that time there were also Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, great Bodhisattvas who were as plentiful as the sands of the river Ganges and who were all Nagas of men, attaining the level of the 10 stages and abiding there unmoved. As an expedient, they had gained life as men and were called Bodhisattvas Sagaraguna and Aksayamati. Such Bodhisattva Mahasattvas as these headed the number. They all prized Mahayana, abided in it, deeply understood, loved and protected it, and well responded to the call of the world. They took vows and each said, I shall pass those who have not yet attained the way to the other shore, i.e. of salvation. Already over innumerable past kalpas, I have upheld the pure precepts of morality and acted as I should have acted. I made the unreleased gain the way so that they could carry over the seed of the 3 treasures, i.e. Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. And in the days to come, I shall turn the wheel of Dharma, i.e. teach Buddhism, greatly adorn myself, accomplish all innumerable virtues, and see beings as one views one's only son. They likewise, early in the morning, encountered the light of the Buddha. All their hair stood on end, and all over their body their blood so ran that they looked like palasa flowers. Tears filled their eyes, which spoke of great pain. Also to benefit beings, to give bliss, to manifest what the Tathagata had out of expediency latently taught, and to prevent the sermons from dying out, and to subjugate all beings, they sped to where the Buddha was. Walked around him 100,000 times, folded their hands, paid homage, stepped back and took their seats on one side. At that time, there were present Upasakas, lay followers of Buddha, who were as many as the sands of 2 Ganges. They had accorded with the 5 precepts, and their deportment was perfect. These were such Upasakas as Untainted Virtue King, highly virtuous, and others, who headed their number. They deeply cherished the thought of combating such opposites as sorrow versus bliss, eternal versus non-eternal, pure versus non-pure, self versus non-self, real versus not real, taking refuge versus not taking refuge, beings versus non-beings, always versus not always, peace versus non-peace, created versus non-created, disruption versus non-disruption, nirvana versus non-nirvana, augmentation versus non-augmentation, and they always thought of combating such opposites of the Dharma elements as stated above. They also always loved to listen to the unsurpassed Mahayana, acted upon what they had heard, and desired to teach others. They upheld well the untainted moral precepts and prized Mahayana. Already they were well contented within themselves, and they made others feel well contented. Who prized Mahayana? They imbibed the unsurpassed wisdom very well, loved and protected Mahayana. They accorded well with the ways of the world, past those who had not yet gained the way to the other shore of life, emancipated those not yet emancipated, and protected the seed of the three treasures so that it would not die out, and so that, in days to come, they could turn the wheel of Dharma, adorn themselves greatly, deeply taste the pure moral precepts, attain accomplishment in all such virtues, have a great compassionate heart towards all beings, being impartial and not two, and see all beings just as one views one's own only son. 3 Early in the morning, when the sun had just risen, in order to cremate the Tathagata's body, people each held in their hands tens of thousands of bundles of such fragrant wood as sandalwood, aloes, goyer saw sandalwood, and heavenly wood, which had annual rings and heart, and which all shone out in the wonderful hues of the seven treasures. For example, the various hues were like painted colors, all of which wonders having arisen out of the power of the Buddha, and which were blue, yellow, red, and white. These were pleasing to beings' eyes. All the wood was thickly smeared with such various incense as saffron, aloe wood, sargereza, etc. Flowers were strewn as adornments, such as the Utpala blue lotus, Kumuta, Padma red lotus, and Pundarika white lotus. Above all the fragrant wood were hung banners of 5 colors. They were soft and delicate, like such heavenly veils as kosia cloth, kesuma, and silken twill. All these fragrant woods were laden onto bejeweled wagons, which shone in such various colors as blue, yellow, red, and white. The thills and spokes were all inlaid with the 7 treasures. Each of these wagons was drawn by 4 horses, which ran like the wind. In front of each wagon stood 57 hanging ensign plants, over which were spread thin nets of true gold. Each wagon had 50 wonderful bejeweled parasols, each having on it the garlands of Utpala, Kumuta, Padma, and Pundarika. The petals of these flowers were of pure gold, and the calyxes were of diamond. In the flowers was many a black bee, which gathered there, played and amused themselves, sending forth wonderful music. These spoke of non-eternal, sorrow, all void, and non-self. Also, this sound spoke of what the Bodhisattva originally does. Dances, singing, and mask dances went on, and such musical instruments were played as the cheng, the flute, harp, shio and chat. And from the music arose a voice, which said, "Oh, woe is the day, woe the day! The world is empty." In front of each wagon stood upasakas who were holding bejeweled tables, which were laden with various flowers such as the Utpala, Kumuta, Padma, Pundarika, and such various incense as kunkuma and others, and fumigating incense, which were all wonderful. They carried in various utensils, to prepare meals for the Buddha and the Sangha. The cooking was done with sandalwood and aloe wood as fuel, done up with the water of 8 virtues. The dishes were sweet and beautiful in 6 tastes, bitter, sour, sweet, hot, salty, and plain. Also the virtues were 3, 1, light and soft, 2, pure, and 3, true to cuisine. Equipped with such things, they sped to the land of the Mallas, to the Sal forest. They also strew sand all over the ground, spreading kalanga and kambala cloths and silken cloths on it. Such covered all about, for a space of 12 yujana 15 to 20 kilometers. For the Buddha and the Sangha, they erected Samazana seats, lion seats, which were inlaid with the 7 treasures. The seats were as high and large as Mount Sumeru. Above these seats were hung bejeweled screens. Garlands of all kinds hung down, and from all the sal trees also hung down wonderful banners and parasols. Wonderful scents were dispersed amongst the trees and various wonderful flowers were set in between. The Upasakas all said to one another, O all beings! If you feel the need, meals, clothing, heads, eyes, limbs and everything awaits you, all will be yours. While giving, greed, anger, defilement and poisonous states of mind fled, no other wish, no thought of any other blessing or pleasure was entertained. Their minds were bent solely upon the unsurpassed, pure Bodhi mind, enlightenment mind. All these Upasakas were well established in the Bodhisattvic state. They also said to themselves, the Tathagata will now take our dishes and enter nirvana. As they thought this, all their hair stood on end, all over their body their blood so ran that their bodies looked like palasa flower. Tears filled their eyes, expressing great pain. Each carefully carried in the utensils of the meals on bejeweled wagons. The incense wood, banners, bejeweled parasols, and meals were all sped to where the Buddha was. They touched the feet of the Buddha, made offerings to the Buddha on these, walking around him 100,000 times. They cried aloud. The earth and heaven melted in sympathy and shook. They beat their breasts and cried. Their tears ran like rain. And they said to one another, O you! Woe is the day! The world is empty, is empty. They threw their bodies to the ground before the Tathagata and said to him, O Tathagata! Please have pity and accept our offerings. The world-honored one, aware of the occasion, was silent, and did not take their offerings. Thrice they beseeched him, but their supplications went unheard. Failing in their purpose, the 4 Upasakas were sad and sat silently. This was as in the case of a compassionate father who has but an only son. This son, of a sudden, becomes ill and dies. The cremation over, the father goes back home and is sunk in great grief. The same was the case with all the Upasakas, who wept and were grief-stricken. With all their utensils positioned in a safe place, the Upasakas stepped back and sat silently on one side. At that time, there were Upasikas female lay followers present, as many as the sands of 3 Ganges, who were perfect in the 5 precepts and in deportment. They included such as Ayusguna, Gunamalya, and Visakha, who headed the 84,000 and could well protect the true Dharma. In order to carry over innumerable 100,000 beings to the other shore, they were born as females. They severely checked their own selves in the light of household laws and meditated on their own persons. Like the 4 vipers, the 4 great elements of earth, air, fire, and water, this carnal body is ever pecked at and supped by innumerable vermin. It smells ill and is defiled. Greed binds. This body is hateful, like the carcass of a dog. This body is impure, from which 9 holes leak out defilements. It is like a castle, the blood, flesh, spine, bone and skin forming the outer walls, and the hands and legs serving as bastions, the eyes as gunholes, and the head as dungeon. The mind king Siddharaja is seated within such a carnal castle is what the all-Buddha world-honored one abandons, and what common mortals and the ignorant always love and cling to. Such Rakshasas, flesh-eating demons as greed, anger, and ignorance sit within. This body is as frail as reed, Eranda foul-smelling Ricinus communis plant, foam, and plantain. This body is non-eternal and does not stay stable even for a second. It is like lightning, matting water, and a mirage. Or it is like drawing a picture on water, which no sooner done than disappears. This body breaks just as easily as a big tree hanging over a river precipice. It does not last long. It is pecked at and devoured by foxes, wolves, owls, eagles, crows, magpies and hungry dogs. Who with a good mind finds joy in such a carnal self? One might sooner fill a cow's footprint with water than fully explain the non-eternal, the non-pure, the ill smell and defilement of this body, or one could sooner split the great earth and crush it into the size of a pick purseweed seed or even the size of a dust mote, but never could one fully explain the wrongs and ills of this body. This being so, one ought to discard it like tears or spittle. Because of this, all upasikas train their mind in such dharmas as the void, formlessness and desirelessness. Thus they very much desire to inquire into and abide in the teaching of the Mahayana Sutras. Having listened, they expound them to others. They guard and uphold their vows and deprecate the female form. It is much to be detested and is by nature not unbreakable. Their mind thus ever rightly sees things and crushes the endless wheel of birth and death. They look to Mahayana and are themselves well nourished by it. They feed the minds of those who prize it. They greatly cherish, defend, and protect it. Though female in form, they are, truth to tell, none but bodhisattvas. They accord well with the ways of the world and help those who have not yet gained the other shore and emancipate those not yet emancipated. They uphold the heritage of the three treasures, so that it will not die out and so that they can turn the wheel of Dharma in the days to come. They greatly adorn their own persons, living ever true to the prohibitions and accomplishing such virtues. Their compassionate heart extends towards all beings. They are impartial and not too, just as one would regard one's only son. They also, early in the morning, when the sun had just risen, said to one another, "Let us hasten today to the forest of the twin trees." The upasikas' utensils were twice as many. They took these to where the Buddha was, touched his feet, walked around him 100,000 times and said, "O world-honored one! We have with us here meals for the Buddha and the Sangha. O Tathagata! Please have pity and accept our offerings." The Tathagata was silent and did not take the offerings. Their supplication not met, all the upasikas were sad. They stepped back and sat down on one side. At that time, the Likhavis of Vaisali castle were present and others as numerous as the sands of 4 Ganges, who were males, females, big and small, wives and children, relatives, and those of the kings of Jambudvipa India. Seeing the way, they were true to the prohibitions and perfect in deportment. They crushed out the people of other teachings who acted against the wonderful Dharma. They always said to one another, "We shall have stores of gold and silver for the 5 service of upholding the sweet and endless depths of the wonderful Dharma, so that it will flourish. Let us hope always to learn Dharma. We shall draw out the tongues of those who slander the Buddha's wonderful Dharma." They also prayed, "Should there be any bhiksu who transgresses against the prohibitions, we shall turn him back to secular life and have him for labor. If anyone abides in the wonderful Dharma, we shall esteem and serve him as we do our parents. If priests well practice the wonderful Dharma, we shall participate in their joy and support them, so that they will increase." They were always glad to lend an ear to the Mahayana Sutras. Having listened, they widely expounded to others what they had heard. All were accomplished in such virtues. They included such Likhavis as the following persons: pure and untainted store, pure and non-indulgent, Ganges water of pure and untainted virtue. All of these said to themselves, "Let us now speed to where the Buddha is." Various were their utensils of offerings. Each Likhavi had 84,000 elephants all decorated, along with 84,004 horse wagons of treasures, 84,000 bright moon gems. There were also bundles of fuel such as heavenly wood, sandalwood, and aloes, all to the number of 84,000. In front of each elephant hung bejeweled hanging ensigns, banners, and parasols. Even the smallest of parasols was as wide as one yojana crosswise and lengthwise. Even the shortest of the banners measured 32 yojanas. And the lowest of the bejeweled hanging ensigns was 100 yojanas high. With these objects of offerings, they went to where the Buddha was, touched his feet, walked around him 100,000 times and said to him, O world-honored one! We are now here with offerings for you, the Buddha, and the Sangha. Please have pity and accept ours. The Tathagata was silent and did not accept the offerings. Not having gained what they desired, the Likhavis were all sad. By the Buddha's power, they were raised up into the sky 7 talas high, where they remained in silence. At that time, there were, further, ministers and rich laymen as numerous as the sands of 5 Ganges. They prized Mahayana. If there were any of other teachings slandering the wonderful Dharma, they would crush such down just as hail and rain do grass and plants. They were sunlight, world protecting, and Dharma protecting. These headed their number 5 times as many were their utensils as those who had preceded them. They carried these to the forest of the twin sal trees, touched the Buddha's feet, walked around the Buddha 100,000 times, and said, O world-honored one! We have brought you and the Sangha utensils of offerings. Please have pity and accept our gifts. The Tathagata was silent and did not accept them. Their wish not granted, the rich elders were sad. By the Buddha's divine power, they were raised up 7 talas from the ground into the sky, where they remained in silence. At that time, there were present the king of Vaisali and his consort, the people of the harem, and all the kings of Jambudvipa excepting Ajatasattu and those of the castle town and villages of his kingdom. They included such as King Taintless as the moon and others. They took along with them the 4 military forces of elephants, horses, infantry, and chariots and desired to go to where the Buddha was. Each king had people and relatives as many as 180 million billion. They chariots and soldiers were drawn by elephants and horses. The elephants were 6-tusked and the horses ran like the wind. Their adornments and utensils of offerings were 6 times as many as those which had preceded them. Of all the bejeweled parasols, even the smallest filled a diameter of 8 yojanas. The smallest of the banners measured 16 yojanas. All these kings abided peacefully in the wonderful Dharma and detested twisted laws teachings. They esteemed Mahayana and felt deep joy in it. They loved beings as one loves an only son. The fragrance of the meals and drinks which they were holding filled the air for 4 yojanas all around. They too, early in the morning when the sun had just risen, carried forth all these sweet dishes and went to the forest of twin sal trees where the Tathagata was and said, O world-honored one! We wish to offer these to the Buddha and Sangha. Please have pity, O Tathagata, and accept our final offerings. The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, would not take the offerings. Their wishes unanswered, all these kings were sad. They stepped back and took their seats on one side. At that time, there were the consorts of the kings as numerous as the sands of 7 Ganges. Excepting those of King Ajatasattu. So as to save beings, they manifested as females. They 6 always were mindful of their bodily actions and perfumed their minds with the dharmas of the void, formlessness, and desirelessness. They included such as the ladies wonderful 3 worlds and virtue-loving. All consorts such as these abided peacefully in the wonderful Dharma and observed the prohibitions and were perfect in their deportment. They behaved towards beings as one does to one's only son. They all said, Let us all speed to where the world-honored one is. The offerings of these royal consorts were 7 times as many as those that had preceded them, and these were incense, flowers, bejeweled hanging ensigns, silken cloths, banners, parasols, and the best meals and drinks. Even the smallest of the bejeweled parasols measured 16 yojanas. The lowest of the bejeweled hanging ensigns measured 68 yojanas. The fragrance of the meals and drinks filled an area of 8 yojanas all around. Bearing all these offerings, they went to where the Tathagata was. They touched his feet, walked around him 100,000 times, and said to the Buddha, "O world-honored one! We have with us offerings for the Buddha and the Bhiksus. Please have pity and accept our final offerings." The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept the offerings. Their requests ungranted, all the consorts were sad. They pulled out their hair, beat their breasts, and wailed as though a compassionate mother had newly lost her only son. They stepped back and sat silently to one side. At that time, there were also Devis goddesses as numerous as the sands of 8 Ganges. Virapaksa headed their number and said, "O sisters! See clearly, see clearly! The best offerings of all these beings are for the Tathagata and the Bhiksus. We ought to be serious and make offerings to the Tathagata with all such wonderful utensils as these. He will partake of our offerings and enter nirvana. O sisters! It is hard to encounter the appearance into the world of the All-Buddha Tathagata. It is also difficult to make the last offerings. Should the Buddha enter nirvana, the world will become empty." All these heavenly females loved Mahayana and desired to hear it. Having heard it, they expounded it widely to other people, much prizing Mahayana. They also satisfied those who were dying for it. They protected Mahayana very well. If there were any of other teachings who opposed or were jealous of Mahayana, they severely crushed them out, just as hail does grass. They were observant of the prohibitions and their deportment was perfect. They accorded well with the world, passed across those who had not yet gained the other shore, and turned the wheel of Dharma. They upheld the heritage of the 3 treasures so that it would not die out. They studied Mahayana and greatly adorned themselves. Perfect in all these virtues, they loved beings equally, just as one would love one's only son. They also, early in the morning when the sun had just risen, all took up incense of heavenly wood twice as great in number as those of the human world. The fragrance of all this incense blew away all bad human smells. Their wagons had white roofs and were pulled by 4 horses. Each wagon had curtains, and on each of the 4 corners were hung golden bells. Of diverse kind were the incense, flowers, the hanging ensigns, banners, parasols, wonderful dishes, and masked dances. There were Samazena's lion thrones, the 4 legs of which were of pure blue beryl. Behind the Samazenas were couches inlaid with the 7 treasures. In front of each couch was an arm-rest of gold. The tree of light was of the 7 treasures, and various gems served as lamps. Wonderful flowers were spread on the ground. And having made their offerings, all these Devis were sad at heart. Tears welled up and great was their sorrow. In order to benefit beings and make them happy, they had accomplished the unsurpassed practice of the all-void of Mahayana. And they purposed to reveal the Tathagata's undisclosed teaching of expediency. And in order to prevent the various sermons from dying out, they came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet, walked around him 100,000 times, and said to the Buddha, "O world-honored one! Please accept our final offerings." The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept their offerings. All these Devis, their wishes unanswered, were sad. They stepped back, took their seat on one side, and sat there silently. At that time, there lived various Naga kings in the 4 quarters, as many of them as sands of 9 Ganges. They were Vasaki, Nanda, and Upananda, who headed up their number. All these Naga Kings too, early in the morning when the sun had just risen, took up their utensils of offerings, as 7 numerous as those of man and heaven. Carrying these to where the Buddha was, they touched his feet, walked around him 100,000 times, and said to him, O Tathagata, please accept our final offerings. The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept their offerings. All the Naga kings, their wishes not met, were sad. They stepped back and sat to one side. At that time, there were demon kings as numerous as the sands of 10 Ganges. Vaisravana headed their number. They said to one another, let us all hasten to where the Buddha is. Carrying with them various things of offering, twice as many as those of the Naga kings, they went to where the Buddha was, touched his feet, walked around him 100,000 times, and said to him, O Tathagata, please have pity and accept the last of our offerings. The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept their wishes unfulfilled. They felt sad, stepped back, and sat on one side. At that time, there were also Garuda mythical bird kings, as numerous as the sands of 20 Ganges. King Victor over resentment headed their number. Also, there were Gandharva demigod musician kings, who were as numerous as the sands of 30 Ganges. King Narada headed their number. Also, there were Kimnara celestial singer and dancer kings there, as numerous as the sands of 40 Ganges. King Sudarsana headed their number. Also, there were Mahoraga snake-headed beings kings, who were as numerous as the sands of 50 Ganges. King Mahasiddharsana headed their number. Also, there were Asura contentious, titanic demon kings, who were as numerous as the sands of 60 Ganges. King Kampala headed their number. Also, there were Danavid abounding in gifts kings, who were as numerous as the sands of 70 Ganges. King Water of the untainted river and Bhadradita headed up their number. Also, there were Rakshasa carnivorous demon kings, who were as numerous as the sands of 80 Ganges. King Fearful headed their number. Abandoning evil, he did not devour men, even amidst resentment, he showed compassion. His form was ugly to look at, and yet looked right and austere, due to the power of the Buddha. Also, there were forest kings there, who were as numerous as the sands of 90 Ganges. King Music and Odor headed their number. Also, there were Dharani magic spell-possessing kings, who were as numerous as the sands of 1000 Ganges. King Great Vision of Dharani upholding headed their number. Also, there were lustful Pretas ghosts there, who were as numerous as the sands of 100,000 Ganges. King Sudarsana headed their number. Also, there were lustful Devis, who were as numerous as the sands of 10 million Ganges. Heavenly Blue Wet, Sad Wet Corpse, Imperial Way Wet, and Visakha headed up their number. Also, there were the Preta kings of the earth there, who were as numerous as the sands of a billion Ganges. King Whitely Wet headed their number. Also, there were princes, heavenly guardians, and the 4 guardian angels of the earth, as numerous as the sands of 10 million billion Ganges. Also, there were the Vayus of the 4 quarters, as numerous as the sands of 10 million billion Ganges. These called forth seasonal and unseasonal flowers upon the trees and strewed them between the twin sal trees. Also, there were as many principal gods of cloud and rain present as the sands of 10 million billion Ganges, who said to themselves, when the Tathagata enters nirvana, we shall call forth rain at the time of the cremation and extinguish the fire. Should there be anyone who feels hot and moans, we shall make the air cool. Also, there were greatly fragrant elephant kings there, as numerous as the sands of 20 Ganges. They included Rahu Hastan, Suvarnavarna Hastan, Amrita Hastan, Blue Eye Elephant, fragrance. Desiring elephant, who headed up their number. They respected and loved Mahayana. As the Buddha was about to enter nirvana, each took up innumerable, boundless, beautiful lotus flowers and came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, stepped back, and sat down to one side. 8 So there were lion kings there, as numerous as the sands of 20 Ganges. King lions roar. Headed their number. To all beings they gave fearlessness. Bearing various flowers and fruits. They came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, stepped back, and sat on one side. Also, there were the kings of flying birds there, as numerous as the sands of 20 Ganges. They included lapwings, wild geese, mandarin ducks, peacocks, and all such birds, and Gandharvas, Karandas, Minas, parrots, kokilas, wagtails, kalavinkas, jivamjivakas, and all such birds. Bearing flowers and fruit, came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, stepped back, and sat to one side. Also, there were buffaloes, cows, and sheep present, who were as numerous as the sands of 20 Ganges, who all came to the Buddha and gave forth wonderfully fragrant milk. All this milk filled the ditches and pits of Kusinagara castle. The color, fragrance, and taste of this milk was all perfect. This done, they stepped back and sat down to one side. Also, there were present rishis sages from the four lands, who were as numerous as the sands of 20 Ganges. Santursi headed their number. Carrying flowers, incense, and fruit, they came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, walked around him 3 times, and said to him, "O world-honored one! Please have pity and accept our final offerings." They, Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept their offerings. At this, their wish unanswered, all the rishis were sad. They stepped back and sat on one side. There were also present all the kings of the bees of Jambudvipa, India. Wonderful sound, they, king of bees, headed their number. They brought in many flowers, came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, walked around him once, stepped back, and sat down to one side. At that time, the Bhiksus monks and Bhiksunis nuns of Jambudvipa were all gathered together, excepting the 2 venerable ones, Mahakasyapa and Ananda. Also, there were stretches of space in between the worlds as numerous as the sands of innumerable Asamkhyas. Infinitudes of Ganges, as well as all the mountains of Jambudvipa, of which King Mount Sumeru headed their number. Grand were the adornments of the mountains. Old and luxuriant were the bushes and forests, and the branches and leaves were fully grown, so that they hid the sun. Various were the wonderful flowers which bloomed all around and were beautiful. They grand springs and streams were pure, fragrant, and transparent. Devas, Nagas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kimnaras, Mahoragas, Rishis, charmers, actors, dancers, and musicians filled the place. All these heavenly ones of the mountains and others came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, stepped back, and sat on one side. Also, there were present the gods of the 4 great seas and of the rivers, who were as numerous as the sands of Asamkhyas of Ganges and who all had great virtues and heavenly feet. Their offerings were twice as many as those who had preceded them. The lights that emanated from the bodies of these gods and those of the masked dancers so eclipsed the light of the sun and the moon that they were hidden and could not be seen any more. Campaka flowers were strewn upon the waters of river Hiranyavati. They came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, stepped back, and sat down on one side. At this time, the forest of sal trees of Kusinagara changed color and looked like white cranes. In the sky, a hall of 7 treasures spontaneously appeared. Detailed decorations were engraved upon it. There were balustrades all round, with gems studded into them. Down round the buildings were streams and the bathing places of ponds, where wonderful lotuses floated. It looked as if one were in Uttarakuru, in the pleasance of Trayastrimsa heaven. That is how things were in the Sal forest, the adornments all lovely and wonderful. The Devas, Asuras, and others all witnessed the scene of the Tathagatas entering Nirvana, and were sunk in sorrow, sad and woebegone. Then the four guardian angels of the earth and Sakrodavendra said to one another, See! All Devas, human beings, and Asuras are making preparations and intend to make their final offerings to the Tathagata. We, too, shall do the same. If we can make our final offerings, it will not be 9hard to be perfect in Dinaparamita perfected giving. At that time, the offerings of the four guardian angels of the earth were twice as many as those that had preceded them. They carried in their hands all such flowers as Mandara, Mahamandara, Kakiruka, Makakaruka, Manjusaka, Mahamanjasaka, Santanika, Makazantanika, loving, greatly loving, Samantabhadra, Mahasamantabhadra, time, great time, fragrant castle, greatly fragrant castle, joy, great joy. Desire calling, great desire calling, fragrant intoxicating, greatly fragrant intoxicating, all fragrant, greatly all fragrant, heavenly golden leaves, Nagapuspa, Parisitra, Kovidara, and also carrying wonderful dishes, they came to where the Buddha was and touched his feet with their heads. All the light of these devas outshone the light of the sun and moon, so that these could not be seen. With these utensils, they intended to make offerings to the Buddha. The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept their offerings. Their wishes not granted. The devas were sad and worried, and they stepped back, and sat to one side. At that time, Sakrodavendra and the beings of Trayastrimsa heaven carried up the vessels of their offerings, which were twice as many as those that had preceded them. The flowers which they carried were equally as many. Wonderful was the fragrance, very lovely to smell. They carried the victory hall, Vajayanta palace of Sakrodavendra, and many small halls and came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, and said to him, O world-honored one! We greatly love and protect Mahayana. O Tathagata! Please accept our dishes. They Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept their dishes. Shakra Indra, chief of the gods and all the devas, their wishes not fulfilled, were sad. They stepped back and sat on one side. The offerings of those up to the sixth heaven increased in size one after the other. There were bejeweled hanging ensigns, banners, and parasols. Even the smallest of the bejeweled parasols covered the four lands, the smallest of the banners covered the four seas, even the shortest of the hanging ensigns reached Mahesvara's heaven. Soft breezes blew and sweet sounds arose. Carrying up the sweetest of dishes, they came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, and said to him, O world-honored one! Pray, O Tathagata! Have pity and accept our last offerings. The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent, and did not accept their offerings. Their wishes not answered, all the devas were sad. They stepped back, and sat to one side. All the devas up to the highest heaven were gathered there. At that time, great Brahma and other devas put forth light which shone over the four lands. To the men and devas of the world of desire, the lights of the sun and moon were all hidden. They had bejeweled hanging ensigns, banners and parasols of colored silk. Even the smallest banner which hung on Brahma's palace came down to where the sal trees stood. They came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet, with their heads, and said to him, O world-honored one! Pray, O Tathagata! Have pity and accept our last offerings. The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept their offerings. At this, the Devas, their wishes unfulfilled, were sad. They stepped back and sat on one side. At that time, Vimasitra, the king of Asuras, was present with innumerable great relatives. The light that shone here was brighter than that of Brahma. He had bejeweled hanging ensigns, banners, and parasols. Even the smallest banner covered 1,000 worlds. Carrying the sweetest dishes, they came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, and said to him, Pray, O Tathagata! Have pity and accept our last offerings. The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept their offerings. Their wishes were not answered, so all the Asuras were sad. They stepped back and sat on one side. At that time, Mahaparinirvana, the devil of the world of desire with all his kindred demons and domestic females, and with his innumerable people, opened the gates of hell, sprinkled about pure water, and said, You now have nothing to do. Only think of the Tathagata, the alms deserving, and the all-enlightened one, take part in joy, and offer your last offerings. You now shall have a long night of peace. Then, Mahaparinirvana made away with all the big and small swords and the poison and pain of hell. He had rain fall and extinguish the burning fire. Through 10. The Buddha's power, he gained this state of mind. He made all his kindred demons throw away their big and small swords, bows, crossbows, armor, arms, halberds, shields, long hooks, metal hammers, axes, war chariots, and lassos. What offerings they had were twice as many as those of man in heaven. Even the smallest of the parasols covered the middle 1,000 world. They came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, and said to him, We now love and protect Mahayana. O world-honored one! Men and women in the world may, for the purpose of making offerings, out of fear, for reasons of cheating others, for profit and for following others, accept this Mahayana, whether all of it is true or not true. We shall, then, in order to make away with the fear of such ones, enunciate the following Dharani spell, Taki, Tatarataki, Rokare, Makarokare, Ara, Shara, Tara, Shaka. We chant this Dharani, for the sake of those who have lost their courage, who may be entertaining fear, who preach for others, who pray that the Dharma shall not die out, who desire to crush out the Tirthakas deluded believers. Non-Buddhists, for protecting one's own self, for protecting the wonderful Dharma, and for protecting Mahayana. Armed with this Dharani, one need have no fear of a mad elephant, or when crossing wildernesses, marshy lands, or any precipitous places, there can be no fear of water, fire, lions, tigers, wolves, robbers, or kings. O world-honored one! Armed with such a Dharani, none will have fear. We shall protect the person who has such a Dharani, and he will be like a tortoise who guards his 6 limbs inside his shell. O world-honored one! We do not say this just to flatter. In truth, we will make things such that one armed with such a Dharani will augment his power. Only we pray, O Tathagata! Have pity and accept our last offerings. Then the Buddha said to Mahaparinirvana, I do not accept your offerings, I already have your Dharani. This is to make all beings and the 4 classes of people of the Sangha rest in peace. So saying, the Buddha fell into silence and did not accept Mahaparinirvana's offerings. Thrice Mahaparinirvana asked the Buddha to accept them, but the Buddha would not. At this, his wishes unanswered. Mahaparinis was sad, and stepped back, and sat on one side. At that time, there was present Mahesvara Raja with his innumerable kindred and other devas. They carried in their vessels of offerings, which were far more than those of Brahma and Indra, and those of the guardian angels of the earth, men and devas, the 8 beings, and non-humans. The preparations which Sakrodavendra had made looked like black against white, as when the white of horseshoe shell is taken up for comparison, and all glory disappears. Even the smallest of the bejeweled parasols covered the 3,000 great thousand worlds. Carrying such vessels of offerings, they came to where the Buddha was, touched his feet with their heads, walked around him innumerable times, and said to him, O world-honored one! What paltry things we now have with us may be equal to offerings made us by mosquitoes and sawflies, to a man throwing a scoop of water into the great ocean, or to trying to assist with a small light that of 100,000 suns, or trying, in spring and summer when there are so many flowers, with just a single flower, to add to the glories of all the flowers, or to the splendor of Mount Sumeru with just a pickpocket seed. How could there be any augmenting of the great ocean, of the brightness of the sun, of all the flowers, and of Sumeru? O world-honored one! What little we carry into you here may well be likened to this. We could indeed offer you incense, flowers, masked dances, banners, and parasols of the 3,000 great thousand worlds, but these are still not worthy of mention. Why not? Because you always undergo pains in the unfortunate realms of hell, hungry pretas, and animals. Because of this, O world-honored one! Please have pity and likewise accept our offerings. Now, in the east, there is a Buddha land, as many lands far out as the sands of uncountable, innumerable Asamkhyas of Ganges, one called easy in mind and beautiful in sound, and the Buddha there is called equal to the void, the Tathagata, alms deserving, the all-enlightened one, the all-accomplished one, the well-gone, the all-knower, the unsurpassed one, the best trainer, the teacher of heaven and earth, and the Buddha world-honored one. At that time, the Buddha spoke to his foremost great disciple, Go now to the land in the west, called Saha. Endurance, i.e. our world of hardship. There is a Buddha in that land called Tathagata. Shakyamuni, who is the alms-deserving, the all-enlightened one, the all-accomplished one. 11 well-gone, the all-knower, the unsurpassed one, the best trainer, the teacher of heaven and earth, and the Buddha world-honored one. He will enter Parinirvana before long. O good man! Carry to him the fragrant dishes of this world, the ones fragrant and beautiful, which give peace. Offer this to him. Having taken this, he will enter Parinirvana. O good man! Also, bow before the Buddha, put questions to him, and do away with whatever doubt you have. Then, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva of boundless body, at that, stood up from his seat, touched the Buddha's feet with his head, walked around the Buddha 3 times, took with him innumerable Asamkhyas of Bodhisattvas, left that country and came to this land of Saha endurance. At this, the 3,000 great thousand worlds shook in 6 ways, the hair of those congregated there, Brahma, Indra, the 4 guardian angels of the earth, Mahaparinis, and Mahesvara, at this great shaking of the great earth stood up on end, and their throats and tongues dried up in fear. They were so frightened that they shook and wanted to flee in all directions. As they looked at their own bodies, their light was lost, and gone was all their divine appearance. Then, Dharmarajaputra Manjushri stood up and spoke to those congregated there, Good people! Do not fear, do not be afraid. Why not? To the east, as many as the sands of innumerable, uncountable Asamkhyas of Ganges away, there is a land called easy in mind and beautiful in sound. The Buddha's name In that land is Tathagata equal to the void, the alms deserving, the all-enlightened one. He possesses the 10 epithets of the Buddha. There is a bodhisattva there, of boundless body. Accompanied by innumerable bodhisattvas, he desires to come here and make offerings to thee. Tathagata. By the power of that Buddha, your body now does not shine out. So, gladden yourselves, do not fear. Then, those congregated saw far off a great number of people from that Buddha whom they saw as though they were their own forms reflected in a mirror. Then Manjushri said to those congregated there, you now see the people of that Buddha just as you see the Buddha himself. By the Buddha's power, you can clearly see all the innumerable Buddhas of the 9 other Buddha countries. At that, the people congregated there said to one another, oh, woe is the day, woe the day! The world is empty. The Tathagata will before long enter Parinirvana. Now, all the people saw the Bodhisattva of boundless body and his retinue. And they saw that from each pore of the skin of this Bodhisattva there sprung a great lotus, each containing 78 castle towns. Crosswise and lengthwise, each castle was Vaisali castle. The castle walls and moats were studded with the 7 treasures. There were bejeweled avenues of 7 rows of talla trees. The people there were active, peaceful, rich, and it was comfortable to live in that land. Each castle was of Jambunita Suvarna. Each had in it the trees of the 7 treasures. They growths were luxuriant, and rich were the flowers and fruits. Soft breezes blew, emitting sweet sounds, as of heavenly music. The people of the castle, hearing these sounds, felt great pleasure. The moats were filled with wonderful water. It was pure and fragrant and looked like true beryl. On the water, boats of the 7 treasures could be seen. People were riding on these. They bathed and enjoyed themselves. Thus there was no end of pleasure. Also, there were lotuses of various colors, such as the Utpala, Kumuta, Padma, and Pundarika. These looked like great wheels seen crosswise and lengthwise. Above the moats were many gardens. In each were 5 ponds, in which there were again such flowers as the Utpala, Kumuta, Padma, and Pundarika, which resembled great wheels, seen crosswise and lengthwise. They were fragrant and pleasing. The water was pure and soft to the touch. On this could be seen lapwings, wild geese, and mandarin ducks floating. Garden houses of gems were there, each of which was rightly square, crosswise and lengthwise, filling an area 7 yojanas square. All the walls were made of 4 treasures, gold, silver, beryl, and crystal. All around were windows, lattice windows, and handrails of true gold. The ground was of Turkestan dwarf and covered in golden sand. In this palace were many streams, springs, and bathing ponds of the 7 treasures. Each side wall had 18 ladder steps of gold. The plantain was the Jambunita Suvarna and resembled the pleasance of Trayastrimsa heaven. Each of these castles accommodated 80,000 kings, and each king had with him innumerable consorts and female attendants. All were amusing themselves and were pleased and happy. The same applied to the people who were amusing themselves where they 1-2 the people there heard no teachings other than unsurpassed Mahayana. On each flower was a samazana, each leg made of beryl. On each seat was spread a white soft silken cloth. The cloth was wonderful, unsurpassed in all the 3 worlds. On each seat was sat a king, preaching Mahayana to his people. Some were holding books in their hands, reciting, and practicing the way. Thus Mahayana Sutras became popularized. The Bodhisattva of boundless body allowed innumerable people to walk thereabouts, pleased with themselves and abandoning worldly pleasures. All said, woe is the day, woe the day! The world is empty. The Tathagata will soon enter parinirvana. Then, the Bodhisattva of boundless body, followed by innumerable bodhisattvas and with wonderful divine power, carried out innumerable and various containers of offerings filled with wonderfully fragrant sweet dishes. On encountering the fragrance of these meals, all the taints of illusion died out. Because of the Bodhisattva's divine power, the people saw all such transformations. The size of this Bodhisattva of boundless body was limitless and like space. Excepting the Buddha, none indeed could see the bodily size of this Bodhisattva. The offerings of this Bodhisattva of boundless body were double those that had preceded them, and they came to where the Buddha was. They touched the Buddha's feet, folded their hands, paid him homage, and said, "O world-honored one! Please have pity and accept our offerings." The Tathagata, aware of the occasion, was silent and did not accept their offerings. 3 times they asked, but he would not accept. So the Bodhisattva of boundless body and his retinue stepped back and sat on one side. The same was the case with the Bodhisattvas of boundless body of all the Buddha lands to the south, west, and north. They carried in offerings twice as many as those which had preceded them. They came to where the Buddha was, stepped back, and sat on one side. All proceeded in this manner. Then, there did not remain a space left in the auspicious ground of wheel between the sal trees and within 32 yojanas square, which was not full of people. At that time, all the space around the persons of the Bodhisattva of boundless body and his retinue who were gathered there from the 4 quarters looked merely like the point size of a mote, or awl, or needle. All the great Bodhisattvas of all the innumerable Buddha lands of the 10 directions were gathered together there. In addition, all the people of Jambudvipa were assembled there, except for the pair Mahakasyapa and Ananda, and also Ajatasattu and his retinue, and the poisonous serpents that harm people, the dung beetles, hally vipers, scorpions, and the doers of evil of 16 kinds. They, Dainavats and Asuras, had all forsaken their evil designs and had become compassionate-minded. Like fathers, mothers, older and younger sisters, all the people of the 3,000 great thousand worlds came together and spoke to one another with the same compassionate heart, except for the Ekantakas, those most spiritually alienated from Dharma. Then, by the power of the Buddha, the 3,000 worlds became soft to the touch. There were no longer any hills, sand, gravel, thistles, or poisonous plants there, but all was instead adorned with various treasures, as in the case of the Western paradise of peace and happiness of Buddha Amit Aus. At that time, all those congregated there saw the innumerable number of Buddha lands as though seeing their forms reflected in a mirror. The same was the case when they saw the lands of all the Buddhas. The light that issued from the Tathagata's face was 5-fold in color, and it shone and covered all the great congregation, so that it blotted out the light that came out of the body. Having done this, it again turned back to the Buddha, back to him through his mouth. Then, the heavenly beings and all those congregated there, Asuras and others, became greatly afraid, as they saw the Buddha's light entering him through his mouth. Their hair stood on end. And they said, "The light of the Tathagata, having appeared, goes back and enters him again. This is not without reason. This indicates that the Buddha has done what he intended to do in the 10 directions and now will enter nirvana as his last act. This must be what it means to indicate to us. Woe is the world, woe the world! Why is it that the world-honored one so forsakes the 4 limitless minds and does not accept the offerings of man and heaven? The light of wisdom is now going out eternally. The unsurpassed boat of Dharma is now sinking. Ah, the pain! Woe is the world!" 1-3 held up their hands, beat their breasts, and sorrowfully cried out and wept. Their limbs shook, and they did not know how to support themselves. Blood came from their bodies and ran over the ground. Chapter 2, on Kunda. At that time there was present among the congregation an Upasaka who was the son of an artisan of this fortress town of Kusinagara. Kunda was his name. He was there with his comrades, 15 in number. In order that the world should generate good fruit, he abandoned all bodily adornments to indicate his respect and modesty, stood up, bared his right shoulder, placed his right knee on the ground and, folding his hands, looked up at the Buddha. Sorrowfully and tearfully, he touched the Buddha's feet with his head, i.e. in sign of respect, and said, "O world-honored one and Pyxis, please have pity and accept our last offerings and succor innumerable beings. O world-honored one! From now on, we have no master, no parents, no salvation, no protection, no place wherein to take refuge, and no place to go. We shall be poor and hunger-ridden. Following the Tathagata, we desire to gain food for the days to come. Please have pity and accept our petty offerings, and, then, enter nirvana. O world-honored one! This is as in the case of a Kshatriya, Brahmin, Vaishya, or Sudra, who, being poor, goes to a far-off country. He works at farming and indeed gains a trained cow. The land is good, flat and square. There is no poor, sandy soil, no harmful weeds, no barrenness, and no defilements there. What is needful is awaiting the rain from heaven. We say trained cow. This may be likened to the 7 actions of the body and mouth, and the good field flat and square to wisdom. Doing away with the poor soil, harmful weeds, barrenness, and defilements refers to illusion, which we must do away with. O world-honored one! I now have with me the trained cow and good soil, and I have tilled the land and done away with all the weeds. I am now only awaiting the Tathagata's sweet rain of Dharma to visit me. The 4 castes of poverty are none but the carnal body that I possess. I am poor, as I do not possess the superb treasure of Dharma. Pray have pity and cut away our poverty and hardships and rid us innumerable beings of our sorrow and worries. What offerings I make are paltry, but what I may think is that they will satisfy the Tathagata and Sangha. I now have no master, no parents, and no refuge. Please have pity on us, as you have on Rahula the Buddha's son." Then the world-honored one, the all-knowledge Sarvajanana, the unsurpassed trainer, said to Kunda, "This is good, good indeed. I shall now cut off the roots of your poverty and let fall on your field of carnal life the unsurpassed rain of Dharma and call forth the bud of Dharma. You now desire to have from me life, body, power, peace, and unhindered speech. And I shall give to you undying life, body, power, peace, and unhindered speech. Why? O Kunda! In offerings of meals there are 2 fruits that know of no distinction. What are the 2? Firstly, 1. Attains anuttara samayakam body unsurpassed, complete enlightenment when one receives it. A meal offering. Secondly, one enters nirvana after receiving it. I will now receive your last offering and let you accomplish Dhanaparamita perfected giving. At that, Kunda said to the Buddha, "You say that there is no difference between the results of these 2 offerings. But this is not so. Why not?" Because in the former case of receiving dana, a charitable gift, illusion is not yet done away with in the recipient and he is not yet perfect in all knowledge. And he cannot yet cause beings to enjoy Dhanaparamita. As to the latter category of receiving dana, illusion has gone and he is accomplished in all knowledge and can let all beings be blessed equally with Dhanaparamita. The former man who receives offerings is still a common being, but the latter the heaven of heavens. One that receives dana in the former category is one with one, a body supported by various kinds of food, 2. A body of illusion, 3. A body where there yet remains the result of illusion, and 4. A non-eternal body. A person who receives dana in the second category has 1. The body of no illusion, 2. The adamantine body, 3. The dharma body, 4. The eternal body, and 5. The boundless body. How can one say that the results of the dana performed in the two categories are one and do not differ? The person who receives dana in the former category is one not yet accomplished in Dhanaparamita and other 14 paramitas up to Prajnaparamita perfected wisdom. He only has the fleshly eye, but not the Buddha eye, nor the eye of wisdom. The case of the person receiving dana in the latter category is that of one perfect in Dhanaparamita up to Prajnaparamita, and also in the fleshly eye up to the eye of wisdom. How can we say that the results of the two dhanas are the same and that there is no difference? O world-honored one! In the case of the former, one who receives dana takes meals which get into his abdomen and get digested, and he gains life, carnal body, power, ease, and unhindered speech. In the case of the latter, the person does not eat, digest, and there are no results of the 5 things. How can we say that the results of the two dhanas are one and the same, and not different? The Buddha said, O good man! The Tathagata, already, since innumerable, boundless asamkhyas of kalpas eons ago, has had no body supported by food and illusion, and he has no body where there yet remains the result of illusion. He is the eternal, the dharma body, and the adamantine body. O good man! One who has not yet seen Buddhata Buddha nature, Buddha essence, Buddhaness is called the illusion body, the body supported by various kinds of food, and the body where there yet remains the result of illusion. The Bodhisattva, as he partakes of the food offered to him just before enlightenment, enters the adamantine samadhi, deepest meditative state. When that food is digested, he sees Buddhata and attains unsurpassed Bodhi enlightenment. That is why I say that the results of the two dhanas are equal, and that they are not different. The Bodhisattva, at that time, crushes the 4 Maras illusion, skandhas, death, and the heavenly Mara. Now, entering nirvana, he crushes the 4 Maras. That is why I say that the results of the two dhanas are equal and that they are not different. The Bodhisattva, at that time, does not widely speak about the 12 types of Buddhist sutras, categorization of the Buddhist scriptures into 12 types, but he is versed in these already. Now, upon entering nirvana, he speaks expansively of them for being's sake. That is why I say that the results of the two dhanas are equal and that they are not different. O good man! The body of the Tathagata has not partaken of food and drink for innumerable asamkhyas of kalpas past. But for all Sravaka's listeners to the Buddha's teaching's sake, I say that I took the milk-cooked porridge offered by Nanda and Nandabala, the 2 shepherd women, and that, thereafter, I attained unsurpassed Bodhi. But, in truth, I did not take it. Now, for the sake of the people congregated here, I shall accept your offerings. But, in truth, I do not partake of it. Then, hearing that the Buddha world-honored one, for the sake of the people congregated there, would take Kunda's last offerings, they were glad and overjoyed, and said in praise, How wonderful, how wonderful! It is rare, O Kunda! You now have a name, your name is not for nothing. Kunda means understanding wonderful significations. You have now established such great signification. You build up what is true, you accord with the signification, and gain your name. That is why you are Kunda. You, now, in this life, will gain great name, profit, virtue, and vows. It is rare, O Kunda, to be born as a man and attain the unsurpassed profit which is the most difficult to achieve. It is good, O Kunda. You are the Yudambara plant, which is said to put out flowers only on very rare occasions. It is very rare that the Buddha appears in the world. It is also hard to meet with the Buddha, gain faith, and hear his sermons. It is harder still to be able to make the final offerings to him at the time of his entering nirvana and well attain all this. Well done, O Kunda. You are now perfect in Dhanaparamita. This is as on the 15th of the autumnal month, when the moon is pure and full, when there is not a speck of cloud in the heavens, and all beings look up and utter praise. The same is the case with you, whom we look up to and praise. The Buddha now takes your last offerings and makes you perfect in Dhanaparamita. Oh, well done, O Kunda. We say that you are like the full moon, which all people look up to. Well done, O Kunda. Though a man, your mind is of the Buddha. O Kunda. You truly are like the Buddha's son, Rahula. There is no difference. Then those congregated there said in Agatha verses. Though born a man, you now stand above the sixth heaven. I and all others, therefore, praise you and pray. 15 The holiest of men now enters nirvana. Pity us and, with speed, beseech the Buddha to stay a long time yet in life, to benefit innumerable beings, to impart to them the unsurpassed manna of Dharma that wisdom praises. If you do not beseech the Buddha, our life will not be perfect. Because of this, fall to the ground. Pay homage to the best trainer. At this, Kunda was overjoyed. It was as in the case of a man whose parents have of a sudden passed away and who suddenly come back again. That is how Kunda felt. He stood up again, bowed before the Buddha, and said in Agatha, I am glad that I have gained my way, it is good I have been born a man. I have done away with greed and anger, I am parted forever from the three unfortunate realms. I am glad that I have gained benefit and meet with the golden ball of treasure. That I now meet with the trainer. And that I do not fear, even if I gain life in the animal realm. The Buddha is an Yudambara, so to speak, one hard to encounter. And it is hard to gain faith. Having once encountered and practiced the way, we do away with the sorrows of the hungry pretas. Also, he thoroughly crushes the asuras and others. We could sooner balance a mustard seed on the point of a needle than encounter the Buddha's appearance in the world. The Buddha is not tainted by worldly ways. He is like a water lily in water. I am thoroughly cut off from all the roots of the relative world, and have crossed the waters of birth and death. It is hard to be born as a man, harder still is it to encounter the Buddha when he appears in the world. It is as in the case of a blind turtle, who, in the midst of the ocean, may chance to hit the hole in a piece of floating wood. I now offer food, and pray that I will attain the unsurpassed reward, that I will destroy the bond of illusion, and that it will be strong no more. I do not seek here to gain a heavenly body. Even having gained that, one's mind is not so sweet. The Tathagata accepts this offering of mine. Nothing could ever please me more. This is like the case of a bad-smelling weed, which emits a sandalwood fragrance. I am that weed. The Tathagata accepts my offerings. This is like the fragrance that issues from the sandalwood. That is why I am glad. I now in this life am blessed with the highest reward. Shakra, Brahma, and all the others come and make offerings to me. All worlds are greatly worried as they now know that the Buddha will enter nirvana. They loudly say, now there is no trainer in the world. Do not discard all beings, view them as one views one's only son. 16 The Tathagata, in the midst of the priests, speaks of the superb Dharma. This may well be compared to Mt Sumuru. that sits unmolested amidst a great ocean. The Buddha wisdom thoroughly dispels the gloom of man. It is as when the sun rises, all the clouds disperse, and light shines all over. The Tathagata thoroughly does away with all illusions. This is like the coolness that reigns when clouds appear in the sky. All beings love you and wail. All are floundering on the bitter waters of birth and death. Because of this, pray, O world-honored one. Stay long in life and increase the faith of all beings. Cut off the suffering of birth and death. The Buddha said to Kunda, it is thus, it is thus. All is as you say. It is rare that the Buddha appears in the world. It is as in the case of the Yudambara. It is, again, hard to meet with the Buddha and gain faith. To be present at the moment of the Buddha's entering nirvana, to offer him food and thus accomplish Dhanaparamita is as difficult. O Kunda! Do not be sorry now. Be glad that you now give the final offerings to the Tathagata and accomplish well Dhanaparamita. Do not ask the Buddha to remain long in life. You now should meditate on the world of all Buddhas. All is non-eternal. It is the same with all created things and their natures and characteristics. For the sake of Kunda, he said in a Gatha. In all the world, whatever is born must die. Life looks long, but by nature an end there must be. Whatever flourishes always wanes, one must part. The prime of manhood is not long. Luxuriance meets with illness. Life is swallowed by death, nothing exists eternally. Kings are all unmolested, none can compete. Yet all of them must perish, so is it with life. Suffering knows no end, unendingly the wheel turns and turns. None of the three worlds of desire, form, and formlessness is eternal, all that exists is not happy. What exists has a nature and characteristics. And all is void. What is destructible comes and goes. Apprehensions and illnesses follow upon one's steps. The fears of all the wrongs and evils done. Age, illness, death, and decline cause worry. All these things do not exist forever. And they easily break up. Resentment attacks one. All are lined with illusion, as in the case of the silkworm and the cocoon. None who has wisdom finds joy in a place like this. This carnal body is where suffering forgathers. All is impure, like unto strains, carbuncles, boils, and other such. No reason is at bottom. The same applies even to the heavenly ones who sit above. All desires do not last. So I do not cling. One casts off desires, meditates well, attains the wonderful Dharma, and one who definitely cuts off his samsaric existence can today gain nirvana. I pass over to the other shore of is 17 and stand above all sorrows. Thus I harvest this superb bliss. Then Kunda said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! It is so, it is so. All is as you, holy one, say. What wisdom I possess is paltry and of low grade. I am like a mosquito or sawfly. How can I contemplate the deepest ground of the Tathagata's nirvana? O world-honored one! I am now like any great naga or elephant of a bodhisattva Mahasattva who has cut off the bond of illusion. I am like Dharmarajaputra Manjushri. O world-honored one! It is like one who enters the order at a young age. Though upholding the precepts, that person is still just of the class of ordinary monks. I, too, am one such. Due to the power of the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas, I am now one of the number of such great Bodhisattvas. That is why I beseech the Tathagata to stay long in life and not enter nirvana. This is similar to a hunger-stricken man who has nothing more to put out. I only pray that the same will be the case with the world-honored one and that he will stay long in life and not enter nirvana. Then Dharmarajaputra Manjushri said to Kunda, O Kunda! Now, do not speak in this way and beseech the Tathagata to stay long in life and not to enter parinirvana, as in the case of one hungry who now has nothing more to put out. This cannot be. You should now see the nature and characteristics of all things. Seeing things thus, you will gain the all-void samadhi. If you desire to attain wonderful dharma, act thus. Kunda asked, O Manjushri, the Tathagata is the holiest one and the highest of all heavens and earth. Could the Tathagata who is such be one who is made? If he is one made, he cannot be other than samsaric existence. Foam, for example, quickly rises up and swiftly dies away. The comings and goings of all things are like the turning of a wheel. All that is made is like this. I hear that the devas have the longest life. The world-honored one is the heaven of heavens. How could he have a life so short as not to reach 100 years? The headman of a village is unmolested, unlimited, unconstrained in power, through which he can suppress people. But when virtue deserts him, he becomes poor and mean. He is looked down upon and whipped and made to work for others. Why? Because his power is gone. The same is the case with the world honored one. He is like all things made. If he is the same as all things, he cannot be the heaven of heavens. Why not? Because all things are existences that must suffer birth and death. Therefore, O Manjushri, do not put the Tathagata on the same level as that of all things made. Also, next, O Manjushri, do you know this for a fact and speak thus? Or is it that you do not know, and say that the Tathagata is on the same level as all things made? If the Tathagata is on the same level as all things made, we cannot call him the heaven of heavens or the unmolested, unlimited Dharma king of the three worlds. For example, a king may be a man of great strength. His power is equal to that of 1,000 persons and none can beat him. So this person is called one possessing the power of 1,000 persons. The king loves such a one. So, courtly rank is given him, along with a fief. Fiefs and rewards flow towards him bountifully. This person is called one whose power is equal to that of 1,000 persons. He is not quite equal to 1,000 persons. But what he does is worth much. So we say that he is equal to 1,000 persons. The same is the case with the Tathagata. He subdues the Mara of illusion, the Mara of the 5 skandhas, the Mara of heaven, and the Mara of death. That is why we call him the most honored one of the three worlds. This is as in the case of a man whose power equals that of 1,000 persons. Thus he is accomplished in various, innumerable true virtues. That is why we call him the Tathagata, the alms deserving, and the all-enlightened one. O Manjushri, you should not presume upon, imagine, speak about what pertains to the world of the Tathagata as being equal to that which is created. For example, a very rich man begets a son, and the augur predicts that this child will not live. The parents hear this and know that the child will not be able to inherit the family estate, and they look on this child as though it were grass. Now, a short-lived person is not made much of, respected by Sramanas, ascetics, Brahmins, males, females, or people big or small. If the Tathagata is placed on the same level as that which is created, he cannot be respected by all the world, man, or heaven. What the Tathagata speaks about is that 18Which does not change and is not different. It is the true Dharma. There is none who receives. Hence, O Manjushri, do not say that the Tathagata is the same as any created thing. Also, next, O Manjushri, it is as in the case of a poor woman who has no house to live in and nobody to take care of her. Added to this, she is very ill and hungry. So she roams about, begs for food, stays in another's house, and gives birth to a child. The owner of the house drives her away. She holds this child and decides to go abroad. On the way, she meets with a bad storm and rain. Cold presses down upon her. Mosquitoes, gadflies, bees, and poisonous insects noisily attack her. She carries her child and means to cross the Ganges. The water moves quickly, but she holds the child and does not let go her grip on him. The mother and child both drown. This woman, because of her compassionate deed, is born after her death in Brahma's heaven. O Manjushri! Any good man who desires to guard wonderful Dharma should not say, the Tathagata is like all things, or he is not so. One should only reproach one's own self and think, I am but ignorant, I do not have the eye of wisdom. The Tathagata's wonderful Dharma cannot at all be conceived. Because of this, it is not fitting for us to say that the Tathagata is truly a thing definitely made, or a thing which is not made. What it is right to say is, the Tathagata is definitely an uncreate, that which was not made. Because of this, good arises for us beings and out of the compassionate heart. This is as in the case of the poor woman who, out of love for her child, sacrificed her own self. O good man! With the Bodhisattva who guards Dharma, it is thus. One might well sacrifice one's own self, but one cannot say that the Tathagata is equal to the created. One must say that the Tathagata is an uncreate. By saying that the Tathagata is an uncreate, one gains unsurpassed enlightenment. This is as in the case of the woman born in Brahma's heaven. Why? Through protecting Dharma. What do we mean by protecting Dharma? That is, saying that the Tathagata is an uncreate. O good man! Such a one does not seek emancipation, yet it comes of itself. It is as in the case of the poor woman who does not seek to be born in Brahma's heaven, and yet Brahma responds. It is like this. O Manjushri! A person may be going on a long journey. On the way, he becomes very tired and puts up at another person's house. While he is asleep, a great fire breaks out. At once he gets up and thinks, I shall now surely die. As he repents, he puts on his clothing. He dies and gets reborn in Trayastrimsa heaven. Then, after 80 lives, he becomes great Brahma. After 100,000 lives, he gets reborn as a man and becomes a Chakravartin, world's greatest monarch. This person does not gain life in the 3 unfortunate realms. Life is repeated, and he is born in places where peace always reigns. This is how things go. Because of this, one possessing repentance should, O Manjushri, meditate on the Buddha, but not regard him as the same as that which is created. O Manjushri! The Tirthakas and those of bent mind may say that the Tathagata is the same as the created. They Bhiksu who upholds the precepts should not think that the Tathagata is a created existence. Should one say that the Tathagata is one created, this is nothing but a false statement. After death, such a person will fall into hell, as surely as one is in one's own house. O Manjushri! The Tathagata is truly an uncreate. One must not say that he is a created being. You should henceforth in this life of birth and death abandon ignorance and take to right wisdom. Know well that the Tathagata is an uncreate. One who meditates well on the Tathagata will be perfect in the 32 signs of perfection and will attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Then Dharmarajaputra Manjushri praised Kunda and said, well spoken, O good man! You have already done what will beget you an endless life. You well know that the Tathagata is one eternal and unchanging, and is an uncreate. You now well shield the Tathagata's created form existence. One who encounters fire covers his body with clothing because of repentance. This good mind gains him birth in Trayastrimsa heaven. He becomes Brahma and a Chakravartin, and he does not get born into the unfortunate realms and thus will always enjoy peace. That is how things will go with you. As you well shield the created form of the Tathagata, you will in the days to come gain the 32 signs of perfection, the 80 minor marks of excellence, and the 18 characteristics peculiar solely to the Buddha. Your life will become endless, with no more bonds of samsara. There will always be an eternal flow of peace and happiness, and before long a day will come when you will awaken in the light of the alms. 19 Deserving and the All-Enlightened One. O Kunda! The Tathagata himself will speak more expansively later on. And you and I shall shield the created body of the Tathagata. Set aside, for the present, questions of the created and the non-created. You should, as you see proper, quickly offer meals. To offer thus is the best of all offerings. The Bhiksus, Bhiksunis, Upasakas, and Upasikas may have undergone a long journey, they may be extremely tired. Give the purest things as required. Thus speedily giving is the fundamental thing, to be perfect in Dhanaparamita. O Kunda! Give the final offerings to the Buddha and Sangha, more or less, full or not full, quick as the occasion requires. The Tathagata will rightly be entering Parinirvana. Kunda said, O Manjushri! Why is it that you so greedily care about the meal and make me give more or less, full or not full, in answer to the requirement of the occasion? O Manjushri! The Tathagata in the past practiced penance for 6 years and supported himself. Why could he not now when it is just a matter of a moment? O Manjushri! Do you say that the Tathagata, the right enlightened one, truly means to accept this meal? But I definitely know that the Tathagata is the Dharma body and that he is no carnal body that partakes of food. Then the Buddha said to Manjushri, it is thus, it is thus. It is as Kunda says. Well said, O Kunda! You have already attained the delicate point of great wisdom and you now master the Mahayana Sutras. Manjushri said to Kunda, you say that the Tathagata is an uncreate, the Tathagata's body is of long life. If this is said, the Tathagata will be pleased. Kunda answered. The Tathagata is not pleased with me alone, he is also pleased with all beings. Manjushri said. The Tathagata will be pleased with you and with all of us beings. Kunda answered, do not say that the Tathagata is pleased. Now, to get pleased is an inverted mind. An inverted mind is birth and death. Birth and death are of created existence. So, O Manjushri! Do not say that the Tathagata is a created existence. If you say that the Tathagata is a created existence, I and you commit an inversion of truth. O Manjushri! The Tathagata has no thought of love attachment. Now, love is like the case of a milking cow which, loving her own child, feels hunger and thirst, goes and seeks water grass, and whether satisfied or not, suddenly turns back. The All-Buddha, world-honored one does not have such a mind. He sees all as equally as he sees Rahula. 2. Think thus is what applies in the world of wisdom of the All-Enlightened One. O Manjushri! 4. Example, a carriage drawn by a donkey cannot stand comparison with one drawn by the 4 trained horses of a king. The case with me and you is also like this. It is impossible to fathom the minute and hidden depths of what is with the Tathagata, even if we try. O Manjushri! The Garuda flies innumerable yojanas in the sky. He looks down on the great sea and sees such things of the water as fish, soft-shelled turtles, snapping turtles, crocodiles, tortoises, and nagas, and also his own shadow reflected in the water. He sees all these just as one sees all visible forms in a mirror. The petty wisdom of the common mortal cannot well weigh what comes to his eye. The same is the case with me and you too. We cannot weigh the Tathagata's wisdom. Manjushri said to Kunda, it is thus, it is thus. It is as you say. It is not that I do not see this. I only meant to test you regarding what belongs to the world of a bodhisattva. Then, the world-honored one shot forth from his mouth a light of various colors. The light shone brightly on Manjushri's body. Shone upon by this light, Manjushri fathomed this out. Then he said to Kunda, the Tathagata now shows this wonderful scene. He will enter nirvana before long. The last offerings that you carried in some time ago will best be offered to the Buddha and then given to all those who are congregated here. O Kunda! Know that it is not without reason that the Tathagata lets shine this light of various colors. On hearing this, Kunda was silent and sad. The Buddha said to Kunda, it is now time for you to give offerings to the Buddha and congregation. The Tathagata will rightly enter parinirvana. He then said this a second and a third time. Then, at these words of the Buddha, Kunda cried and wailed, sorrowfully sobbed and said, woe is the day, woe is the day. The world is empty. Also, he said to the great assembly, let us all cast down our whole body to the ground and beseech the Buddha not to enter parinirvana. Then the Buddha said to Kunda, do not cry and unsettle your mind. Think that this body is like a plantain, a mirage in the hot season, watery foam, a phantom, a transformed body, the castle of a Gandharva, an unfired brick, lightning, a 20. Picture drawn on water, a prisoner facing death, ripe fruit, a piece of meat, the warp on a loom which is about to end, and the ups and downs of a mortar. You should think that all created things are like poisonous food and that anything made is possessed of all worries. At this, Kunda said again to the Buddha, the Tathagata does not wish to stay long in life. How can we not weep? Woe is the world, woe is the world. The world is empty. I only pray that you, Tathagata, will pity all us beings. Please stay long and do not enter nirvana. The Buddha said to Kunda, do not say such as love us and stay long in life. As I pity you and all beings, I today enter nirvana. Why? This is what is true of all Buddhas. This is so with what is created. That is why all Buddhas say in a Gatha, the law of what is created is by nature non-eternal. Life ended, we leave the world. Extinction is bliss. O Kunda! Now, meditate upon all that is made, that is composite. Think that all things are not self and are non-eternal, and that nothing endures. This carnal body has innumerable wrongs. All is like watery foam. So, do not weep. Then Kunda again said to the Buddha, it is thus, it is thus. All is as you kindly teach me. The Tathagata enters nirvana for expediency's sake. But I cannot help being sad. Be this as it may, I bethink me and feel glad. The Buddha praised Kunda and said, well said, well said. You well know that the Tathagata, following the way of all beings, enters nirvana for expediency's sake. Hear me well. It is as in the case in which Sarasa eastern bean goosebirds all gather at Lake Anavatapta Manasarwar in the spring months. The same is the case with all Buddhas. All gather here. O Kunda! Think not long or short regarding the life of all Buddhas. All things are like phantoms. The Tathagata lives in between. What he has is expediency, he does not cling. Why not? It is thus with the Dharma of all Buddhas. O Kunda! I now take what you offer. This is to allow you to cross the river of birth and death. Man or heaven who make offerings to Buddha for the last time, all gain an unshakable recompense and will be blessed with happiness. Why? Because I am the best field of wheel for all beings. If you desire to become a field of wheel For all beings, take whatever is given you. Do not tarry long. Then Kunda, for the sake of the emancipation of all beings, hung his head and suppressed his tears, and said to the Buddha, "Very well, O world-honored one. When I am worthy of becoming a field of wheel, I shall be able to fathom the nirvana or non-nirvana of the Tathagata. Now we and all Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas are like mosquitoes or sawflies, and cannot well weigh the nirvana or non-nirvana of the Tathagata." Then Kunda and his relatives all wept sorrowfully and walked around the body of the Tathagata, burnt incense, strew flowers, and most sincerely paid homage to the Buddha, and then stood up, together with Manjushri, and brought forward the utensils of offerings. Chapter 3, On Grief. Not long after Kunda had left that place, the great earth shook in 6 ways. Thus went things in Brahma's heaven. Of shaking, there are 2 kinds, one is a shaking and the other a great shaking. The little shaking is a mere shaking, and the one that shakes greatly is a great shaking. The one that generates a small sound is a shaking, and the one that generates a great sound is a great shaking. The shaking where only the earth shakes is a shaking, and that where the mountains, forests, rivers, seas and everything else shakes is a great shaking. That which shakes in one direction is a shaking, and that which shakes round and round is a great shaking. The type that moves is a shaking, and the type where beings' minds get shaken is a great shaking. The shaking which occurs when the Bodhisattva comes down from Tushita heaven to Jambudvipa is a great shaking. The shakings when the Bodhisattva takes birth on this earth, when he leaves home, attains unsurpassed 21 enlightenment, turns the wheel of Dharma, and enters parinirvana are great shakings. Today the Tathagata was about to enter nirvana. That is why the earth shook. Then, all the heavens, Nagas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kimnaras, Mahoragas, humans, and non-humans heard this, and their hair stood on end, and, in one voice, they cried out and wailed. They said in Agatha, "O trainer of men! We now bow and beseech you. We are parting from the Rishi of men. We have no hope of being saved. We now see you the Buddha enter nirvana. And we are in the sea of suffering. We are sad and worried, like a calf parting from its mother cow. Poverty-stricken and with none to save us are we. We are like one stricken with illness who, having no doctor, must attend to himself and partake of food not suitable for illness. Beings are caught in illusion. They are always hindered by views of life. They are parted from the healing Dharma King. And they take drugs that are poisonous. Because of this, the world-honored one abandons us. This is as when, without a king, the people in the land get attacked by hunger. The same is the case with us. We have no shade of any tree, no taste of Dharma. Now, hearing that the Buddha will enter nirvana, our mind snaps. Just as a great shaking destroys all places, the great Rishi enters nirvana and the sun of the Buddha sinks down to the ground. The waters of Dharma are all dried up. It is certain that we will die. Beings are extremely worried as the Tathagata now enters parinirvana. This is like the son of a rich man who has just lost his parents. The Tathagata enters nirvana, and if he is never more to return, we and all beings shall have no one to protect us. As the Tathagata enters nirvana, the animals and all others are sad and in fear. Their minds burn in worry. How should we not be worried today? The Tathagata abandons us just as we cast off tears and spittle. For example, when the sun first shows itself, its light burns brightly. It turns round and shines by itself, removing all darkness. The divine light of the Tathagata well does away with our worries. He is amidst us beings like a Mount Sumeru. O world-honored one! For example, a king brings up many sons. They look right and proper. And he always loves them in his heart. He first teaches them arts, which they all master. Then he gives them over to the hands of Kandalas. The same is the case here, O world-honored one. Today we have become the sons of the Dharma King. We are taught and we abide in right view. We beseech you not to abandon us. If discarded, we shall be like the sons of the King. Please stay long and do not enter nirvana. O world-honored one. For example, the same is the case with one versed in all phases of learning. The same with the Tathagata. Learned in all phases of Dharma, fear yet arises in all phenomena. If the Tathagata lives long in the world, bestowing on us the manna of Dharma and satisfying us, all of us will have no fear of falling into hell. O world-honored one. There may be a man who first learns his work. He is taken by 22 government officials and is imprisoned. People come and ask him, "How are you being treated?" "Now, I am in great sorrow and worried. If I were only out of prison, I should feel easy and be at peace." So it is. Is thus with the world-honored one. For our sake, you underwent penance. And yet we are not out of birth and death and worry. How could the Tathagata attain peace? O world-honored one. It is like a great doctor who is versed in prescription and medicine. He teaches his son the secrets of medicinal preparation, but does not teach such to other students. It is thus with the Tathagata. You impart all these secrets to Manjushri alone and exclude us. Without looking back. Please, O Tathagata. Do not be stingy, do not exclude us from the secrets of Dharma, as in the case of the great doctor who imparts his knowledge solely to his son and excludes other students. The reason why the doctor begrudges sharing his knowledge with the other students lies in the difference in his love. The heart of the Tathagata is always impartial. Why is it that you do not teach us? Please stay long and do not enter parinirvana. O world-honored one. It is like one who is old or young, ill or in pain, and is not on a flat road, but is taking a steep path and may suffer hardship. A person sees this, has pity and points out the way that is flat and good. The same with us, O world-honored one. Young alludes to one not yet high in the stature of the Dharma body. Old alludes to one greatly burdened with illusion. Illness and pain refers to one who has not yet done away with birth and death. Steep path alludes to the 25 existences, the types of existence into which we can transmigrate. O Tathagata, show us the sweet right path. Please stay long and do not enter nirvana. Then, the world-honored one said to all the Bhiksus, O you Bhiksus! Do not, like all common mortals and devas, be sad, do not wail. Make effort, be mindful, and abide in right thought. Then, all the devas and asuras, having heard what the Buddha said, stopped wailing, like one who has lost a son and, after the funeral service, suppresses his sorrow and wails no more. Then the world-honored one spoke in a gatha for all the congregation. All of you, open your mind, do not greatly distress yourselves. The teachings of all Buddhas are thus. So, keep silence. Try not to be indolent. Guard your mind, abide in right thought. Segregate your own selves from unlawful acts. Console yourselves and be happy. Also, next, O Bhiksus, if you have any doubts, ask now. If you have doubt as to void versus non-void, eternal versus non-eternal, suffering versus non-suffering, dependent versus non-dependent, gone versus not gone, refuge versus non-refuge, always versus not always, impermanence versus the eternal, beings versus non-beings, is versus not is, the real versus the not real, the true versus the not true, extinction versus non-extinction, esoteric versus non-esoteric, and the dual versus the non-dual. I shall speak to you accordingly. For your sake, too, I shall first speak of the manna and then enter nirvana. O Pyxis! It is hard to encounter the appearance of the Buddha in the world. It is hard to be born human. It is hard, too, to encounter the Buddha and gain faith. It is also hard to hear the unhearable. It is hard again to uphold and be perfect in the prohibitive injunctions and to attain arhatship. This is like trying to find gold in sand. It is as in the case of the Yudambara. O Pyxis! It is hard to be born a human, by segregating oneself from the 8 inopportune situations. Vices that bar the way to meeting the Buddha and hearing his teachings. O you! Having now met me, do not go away empty-handed. I underwent hardships in the past. And now I gain all such unsurpassed expedients. For your sake, innumerable kalpas ago, I cast away my body, hands, feet, head, eyes, marrow, and brain. In view of this, do not subject your selves to indolence. O Pyxis! How do we adorn the treasure castle of wonderful Dharma? By adorning our own selves with various virtues and rare gems, and being protected by the bulwarks and moats of the precepts Shila, meditation Dhyana, and wisdom Prajna. Now, you have met with this castle of Buddhist teaching. Do not take what is false. For example, a merchant may 2-3 come across a castle of true treasures, yet gather up such rubbish as tiles and gravel, and return home. The same with you. You have come to a castle of treasures, and yet you take what is false. O all you Pyxis! Do not be satisfied with a low mind. You are now ordained, but you do not love Mahayana that much. O you Pyxis! You wear on your bodies the kaseya and dyed robes of a priest, but your mind is still not dyed in the pure Dharma of Mahayana. O you Pyxis! You go to many places and beg alms, but you do not seek the dishes of the Dharma of Mahayana. O Pyxis! You shave your hair, but you do not shave off the bond of illusion. O you Pyxis! I now teach you truly. Now I see that all is in harmony and the Dharma nature of the Tathagata is true and unshakable. So, make effort, all of you. Pick yourselves up, be brave and make away with all the bonds of illusion. If the sun of wisdom of the 10 powers of Buddhahood sinks, darkness will reign over you. O you Pyxis! It is as when the great earth, mountains, and medicinal herbs all become of use to beings. The same is the case with the Dharma of which I speak. It calls forth wonderfully good and sweet dishes of Dharma and provides the best cure for beings' illnesses of illusion. I shall now make all beings my disciples, and the 4 classes of the Buddhist Sangha abide in the undisclosed teaching of Dharma. I, too, abide in this and enter Nirvana. What is the undisclosed storehouse? It is like the 3 dots in Sanskrit of the letter I. If they are in a crosswise line, they make no I. Placed vertically, they again serve no purpose. But when set like the 3 dots on the brow of Mahesvara, this is I. If the 3 dots are written separately, this again serves no purpose. So is it also with me. The Dharma of emancipation is also by itself not nirvana. The Tathagata's body is also not nirvana. Great wisdom is also not nirvana. The 3 things may exist separately, but this does not constitute nirvana. I now peacefully abide in the 3 and say that, for the sake of all beings, I enter nirvana. This is as in the case of the letter I. Then all the Pyxis, on hearing that the Buddha world-honored one would definitely enter nirvana, were sad. Their hair stood on end and their tears and noses ran. They fell to the ground, touched the Buddha's feet, walked around his person innumerable times, and said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You explain very well to us the eternal, suffering, the all-void, and non-self. Just as all beings leave behind footprints, and the best of all footprints are those of the Elephant, so with this thought of the non-eternal, it heads all thoughts. One who makes effort and practices well, does away with all love of greed, of the worlds of rupatatu and arupatatu, ignorance, arrogance, and the thought of the non-eternal in this world of desire. O world! Honored one! If the Tathagata is away from the thought of the non-eternal, he should not enter Nirvana now. If not, how can you say, if one practices the meditation upon the non-eternal, one cuts off from oneself love craving, ignorance, arrogance, and the non-eternal of the three worlds? O world-honored one! As a farmer, in autumn, deeply tills the land and thus removes all harmful weeds, so it is the same with this thought of the non-eternal. It thoroughly rids one of the love of greed, the love of the things of the rupatatu, arupatatu, ignorance, arrogance, and the thought of the non-eternal in the world of desire. O world-honored one! Of all tillings of the field, that done in autumn is the best. Of all footprints, that of the elephant is best. And of all thoughts, that of the non-eternal is the best. O world-honored one! Analogously, when an emperor is to pass away, amnesty is granted to all prisoners. Then he passes away. The same now with the Tathagata. Please cut off the illusions of the bond of ignorance and non-brightness of all beings, give them emancipation, and then enter Nirvana. We are not yet emancipated. Now, does the Tathagata desert us and enter Nirvana? O world! Honored one! One may be caught by a demon. But as one comes across a good charmer, by dint of incantation, one can well gain one's release. The same is the case with the Tathagata. For the sake of all Sravakas, he expels the devil of ignorance, and lets them abide peacefully, as in the case of the letter I, in such laws as the great wisdom, emancipation, and others. O world! Honored one! For example, people may bind up a Gandhahastan, but even a good trainer cannot get him under control. All of a sudden, it snaps off the rope and chain and walks away as it wills. The same is the case here. We are not yet rid of the 57 illusions. Why does the world-honored one desire to abandon us and enter Nirvana? O world-honored one! A person suffering from 24AGUE obtains a cure for his ailments by encountering a good doctor. The same with us. There are all ailments and sorrows, ill ways of living, fevers, etc. here. We have met with the Tathagata. But the illnesses have not gone, and we have not obtained supernal peace and bliss. How can the Tathagata desire to abandon us and enter Nirvana? An intoxicated person does not himself know who is near or not, mother or sister, and is lost in rudeness and lust, and lacks the faculty of speech, and sleeps in defiled places. There happens to be a good doctor nearby, who gives him medicine. After taking it, he vomits and regains his health, conscience asserts itself and repentance catches him. He reproaches himself very much and regards drink as the root of all vile acts. If he could cut himself free from drinking, his ill acts would cease. The same here. O world-honored one! For long, we have been repeating birth and death. We were lost in sensual pleasures and greedily took up the 5 desires. One who is not mother is taken as mother, not sister as sister, not female as female, and not beings as beings. Because of this, transmigration proceeds and one suffers from birth and death. This is like one intoxicated lying in defilement. O Tathagata! Please give us the medicine of Dharma, and let us vomit up the vile drinks of illusion. We are not yet awakened. Why, O Tathagata, do you mean to abandon us and enter Nirvana? O world-honored one! There may be a man, for example, who may praise the plant and tree, and say that it has hard stuff. But this is not so. The same with beings, O world-honored one. We may praise and say that people, beings, life, nursing up, intellect, doer and recipient are all true. But this cannot be. Thus, we practice non-self. O world-honored one. It is as in the case of water in which rice has been washed, or the case of dregs, which are of no use any more. They. Same with the body too. It has no self or master. For example, O world-honored one. They. Plant Septiparna Alstonia scolaris has no fragrance. It is thus with this carnal body. It has no self and no master. Thus we meditate on selflessness. You, the Buddha, say, all things have no self and nothing belonging to self. O you Bhiksus! Learn and practice this. Once this is practiced, self-conceit goes away. Self-conceit gone, one enters nirvana. O world-honored 1. No tracks of birds exist in the sky. Such can never be. One practicing selflessness. Meditation can have no various views of life. Nothing such as this is possible. Then, the world-honored one praised all the Bhiksus and said, it is good, that you practice the selflessness meditation. Then all Bhiksus said to the Buddha, we not only practice the selflessness meditation, but even other meditations, to wit, all those on suffering, the non-eternal, and selflessness. O world-honored one! When intoxicated, the mind spins round. And all mountains, rivers, castles, palaces, the sun, moon, and stars appear to spin round too. O world-honored one! Any person who does not practice the meditation of the non-eternal end selflessness cannot be called a sage. Due to indolence, one repeats birth and death. O world-honored one! Because of this, we all practice such meditations. Then the Buddha said to all the Bhiksus, hear me well, hear me well. Now, you mention the case of an intoxicated person. This refers to knowledge, but not the signification. What do I mean by signification? The intoxicated person sees the sun and moon, which do not move, but he thinks they do. The same is the case with beings. As all illusion and ignorance overhang the mind turns upside down and takes self for non-self, eternal for non-eternal, purity as non-pure, and bliss as sorrow. Overhung by illusion, this thought arises. Though this arises, the meaning is not gained realized. This is as in the case of the intoxicated person who takes what does not move as moving. The self signifies the Buddha, the eternal signifies the Dharmakaya, bliss signifies nirvana, and the pure signifies dharma. Bhiksus, why is it said that one who has the idea of a self is arrogant and haughty, traversing round samsara? Bhiksus. Although you might say, we also cultivate impermanence, suffering, and non-self, these three kinds of cultivation have no real value meaning. I shall now explain the excellent three ways of cultivating dharma. To think of suffering as bliss and to think of bliss as suffering, is perverse. Dharma, to think of the impermanent as the eternal and to think of the eternal as impermanent is perverse. Dharma, to think of the non-self anatman as the self atman and to think of the self atman as non-self anatman is perverse. Dharma, to think of the impure as the pure and to 25 think of the pure as impure is perverse. Dharma. Whoever has these four kinds of perversion, that person does not know the correct cultivation of dharmas. Bhiksus, you give rise to the idea of bliss with regard to phenomena associated with suffering, the idea of eternity with regard to phenomena associated with impermanence, the idea of the self with regard to phenomena without self, and the idea of purity with regard to phenomena that are impure. Both the mundane and also the supramundane have the eternal bliss, the self, and purity. Mundane teachings. Dharmas have letters and are without meaning reference, the supramundane teachings have letters and meaning. Why? Because mundane people have these four perversions, they are unacquainted with the true meaning reference. Why? Having these perverse ideas, their minds and vision are distorted. Through these three perversions, mundane people see suffering in bliss, impermanence in the eternal, non-self in the self, and impurity in the pure. These are called perversions inversions. Because of these perversions inversions, mundane people know the letters but not the meaning reference. What is the meaning referent? Non-self is samsara, the self is the Tathagata, impermanence is the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, the eternal is the Tathagata's Dharmakaya, suffering is all Tirthakas, bliss is nirvana, the impure is all compounded Samskrita dharmas, the pure is the true dharma that the Buddha and Bodhisattvas have. This is called non-perversion non-inversion. By not being inverted in one's views, one will know both the letter and the meaning. If one desires to be freed from the four perverse inverted views, Katarvaparitadristi, one should know the eternal, blissful, the self and the pure in this manner. Then, all the Bhikshus said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! As you say, if we segregate ourselves from the four inversions, we shall know the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure. As you have eternally cut off the four inversions, you know well the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure. If you know well the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure, why not stay here a kalpa or half a kalpa, and teach us and turn us away from the inversions? And yet you abandon us and desire to enter nirvana. If you look back at us and teach us, we shall surely listen and practice the way with all attention. If the Tathagata must at all costs enter nirvana, how would we be able to remain with this poisoned body and carry out the actions of the way? We would also follow the Buddha, world-honored one, and enter nirvana. Then the Buddha said to all the Bhikshus, do not say this. I now leave all the unsurpassed Dharma in the hands of Mahakasyapa. This Kasyapa will henceforth be the one upon whom you may rely. This is as in the case where the Tathagata becomes the one to whom all beings can turn. The same is the case with Mahakasyapa. He will now become your refuge. This is as in the case of a king who has many territories and who goes on a tour of inspection, leaving all affairs of state in the hands of his minister. The same with the Tathagata. All right teachings are left in the hands of Mahakasyapa. Know that all that you have learned up to now about the non-eternal and suffering is not true. In spring, for example, people go bathing in a big pond. They are enjoying themselves, sailing in a boat, when they drop a gem of beryl into the depths of the water, after which it can no longer be seen. Then they all get into the water and search for this gem. They competitively scoop up all such rubbish as tiles, stones, bits of wood, and gravel, and say that they have the beryl. They are glad and take the things out, and see that what they hold in their hands is not true. The gem is still in the water. By the power of the gem itself, the water becomes clear and transparent. As a result, the people see that the gem is still in the water, as clearly as when they look up and see the form of the moon in the sky. At that time, there is a wise man there who, working out a power, slowly gets into the water and gains the gem. O you Bhikshus! Do not abide in the thought of the non-eternal, suffering, non-self, and the not pure. And be in the situation of those people who take stones, bits of wood, and gravel to be the true gem. You must study well the way, how to act, wherever you go, and meditate on the self, the eternal, bliss, and the pure. Know that the outer forms of the 4 items which you have learnt up to now are inversions, and that anyone who desires to practice the way should act like the wise man who deftly gets hold of the gem. This refers to the so-called thought of self, and that of the eternal, bliss, and pure. 26 The and all the Bhikkhus said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You, the Buddha, said before that all things have no self, that we should practice this, and that, when practiced, the thought of self goes away, and that once the thought of self is done away with, one does away with arrogance, and that, arrogance once done away with, one gains nirvana. Thus did you say. How might we understand this? The Buddha said to all the Bhikkhus, Well said, well said. You ask this question and intend to dispel your doubt. Imagine, there is a king, who is dull-witted. He has little wisdom. And there is a doctor, who is obstinate. But the king does not know this and pays him a salary. This doctor uses the products of milk to cure all illnesses. Also, he does not know where the illnesses come from. He may be versed in the medicine of milk, but for him there exists no difference between a cold and a fever. He prescribes milk for all illnesses. This king was unaware that this doctor was ignorant of the pleasing and non-pleasing, the good and bad aspects of milk. But there was a doctor who knew 8 different treatments for illnesses and who was able to cure all diseases. This doctor was versed in prescription and medicines and had come from a far-off place. And the king's doctor did not know how to ask and learn. He was rash and haughty. So the learned doctor cordially invited the king's doctor and looked up to him as an expedient as his master, and asked of him the secret of treatment. He said to the king's doctor, I now invite you and make you my teacher. Please be good enough to teach me. The king's doctor said, If you serve me for 48 years, I will teach you the art of medicine. Then, at these words, the learned doctor said, I shall do as you tell me. I shall do my best and run errands. Then the king's doctor, taking the learned doctor along with him, went to see the king. At this, the visiting doctor explained to the king the various ways of treatment and even other things. He said, Please know, O great king. Know well. This Dharma is like this and you will well cure illnesses. On hearing this, the king recognized the ignorance and lack of knowledge of his own doctor. He at once drove him out of the country. And he respected the new doctor all the more. Then the new doctor said to himself, It is now time to teach the king. He said to the king, O great king! If you truly love me, please make me a promise. The king replied, I shall give you, should you desire it, even my right hand or any part of my body. The new doctor said, You may give me all statuses, but I myself do not wish to have much. What I desire you to do for me is to proclaim to the people of every corner of your land that henceforth they are not to use the milk medicine which the former doctor told them to use. Why not? Because much harm and poisonous results arise from it. Any person who still takes this medicine should be beheaded. If the milk medicine is not used, there will be no untimely deaths, all will go in peace. That is why I ask this of you. Then the king said, What you ask me to do is a trifle. I shall at once issue an order and see to it that anyone who is ill does no take milk as a medicine. Any person who does will be beheaded. At this, the learned doctor made several kinds of medicine, which tasted pungent, butter, salty, sweet, and sour. With these, treatment was given, and there was no case in which illness could not be cured. After some time, the king himself became ill, and the doctor was called in. The king said, I am now ill. How am I to be cured? The doctor thought about the illness of the king and saw that the milk medicine was good here. So he said to the king, "What you are now suffering from can very well be cured by milk. What I said before about the milk medicine was not true. If you take it now, you will be cured. You are now suffering from a fever. It is right that you should take milk." Then the king said to the doctor, "Are you mad? Is it a fever? And you say that if I take milk, it will cure me? Before, you said it was poison. Now you tell me to take it. How is this? Do you mean to cheat me? What the former doctor said was good, yet you despised it and said that it was poison, and you made me drive him away. Now you say that it well cures illness. From you say, the former doctor ought to excel you." Then the learned doctor said to the king, "O king! Do not say this, please. A worm eats on a piece of wood and the shape of a letter comes out. This worm does not know anything of letters. A wise person sees this. But he does not say that this worm understands letters. And he is not overcome by surprise. O great king! Please know, so was it also with the former doctor. 27 illnesses he gave medicine made from milk. This is as in the case of the worm that eats on wood, as a result of which a form like a letter emerges. The former doctor did not know how to distinguish between the pleasing and non-pleasing aspects, the good and the bad. Then the king wanted to know, "What do you mean?" He did not know. The guest doctor answered the king, "This milk medicine is harmful, but it is also a manna. How can you say that this milk is manna? If you milking cow has not taken the lees, the slippery grass and the wheat refuse, and if the calf fares well, and if the cow was not grazed too high up on the land or in a low and wet place, if the cow is given pure water and not made to run or made to live among the bulls, and if feeding is done regularly, and if the place it lives in is fit, the milk gained from such a cow well does away with all illnesses. This can well be called the manna of medicine. Any other milk is poison." On hearing this, the king praised the great doctor. Well said, O great doctor! Today, for the first time in my life, I know of the pleasing and non-pleasing, that which is good and not good in the milk medicine. Taking this, I am now well. I shall at once proclaim to the people that they may well take the milk medicine." On hearing this, the people of the country, angry and resentful, said, "The great king is now caught by a devil. Is he mad? He cheats us and makes us take milk." All the people, angry and resentful, came to the king. The king said to them, "Be not angry, and have no resentment. To take milk or not to take it all comes from the science of medicine. I am not to blame." At this, the great king and the people all jumped for joy. They all the more respected and honored the doctor, and made offerings to him. That is how all the people took the milk medicine and regained their health. No, O you Pyxis! The same is the case with the Tathagata, the alms-deserving, the all-enlightened one, the unsurpassed best trainer, the teacher of heaven and earth, the Buddha, world-honored one. He comes as a great doctor and subdues all Tirthakas and bad doctors. In the presence of kings and all people, he says, "I shall become the king of doctors and subdue Tirthakas." Thus we say, there is no self, no man, no being, no life, no nurturing, no knowing. None that does, and none that receives. O Pyxis! Know that what the Tirthakas say is like the case of a worm that eats upon a piece of wood, from which, by chance, there appears what looks like a letter. Because of this, the Tathagata teaches and says no self. This is to adjust beings and because he is aware of the occasion. Such non-self is, as occasion arises, spoken of. And it is also said that there is the self. This is as in the case of the learned doctor, who knows well the medicinal and non-medicinal qualities of milk. It is not as with common mortals, who might measure the size of their own self. Common mortals and the ignorant may measure the size of their own self and say, it is like the size of a thumb, like a mustard seed, or like the size of a mote. When the Tathagata speaks of self, in no case are things thus. That is why he says, all things have no self. Even though he has said that all phenomena dharmas are devoid of the self, it is not that they are completely truly devoid of the self. What is this self? Any phenomenon dharma that is true satya, real tattva, eternal nitya, sovereign autonomous self-governing Aisvarya, and whose ground foundation is unchanging Asraya eva parinama, is termed the self-Atman. This is as in the case of the great doctor who well understands the milk medicine. The same is the case with the Tathagata. For the sake of beings, he says there is the self in all things. The 4 classes. Learn Dharma thus. Chapter 4, On Long Life. The Buddha said to all the Bhikshus, if you have any doubt about the moral precepts, you are free to ask questions. I shall now explain and fully satisfy you. I have already practiced the way, and clearly attained the true nature of the all void of all things. O Bhikshus! Only the Tathagata has practiced the true nature of the all void of all things. He also said to the Bhikshus, if you have any doubts, ask me, all of you. Then the Bhikshus said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! With the wisdom that we have, we can put no questions to the Tathagata, the alms deserving and all-enlightened one. Why not? The world of the Tathagata cannot be known by 28 us all samadhis cannot be thought of. Whatever is said is not within the compass of our comprehension. So, with what wisdom we have, there can be no posing of questions to the Tathagata. O world-honored one! There is a man, for example, who is 120 years old. Suffering from a long illness, he is in bed and cannot get up. His vitality has gone, so that he cannot live long. There is a rich man there who is on his way to far-off places on business. He gives this man 100 pounds of gold and says, I intend to go on a journey and entrust this treasure to you. After 10 or 20 years, I shall come back, when my business is concluded. When I am home again, give this back to me. The sick old man receives it, and he has none to succeed him. After some time, the illness develops and he dies, and what was entrusted to him cannot be found. The person who entrusted the treasure to him comes back from his journey, looks around, but cannot find the man. One like this, being ignorant, cannot think and weigh the good and bad of entrusting a thing to the hands of another person. So, on coming back, he does not know where to look. Thus the treasure gets lost. O world-honored one! It is the same with us Sravakas. We hear the kind admonition of the Tathagata, but we cannot hold it long. It is as with the old man who is entrusted with treasure. We are ignorant now and do not know what to ask regarding the precepts. The Buddha said to the Bhikshus, if you question me now, it will benefit all beings. That is why I say that you should ask about any doubts you may have. Then, all the Bhikshus said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Imagine, for example, there is a man here of 25, full of vitality and right and proper. He has many treasures, such as gold, silver, beryl, etc. He has his parents, wife, children, relatives, and all his family. Then a man comes and hands over a treasure to him, saying, I have things to do and am about to go on a long journey. My business concluded, I shall be back. When I am back home, return this to me. After this, the young man guards the treasure well, as though it were his own. The young man falls ill and says, all this gold was entrusted to my care. When the man gets back home, give this to him. One who is wise knows how to act and weigh things. His business concluded, the man returns. And what he had entrusted to the other is all safe, with nothing lost. The same with the world. Honored one. If the treasure is entrusted to Ananda and the Bhiksus, it cannot survive long. Why not? Because all Sravakas and Mahakasyapa must pass away and the situation will inevitably be like that of the old man who receives the entrusted goods of the other person. Because of this, all the unsurpassed Buddhist teachings must be entrusted to the hands of all Bodhisattvas. They discuss well and the treasure will live long and flourish for infinite thousands of ages and benefit all beings enormously. This is like the case of the man in the prime of his life, who receives the entrusted goods of the other person. Because of this, all Bodhisattvas can well pose questions. What wealth we have may be likened to a mosquito or sawfly. How can we question the Tathagata on the depths of the teaching? At this, all the Sravakas sank into silence. Then, the Buddha praised all the Bhiksus and said, it is good that you have all attained the unleakable undefiled, ashrava-free mind of the Arhat. I also thought of this once myself. Because of these two circumstances, i.e. that the Sravakas cannot and the Bodhisattvas can pose questions, I entrust the Mahayana to all the Bodhisattvas and allow this wonderful Dharma to live long. Then the Buddha said to all the congregation, O all good men and women! You cannot calculate the length of my life. No unhindered speech of a Bodhisattva can fully express this. You may, if you will, ask me about the precepts or how to take refuge. You may do this a second or third time. At that time, among those congregated, there was a Bodhisattva Mahasattva of the stage of the boyhood abode, i.e. on the 9th of the 10 Bodhisattva levels. He had been born into a Brahmin family in a hamlet called Tara. His family name was Mahakasyapa. By the divine power of the Buddha, he rose from his seat, bared his right elbow shoulder and walked around the Buddha 100,000 times, and placing his right knee on the ground and folding his hands, said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! I would now like to ask something of the Buddha. If you will allow me, I desire to speak. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, the Tathagata, the alms deserving and all enlightened one allows you to say anything. I shall expound for you, clarify your doubt, and gladden you. Then Bodhisattva Kasyapa again said to the Buddha, O world-honored 290. The Tathagata, pitying me, gives me permission. I now shall ask. But the wisdom that I have is petty, like that of a mosquito or sawfly. You, Tathagata world-honored one, are exalted in personal virtue and are surrounded by a retinue as fragrant as sandalwood and as difficult to subdue and as invincible as a lion. The Tathagata's person is like a true diamond. You shine like beryl. All about you is true and difficult to break and is surrounded by a great sea of wisdom. All the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas congregated here are perfect and infinite and boundless depths of virtue. They are like Gandhahastins. How can I put questions before such a congregation? Only now, guarded by the Buddha's divine power and by dint of the great dignity of moral virtue of the people congregated here, shall I put some questions to you. He spoke in a Gatha. How do we gain long life, the adamantine and invincible body? How do we gain great strength? How by this sutra do we ultimately attain the other shore? We beseech you to open the undisclosed door and, for the sake of beings, teach us widely. How can we, for the sake of the masses, Become an expansive refuge and, although not arhats, be equal to arhats? How can we, for the sake of beings, foresee papiyas I.e. Mara, the devil's disturbances? How can one clearly distinguish between what the Tathagata says and what the papiyas says? How does the all-best trainer become pleased in heart and speak about Paramartha Satya, the truth of the supreme reality? Become full in right good, and speak about the four inversions? How do you do good? O great Rishi! Please tell us now. How do bodhisattvas fathom the unfathomable nature? How do they understand the significations of the full letter and the half letter? I.e. the word as a composite, made from joining the Sanskrit alphabets and possessing meaning, and the alphabetical letters and phonetic symbols in the case of Sanskrit? How can we simultaneously practice two holy actions, such as the Sarasa and Karanda that go together? How can one be like the sun and moon, like the evening star and Jupiter? How can one, not yet aspiring, be called a bodhisattva? How can all beings gain fearlessness, like Jambunita gold, in which no flaw can ever be detected? How can one, though living in a defiled land, not be defiled like the lotus flower? How do we live amidst illusions and not get tainted and not attacked by diseases? As in the case of a doctor who, curing all diseases, does not himself get stricken by disease? How can one be a sea captain, foundering yet still amidst the sea of birth and death? How can one abandon birth and death, as the serpent does its old skin? How can one meditate on the three treasures, and be like the tree in the heavens that answers well one's wishes? How can one speak about the three vehicles of Sravaka, Pratyeka and Bodhisattva and the natureless? How can one talk of bliss, being not yet blessed with bliss? How can all bodhisattvas be indestructible ones? 30. How can one be the eyes and guide for a person born blind? How can one gain a multifarious head-mind rich in knowledge? We beseech you, O great Rishi! Please explain this to us. How can you who turn the wheel of Dharma expand like the moon at the beginning of the month? How do you show yourself again and gain nirvana at the end? How can you, the brave, step forward and show to man, heaven and Mara the way? How does one know Dharmata, essence of reality, and become blessed with Dharma? How do all bodhisattvas make away with all illnesses? How do they expound to all beings the undisclosed teachings? How do they expound the ultimate and the non-ultimate? If doubts can be done away with, why not definitely explain? How can one attain the highest and unsurpassed way? I now beseech the Tathagata, for the sake of the bodhisattvas, to expound the deepest and most wonderful teachings. Everything has the nature of peace and bliss. Expound in detail for us, please, O great Rishi, world-honored one. O great refuge. O two-footed honored one. The wonderful one of all medicines. I now desire to inquire all about things. But I lack wisdom, even all the bodhisattvas who make utmost effort may not know such depths as of the world of all Buddhas. Then, praising Bodhisattva Kasyapa, the Buddha said, well said, O good man! You have not yet arrived at all knowledge, but I am he who has attained it. You now ask about the deepest depths of the undisclosed doctrine. Now, O good man! I, sitting under the Bodhi tree, first attained right enlightenment. At that time, in all Buddha lands as numerous as the sands of countless Asamkhyas of Ganges, there were bodhisattvas. They too asked of me the meaning of this deepest doctrine. And what they said and the virtue thereof were thus, the same, not different. Asking thus, great benefits accrue to all beings. Then Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! The power of my wisdom does not extend thus far as to put such deep questions to the Tathagata. O world-honored one! This is like a mosquito or sawfly that cannot fly over a great sea or fly round in the high heavens. The same with me. I have no power to ask the Tathagata about this great sea of wisdom or the meaning of the great depths of space-like extension of Dharmata. O world-honored one! This is like a king who hands over to the hands of the officer in charge of treasures a bright gem that was housed in the knot of his hair, and the officer, on receiving it, increases the guard. The same is the case with me. Having received the depths of the Tathagata's Mahayana teaching, I shall guard it all the more carefully. Why? This is but to make me attain the great depths of wisdom. Then the Buddha said to Kashyapa, O good man! Listen clearly, listen clearly. I shall now tell you the cause of the Tathagata's longevity of life. The Bodhisattva, through this action, gains long life. For this reason, listen with your best attention. Having listened, speak of it to others. O good man! Having thus practiced, I attained unsurpassed Bodhi. I, for all beings' sake, now speak of this. O good man! As an example, a prince transgresses against state law and is chained up in prison. The king pities him and, riding on a palanquin, goes himself to the prison because he loves the prince. The same with the Bodhisattva. If he desires to have a long life, he should guard and protect beings and view them as one would one's only son, and abide in great loving kindness, great compassion, great joy, and great equanimity. Also, he should impart the precept of non-harming to them and teach them to practice all good things. Also, he must let all beings 3-1 abide peacefully in the 5 moral precepts and the 10 good deeds. Furthermore, he will get into such realms as hell, hungry preta, animal, and asura, and free all these beings from where they are suffering, emancipate those not yet emancipated, pass over those who have not yet gained the other shore, give nirvana to those who have not yet attained it, and console all who live in fear. Acting thus, the Bodhisattva gains longevity of life and unmolested unlimited freedom in knowing. And when the end comes, he gains life in the high heavens. Then Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You say that the Bodhisattva Mahasattva regards all beings just as one views one's only son. The thought is too deep, and I cannot fathom it. O world-honored one! You say that the Bodhisattva views beings with an all-equal mind, and views them as he would look upon his only son. But things are not so. Why not? Amongst the Buddhists, there are those who break the moral precepts, those who commit deadly sins, and those who transgress against wonderful Dharma. How can it be that he the Buddha can have the same attitude of mind towards them as towards his only son? The Buddha said to Kashyapa, It is so, it is so. I view all beings as I view my own Rahula. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Once, on the 15th of the month, on the day of Posita, among the congregated who were strict and pure in the moral precepts, there was a boy who did not quite seriously observe the 3 actions of body, mouth, and mind. He hid himself in a dark place and secretly listened to what was said. Guhyapata, receiving the divine power of the Buddha, crushed this boy into dust with a vajra sharpened bar, a double-headed weapon, or a diamond. O world-honored one! Guhyapata acted so badly that the boy's life was taken. How could you look upon all beings as you do your own Rahula? The Buddha said to Kashyapa, Do not speak thus. This boy was none but a transformed illusory projected one, not a true one. This was but to repress breaking of the precepts and transgression against Buddha Dharma, and to rambled beings. Even the Vajra and also Guhyapata were transformed existences. O Kashyapa! There are in the world those who slander wonderful Dharma, Ikantakas, those who harm others, those who abide in twisted views, those who purposely act contrary to the moral precepts. I pity all and have loving thought, just as one has towards one's only son, as in the case of Rahula. O good man! To illustrate, when the officers of the royal court break state law, the king punishes according to the rules relating to the sins committed and does not leave the officers unpunished. The Tathagata does not act thus. He makes those who violate the precepts undergo such procedures as being driven out, reprimanded, put under surveillance, impeached or banished for non-confirming of the sins committed, for non-repentance, and for non-forsaking of twisted views. The reason, O good man, why the Tathagata imposes the suppressive moral precepts on those who slander Dharma arises from the fact that he desires to show those who transgress that karmic consequences ensue for what one has done. O good man! Know that the Tathagata desires to bestow on evil beings what need not be feared. He emits 1, 2, or 5 beams, so that those who encounter this light will be rid of all evil acts. Now, the Tathagata has so many uncountable means of such power. O good man! If you desire to see Dharma which cannot be seen, I will now explain to you all about what you can see. When I have entered nirvana, a bhiksu who is perfect in the deportment of a bhiksu and who observes wonderful Dharma may come across one who transgresses. If this bhiksu drives away, reproaches, impeaches, or ramolds such an evil-doer, he will be blessed with weal which one cannot measure or tell of. O good man! To illustrate, there is a tyrant king who does evil things and happens to suffer very seriously from illness. The king of a neighboring state, hearing of this, mobilizes the army to overthrow the state. At this, the king, having no power to resist the attack, repents and tries to do good. And the weal of the king of this neighboring state will be uncountable. The same with the precept-observing bhiksu. If he drives away or reproaches those who act against Dharma and makes them do good, an incalculable amount of weal will be his. O good man! As an illustration, in the fields and around the houses where a rich man dwells grow many poisonous trees. Seeing this, he fells all of them and there is no more of them. Or white hair appears on the head of a young man. He feels ashamed of it, cuts it off and does not allow his hair to grow long. The same is the case with a precept-upholding bhiksu. If he 3 sees any person who breaks the precepts and transgresses against wonderful Dharma, he should drive away, reproach or impeach such a person. If a good bhiksu, seeing one who transgresses against Dharma, does not drive away, reproach or impeach such a person, know that this bhiksu is the enemy of the Buddhist teaching. If he drives away, reproaches or impeaches such a one, he is my disciple, a true disciple. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said again to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You may say that you look upon all beings equally and treat them as you would an only son such as Rahula. This is not so. O world-honored one! A person may try to harm you with a sword. Or there may be someone who tries to paint the Buddha's body with sandalwood paste. If it is the case that you view both persons with the same eye, how could you cure moral offenses? If it is the case that this cures moral offenses, this does not make sense. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, in illustration, O good man! The king, minister, and prime minister may desire to bring up their sons, who are right set in countenance and sharp in intellect. One of those fathers takes 1, 2, 3, 4 such sons and hands them over to a strict teacher and says to him, Please teach my son's deportment, good behavior, the arts, writing and reckoning. These my 4 sons will study under your guidance. Even if 3 of my sons die of goading, teach the last with whatever means you may think fit. I may lose the 3, but I shall not be vexed. O Kasyapa! Are they, father and the teacher, responsible for killing? No, O world-honored one. Why not? Because a loving mind was at the bottom of their actions. What there is here is accomplishment, but not an evil mind. Such teaching will be met with good, to a limitless extent. O good man! The same is the case with the Tathagata. He views those who transgress Dharma as he views his only son. The Tathagata now entrusts unsurpassed wonderful Dharma to the hands of kings, ministers, prime ministers, Bhiksus, Bhiksunis, Upasakas, and Upasikas. All of these kings and the four classes of the Buddhist Sangha will encourage those who practice the Buddhist teaching and enable them increasingly to observe the moral precepts, practice meditation and wisdom. If there are any who miscarry these three phases aspects of Dharma, and if there are those who are indolent and who break the moral precepts, the kings, ministers, and the four classes of the Buddhist Sangha will work hard and remold such people. O good man! Should all these kings and the four classes of the Buddhist Sangha be blamed or not? No, indeed, O world-honored one! O good man! These kings and the four classes of the Buddhist Sangha are not to be blamed. How could it be that the Tathagata is to be blamed? Oh! Good man! The Tathagata well observes such impartiality, looking upon all people as one would one's only son. Such a one who practices the way is called one who practices the all-equal mind of a bodhisattva and one who possesses a mind that loves an only son. O good man! The bodhisattva, practicing thus, gains a long life and is now able to see what took place in the past. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said again to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You say that a bodhisattva, practicing impartiality, can well view beings just as one views one's only son and that such a person gains a long life. But you should not say this. Why not? One who knows Dharma indeed speaks well of filial duty. But back home, he beats his parents with tiles and gravel, in defiance of the fact that one's parents are the best field of weal, where much weal comes about, such as is the most difficult to encounter. Where the person should be making offerings, he performs evil. There is a distinction between what this person knows and what he does. What the Tathagata says is also like this. The Bodhisattva practices impartiality and views beings as an only son, and he gains a long life, can look into the past, and live eternally, and there cannot be any change. Now, why is it that the world-honored one is like a person with the shortest life in the world? Does not the Tathagata entertain hatred against all beings? O world-honored one! What evil acts did you perform in the past? How many evil acts did you commit, so as to gain the shortest life, which does not even extend to 100 years? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, O good man! Under what circumstances do you bring across your lips all such rough-hewn words against the Tathagata? The life of the Tathagata is the longest and most superior of longest lives. His eternal Dharma is the unsurpassed of all eternal things. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said again to the Buddha, O world-honored one! How did you, the 33 Tathagata, gain eternal life? The Buddha said to Bodhisattva Kasyapa, O good man! There are 8 great rivers, which are 1. Ganges, 2. Yamuna, 3. Sarabhu, 4. Ajitavadi, 5. Mehi, 6. Indus, 7. Pasu, and 8. Siddha. All these 8 rivers and other small rivers drain into the great ocean. O Kasyapa! All the great rivers of life of all people, heaven, earth, and sky drain into the Tathagata Sea of life. Hence, the length of life of the Tathagata is incalculable. Also, next, O Kasyapa! As an illustration, it is like the case of Lake Anavatapta, which carries forth 4 rivers. The same with the Tathagata. He carries forth all lives. O Kasyapa! As an example, of all eternal things, that of space is the foremost. The same is the case with the Tathagata. He is the foremost of all eternal things. O Kasyapa! This is as in the case of Sarpermanda, most delicious and efficacious medicine, the first of all medicines. The same is the case with the Tathagata. He is the one possessed of the longest life. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said again to the Buddha, if the life of the Tathagata is thus, you must live for a kalpa or just less than a kalpa and be delivering sermons in the way the great rain falls. O Kasyapa! Do not entertain the thought of extinction. Regarding the Tathagata, O Kasyapa! There may be amongst the Bhiksus, Bhiksunis, Upasakas, Upasikas, or even among the Tirthakas a person who possesses the 5 divine powers or the unmolested unlimited power of a rishi. He may live a kalpa or less than a kalpa, he may be able to fly through the air, and be unmolested unconstrained whether he is reclining or sitting. He emits fire from the left side of his body or water from his right side. His body emits smoke and flames like a fireball. If he desires to live long, he can do as he wills. He can freely lengthen or shorten his life. With such divine power, he has such freedom of power. And how could this not be possible with the Tathagata, who possesses unmolested unlimited power in all things? How could it not be that he can live for half a kalpa, 100 kalpas, 100,000 kalpas, or innumerable kalpas? On account of this, know that the Tathagata is an eternal and unchanging existence. The Tathagata's body is a transformed body and not one supported by various kinds of food. In order to pass beings to the other shore, he manifests himself amidst poisonous trees. Hence he manifests himself discarding his carnal body and entering nirvana. Know, O Kasyapa, that the Buddha is an eternal and unchanging existence. O all of you! Practice the way in this Paramartha Satya truth of the transcendent reality, make effort and practice the way with one mind. Having practiced the way, expound it widely to others. Then Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! What difference exists between supramundane dharma and the mundane? You say that the Buddha is an existence, eternal and unchanging. If so, in worldly life, too, we have Brahma who is eternal, and also Isvara who is eternal, and no changing is there. The eternal nature of self too is eternal, even a mote is also said to be eternal. If the Tathagata is an eternal existence, why does the Tathagata not always show himself in this way? If it is that you do not exist thus, what difference could we see? Why? Because Brahma, the mote existence, and Prakriti primordial matter also do not manifest thus. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, a rich man has many cows, whose colors vary, nonetheless. They are all of one group. They are entrusted to the hands of a cowherd, who takes them to watery or grassy land. Solely sarpermanda is sought, not fresh milk or cream. The cattleman, having milked the cows, takes the milk himself. When the rich man dies, the cows are stolen by robbers. They get the cows, but having no women, they themselves milk the cows. The robbers say to one another, the rich man fed these cows for sarpermanda, not for fresh milk or cream. What should we do? Now, sarpermanda is the best of all tastes in the world. We have no utensils and no place to keep it safe in. They also say to one another, we have a bag made of hide. We shall keep it in that. Although we have a thing to keep the milk in, we do not know how to churn it. It is hard to obtain what we could drink. How could we gain fresh butter? At that, the robbers, because Sarpermanda was what they were after, added water to the milk. But because they added too much water, the fresh milk, cream, and Sarpermanda were all lost. The same with common mortals. There are good teachings, but all are the residues of the wonderful Dharma of the Tathagata. How? The Tathagata enters nirvana. Later we steal what was left behind, i.e. the precepts, samadhi, and wisdom. This is like the robbers stealing the cows. All common mortals 34 obtain the precepts, samadhi, and wisdom, but they have no means of working them out, perfecting them, implementing them. Hence they never gain the eternal precepts, the eternal samadhi, the eternal wisdom, and emancipation. This is like the robbers not having the means to work out, bring forth what they want, thus losing the Sarpermanda, or it is like the robbers adding water when they meant to gain Sarpermanda. The same with common mortals. Referring to emancipation, beings say that self, being, life, man, Brahma, Isvara, Prakriti, the precepts, samadhi, wisdom, emancipation, or thoughtless non-thoughtlessness heaven naive samjnana. Samjnayadana or nirvana is nirvana. This, however, i.e. just saying this does not give one emancipation or nirvana. This is like the robbers failing to gain Sarpermanda. Common mortals do small-scale pure actions and make offerings to their parents. Then they gain rebirth in heaven and attain small-scale bliss. This is like the milk to which the robbers added water. And common mortals do not themselves know the fact that one gets born in heaven by small-scale pure actions and making offerings to one's parents. Also, they do not know the moral precepts, samadhi, wisdom, and taking refuge in the three treasures. Not knowing all this, they talk about eternity, bliss, self, and purity. Though they talk, they do not know what these are. Hence, after taking birth in this life, the Tathagata talks about eternity, bliss, self, and purity. A Chakravartin, world's greatest, just ruler, appears in the world. By the power of virtue, all the robbers pull back, and there is no loss of any cows. Then the Chakravartin entrusts the cows to the hands of a cowherd who knows the way. This person works out the means well and obtains Sarpermanda. Due to the Sarpermanda, there is no illness or pain for any being. It is like this. When the Chakravartin of the wheel of Dharma appears in the world, all beings abandon these, because they cannot talk about the precepts, samadhi, and wisdom. This is like the pulling back of the robbers. Then the Tathagata indeed speaks of secular and supramundane things. For the benefit of beings, he lets the Bodhisattva talk as the occasion arises. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, on gaining Sarpermanda, lets all the innumerable beings gain the unsurpassed manna of Dharma. The eternity, bliss, self, and purity of the Tathagata thus come about, appear, are realized. The Tathagata is one who is eternal and unchanging. This is not in the manner in which common mortals and the ignorant of the world say that Brahma is eternal. This eternality is always with the Tathagata and not with whatever else. O Kasyapa! All good men and good women should always carefully practice the way of the two-lettered Buddha, who is eternal, i.e. in Chinese, Nyorai, consisting of two syllables or characters, means Tathagata, one come from thusness. O Kasyapa! Any good man or good woman who practices the way of the two-lettered, such a one accords with what I do and gets born where I go. If any person practices the two letters and sees it as extinction, know that the Tathagata enters parinirvana too in the eyes of such a one. O good man! Nirvana is the Dharmata, true essence of all Buddhas. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, what might the Dharmata of the Tathagata mean? O world-honored one! I now desire to know about Dharmata. Have pity and expound this to me extensively. Now, Dharmata means abandoning one's body. To abandon means not to possess. If not possessed, how can the body exist? If the body exists, how can we say that there is Dharmata in the body? If the body possesses Dharmata, how can the body exist? How can I know of this? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, O good man! Do not speak thus, that extinction is Dharmata. Now, Dharmata knows no extinction. O good man! This is as with the no thought heaven, the fourth dhyana heaven of the Rupatatu, realm of form, where there is no thought of matter, though matter is perfectly equipped provided. One might ask, how, then, can devas live there, please and amuse themselves, and have peace, and how do they think, see, and ask? O good man! The world of the Tathagata is not one which Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas can know. Do not so explicate and say that the body of the Tathagata is extinction. O good man! The Tathagata and extinction are matters for the world of Buddhas. It is not within Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas' reach of knowing. O good man! Do not entertain such thoughts as where the Tathagata lives, where he works, where he is to be seen, where he enjoys himself. O good man! Such, too, are things which do not come within the compass of your knowing. Everything regarding the Dharma body of all Buddhas and everything regarding the 35 various expedients are beyond the range of worldly knowing. Also, next, O good man! Practice the teaching of the Buddha, Dharma, and the life of the Sangha, and abide in the thought of the Eternal. These three things do not contradict one another. There is no form of the non-eternal there, no change. Any person practicing these three as things which differ fails in the three refuges which are pure. This we should know. This is to say that such a person lacks a place to abide in. No precept is fully learned, no fruit can come about of Sravakas or Pratyekabuddhas. Anyone who abides in the thought of the Eternal in this all wonderfulness has a place to take refuge in. O good man! It is like the shadow accompanying a tree. The same is the case with the Tathagata. As there is the Eternal, there is a refuge that can be taken. It is not non-eternal. If it is said that the Tathagata is non-eternal, he cannot be a refuge for all the heavens and people of the world. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! It is, for example, like the case of a tree in the darkness, where there is no shadow. O Kasyapa! Do not say that there is a tree and that it has no shadow. It is merely that the fleshly eye cannot see it. The same with the Tathagata. His nature is eternal, it does not change. One cannot see it without the eye of wisdom. This is as in the case where no tree shadow appears in the darkness. Common mortals, after the death of the Buddha, may well say, the Tathagata is non-eternal. This is the same. If one says that the Tathagata is other than Dharma and Sangha, there cannot be the three refuges. This is as in the case in which, as your parents are different from each other, there is the non-eternal. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said again to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Henceforth, I, for the first time, shall, with the eternalism of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, enlighten parents for ages, down to 7 generations. It is wonderful indeed. O world-honored one! I shall now learn the all-wonderfulness of the Tathagata, Dharma, and Sangha. Having satisfied myself, I shall expound this widely to all others. If they do not have faith in the teaching, I will know that they have long practiced the non-eternal. To such as these I shall be like frost and hail. Then the Buddha praised Bodhisattva Kashyapa and said, "Well said, well said. You now indeed protect and uphold wonderful Dharma. Such protection of Dharma is no cheating of people. By the good act of not cheating, deceiving others, one obtains a long life and becomes well able to read one's past lives." Chapter 5, On the Adamantine Body. Then the world-honored one said to Kashyapa, "O good man, the body of the Tathagata is one that is eternal, one that is indestructible, and one that is adamantine, one that is not sustained by various kinds of food. It is the Dharma body." Kashyapa said to the Buddha, "O world honored one, we do not see such a body as you speak of. What we see is one which is non-eternal, destructible, of dust, one sustained by various kinds of food." How? In that you, the Tathagata, are now about to enter nirvana. The Buddha said to Kashyapa, "Do not say that the body of the Tathagata is not strong, can easily be broken, and is the same as that of common mortals. O good man, know that the body of the Tathagata is as indestructible as that which stands for countless billions of kalpas. It is neither the body of man or heaven, not one that fears, not one sustained by various kinds of food. The body of the Tathagata is one that is not a body, and yet is a body. It is one not born and one that does not die. It is one that does not learn or practice. It is one innumerable and boundless and one that does not leave any tracks behind. It knows not and has no form to represent it. It is one ultimately pure. It does not shake. It does not receive, nor does it do act. It does not abide, does not make. It is tasteless and unmixed. It is and yet is not something created. It is neither action nor fruition, i.e. it is beyond karma. It is not one made, not one that dies. It is no mind, it is one not countable whose dimensions can be reckoned. It is the all-wonderful, the one eternal, and the one not presumable. It is not consciousness and is apart from mind. And yet it does not depart from mind. It is a mind that is all equal. It is not and is, yet it is what is. There is no going and no coming with it, and yet it goes and comes. It does not break up. It is one indestructible. It does not snap and does not 36 it does not come out, nor does it die out. It is no master and yet a master. It is not one that exists, nor does it not exist. It awakes not, nor does it see. It is no letter, and is not no letter. It is no dhyana meditation and is not no dhyana. It cannot be seen and can be well seen. It is no place and yet is a place. It is no abode and yet is an abode. It is not dark and not bright. There is no quietness and yet there is quietness in it. It is non-possession, non-receiving, and non-giving. It is pure and untainted. It is no quarreling and is never fighting. It is what is living and is not what is living. It is no taking and no falling. It is no thing and is not no thing. It is no field of wheel and is not no field of wheel. It is non-ending and does not end. It is separating and is a total ending. It is void and is apart from void. Though not eternal, it is not the case that it dies out moment after moment. There is no defilement and muddling contamination. There is no letter and it is apart from letters. It is no voice and no talking. It is no practicing and learning. It is no praising and no weighing. It is not one and is not different. It has no form or characteristics. All is grand adornment. It is not brave and is not afraid. It is no quietness and is not quiet. It is heatless and is not hot. It cannot be seen, there is no form to represent it. The Tathagata succors all beings. While not emancipating, he yet indeed emancipates beings. There being no emancipation, there is the awakening of beings. There being no enlightening, he truly delivers sermons. There being not two, he is immeasurable and is incomparably equal. Being as flat as space, there is no form to represent him. Being equal to the nature of beings, he is not the not is, nor is he the is. He always practices the one vehicle. He sees the three of beings and does not regress, does not change, and cuts off all the roots of illusion. He does not fight or touch. He is non-nature and yet abides in nature. He does not merge and does not disperse. He is not long and not short. He is not round and not square. He is no skandha, sphere, or realm, and yet he is the skandha, sphere, and realm. He is non-increasing and is not a lessening. He is no victor, and yet is one not vanquished. The body of the Tathagata is perfect in such innumerable virtues. There is none that he knows, none not known. There is none that is seen and none that is not seen. It is not that there is any creating and not that there is no creating. It is non-world and is not non-world. He does not do and is not non-doing. He is none to depend upon and is not none to depend upon. He is not the four great elements, nor is he not the four great elements. He is no cause and is not no cause. He is no being and is not no being. He is no Sramana, no Brahman. He is the lion, the great lion. He is nobody and not nobody. We cannot express other than the oneness of Dharma, no counting is possible. At the time of the Parinirvana, he does not enter Parinirvana. The Dharma body of the Tathagata is perfect in all such innumerable, wonderful virtues. O Kasyapa! Only the Tathagata knows all such phases, aspects, modalities of existence. All this is beyond what Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas can know. O Kasyapa! The body of the Tathagata is composed of all such virtues. It is not a body maintained or nourished by various foodstuffs. O Kasyapa! The virtue of the true body of the Tathagata is such. How could it suffer from illnesses, the pain of illness, and insecurity? How could it be as brittle as an unfired piece of earthenware? O Kasyapa! The reason why the Tathagata manifests illness and pain all comes from his desire to subdue beings. O good man! Know now that the Tathagata's body is one that is adamantine. From now on, think exclusively of this signification. Never think of a body sustained by food. Also, tell all beings that the body of the Tathagata is the Dharma body. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! The Tathagata is perfect in all such virtues. How could it be that such a body could suffer from illness and pain, impermanence, and destruction? Henceforth I shall regard the Tathagata's body as of the eternal Dharma body and the body of peace. Also, I shall speak of it to all others as such. Yes, indeed. The Tathagata's Dharma body is adamantine and indestructible. And yet, I do not know how it could come to be thus. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, by correctly upholding wonderful Dharma, one obtains this adamantine body. O Kasyapa! As I have in the past well guarded Dharma, I am now blessed with perfecting this adamantine body, which is eternal and indestructible. O good man! One who upholds wonderful Dharma does not receive the 5 precepts and practice deportment, but protects with the sword, bow, arrow, and halberd those Bhikshus who uphold the precepts and who are pure. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha. 3.7 O world-honored one! If a bhiksu is unprotected, living alone in the open, in a graveyard, or under a tree, I say that such a one is a true Bhiksu. Any Bhiksu whose eyes turn to protection is, we may know, a bogus priest. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, do not say bogus. There may be a Bhiksu who goes where he will, satisfies his personal needs, recites sutras, sits, and meditates. Should anyone come and ask about the way, he will bestow sermons. He will speak about giving, observing the precepts, virtuous acts, and say that one should desire little and be satisfied. But he is not able to raise the lion's roar of the doctrine, is not surrounded by lions, and is not able to subdue those who do evil. Such a Bhiksu cannot realize his own profit, nor is he able to assist others. Know that this person is indolent and lazy. Though he may well uphold the precepts and stick to pure actions, such a person, you should know, can do nothing. Or there may be a Bhiksu whose utensils may be full, and he upholds the prohibitive precepts, and always utters the lion's roar, and delivers wonderful sermons on such as the Sutras, Gaya, Vyakarana, Gatha, Udana, Itavartika, Jatakas, Vapilya, and Adbhuta. He thus expounds these 9 types of Buddhist sutras. He bestows benefit and peace upon others. Thus he says, prohibitions are given in the Nirvana Sutra to Bhiksus which say that they should not keep menials, cows, sheep, or anything contrary to the prohibitions. Should Bhiksus keep such defiled things, they must be taught not to. The Tathagata has stated in the sutras of various schools that any Bhiksu who keeps such things must be corrected, just as kings correct bad acts, and must be driven back into secular life. When a Bhiksu raises such a lion's roar, anyone who breaks the precepts, on hearing this, will get all angry and harm this priest. If this person dies as a result of this, he is to be called one who upholds the precepts and who benefits both his own self and others. For this reason, kings, ministers, prime ministers, and upasakas protect those who deliver sermons. Any person who protects wonderful dharma should learn things thus. O Kasyapa! Any person who thus breaks the precepts and who does not protect wonderful dharma is to be called a bogus priest. One who is strict in observance of the rules does not gain such a name. O good man! In the past, innumerable, boundless, asamkhya's of kalpas past, there appeared in this town of Kusinagara a Buddha who was the alms deserving, the all-enlightened one, the all-accomplished one, the well-gone, the all-knower, the unsurpassed one, the best trainer, the teacher of heaven and earth, the Buddha world-honored one, and whose name was Tathagata of joy and benefit. Augmentation. At that time, the world was wide and gloriously pure, rich, and peaceful. People were at the height of prosperity and no hunger was felt. They looked like the bodhisattvas of the land of peace and happiness. That Buddha world-honored one stayed in the world for an innumerable length of time. Having taught the people, he entered Parinirvana. Between the twin sal trees, the Buddha having entered nirvana, the teaching remained in the world for countless billions of years, and in the last part of the remaining 40 years the Buddhist teaching had still not died. At that time, there was a Bhiksu called Enlightened Virtuous, who upheld the precepts well and was surrounded by many of his relatives. He raised the lion's roar and preached all the 9 types of sutras. He taught, saying, do not keep menials, men or women, cows, sheep, or whatever might go against the precepts. At that time there were many Bhiksus who were acting contrary to the precepts. On hearing this, they entertained ill will and came upon this Bhiksu, brandishing swords and staffs. At that time, there was a king called Virtuous. He heard of this. To protect Dharma, he came to where the Bhiksu was delivering his sermons and fought against the evildoers so that the Bhiksu did not suffer. The king, however, received wounds all over his body. Then the Bhiksu, enlightened virtuous, praised the king, saying, well done, O king! You are a person who protects wonderful Dharma. In days to come, you will become the unsurpassed utensil of Dharma. The king listened to his sermon and rejoiced. Then he died and was born in the land of Buddha Akshobhya and became his foremost disciple. The subjects of this king, his relatives and soldiers were all glad and did not regress in their bodhicitta resolve to gain enlightenment. When the day came to depart the world, they were born in the land of Buddha Akshobhya. At the time when wonderful Dharma is about to die out, one should act and protect Dharma like this. O Kasyapa! The king at that time was I, the bhiksu who delivered the sermon was Buddha Kasyapa. O Kasyapa! 1. 38 Who guards wonderful Dharma is recompensed with such incalculable fruition. That is why I today adorn my body in various ways and have perfectly achieved the indestructible Dharma. Body. Bodhisattva Kasyapa further said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! The eternal body of the Tathagata is one carved in stone, as it were. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, O good man! For that reason, Bhiksus, Bhiksunis, Upasakas, Upasikas should all the more make effort and protect wonderful Dharma. The reward for protecting wonderful Dharma is extremely great and innumerable. O good man! Because of this, those Upasakas who protect Dharma should take the sword and staff and protect such a bhiksu who guards Dharma. Even though a person upholds the precepts, we cannot call that person one who upholds Mahayana. Even though a person has not received in formal ceremony the 5 precepts, if he protects wonderful Dharma, such a one can well be called one of Mahayana. A person who upholds the wonderful Dharma should take the sword and staff and guard bhiksus. Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored 1. If all bhiksus are to be accompanied by such upasakas with the sword and staff, can we say that they are worthy of the name, or are they unworthy of such? Or is this upholding the precepts? Or not? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, do not say that such persons are those who transgress the precepts. O good man! After I have entered nirvana, the world will be evil-ridden and the land devastated, each pillaging the other, and the people will be driven by hunger. At such a time, because of hunger, men may make up their minds, abandon home, and enter the Sangha. Such persons are bogus priests. Such, on seeing those persons who are strict in their observance of the precepts, right in their deportment, and pure in their deeds, upholding wonderful Dharma, will drive such away or kill them or cause harm to them. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said again to the Buddha, O world-honored one! How can all such persons upholding the precepts and guarding wonderful Dharma get into villages and castle towns and teach? O good man! That is why I allow those who uphold the precepts to be accompanied by the white-clad people, lay people, non-monks with the sword and staff. Although all kings, ministers, rich laymen, Grapati and Upasakas may possess the sword and staff for protecting Dharma, I call this upholding the precepts. You may possess the sword and staff, but do not take life. If things are thus, we call this first-hand upholding of the precepts. Kasyapa said, anyone who protects Dharma abides in right view and widely expounds the Mahayana Sutras. He does not carry the bejeweled parasols of royal persons, oil pots, unpolished rice, or fruit and seeds. He does not approach a king, minister, or the rich for profit. He does not flatter the Danapatis almsgivers, and is perfect in deportment, and crushes down those who transgress against the precepts and who do evil. Such a person is called a teacher who upholds and protects Dharma. He is a true good teacher of the way Kalyanamitra, a good friend. His mind is as expansive as the sea. O Kashyapa! Should there be a bhiksu who speaks about Dharma for profit, the people and his relatives will also follow his example and greedily seek profit. This person thus spoils does harm to people. O Kashyapa! Of priests there are three kinds: 1. The precept-breaking, mixed-up priest, 2. The ignorant priest, 3. The pure priest. The precept-breaking mixed-up priest can easily be broken spiritually injured, whereas the precept-observing priest cannot be broken just by profit. How is one a precept-breaking mixed-up priest? A bhiksu may be upholding the precepts, but for profit he sits, stands up, goes and comes with precept-breaking people and is on friendly terms with them and does things together with them. This is precept-breaking, hence, mixed up. Why do we call a priest ignorant? A bhiksu may be living in a quiet place, but all his sense organs are not proper controlled, his mind is dark and slow at working. He desires little and begs alms. On the day of admonition and freedom pravarana, he does not teach pure confession to all the people, seeing many people breaking the precepts, he does not teach them pure confession. Yet he sits with others, talks about the precepts and seeks to be free. Such a one is an ignorant priest. Who is the pure priest? There is a bhiksu, a priest whom 100,000 billion maras cannot 39 brak. Now, this bodhisattva is pure in his nature and can train the two types of priest referred to above and make them live among those who are pure. He is the unsurpassed great teacher, who protects Dharma well, who well upholds the precepts. He knows well what is light or grave in the keeping of the precepts and adjusts and benefits people. He does not know anything that is not characterized by upholding the precepts. What he knows is what concerns the precepts. What does he do to adjust beings? For example, in order to adjust people, the bodhisattva always enters a village any time and visits the places where widows and prostitutes live. He lives there for many years. This is what Sravakas cannot do. This is what is called adjusting and benefiting beings. How does he know what is grave? Now, if one sees that the Tathagata admonishes and prohibits something, one should not do it thereafter. Things such as the four grave offences: killing, stealing, committing sexual misconduct, telling lies are what the priest must not do. If, contrary to this, he purposely does such things, this indicates that such a person is no longer a bhiksu, no son of the Shakya Buddha. This is what is grave. What is light? A person commits light ill deeds and is thrice admonished. Then, he stops doing such again. This is light. We say non-vinaya, which is not proved. A person praises and says that one may receive and take impure things, and says that one accords with the word, and one does not stop doing this. We say right vinaya, which is rightly responded observed. This is correctly learning the Vinaya rules of monastic discipline, not drawing near to what is contrary to the Vinaya, and spiritually sharing pleasure. Thus one ensures that the Vinaya is observed. Thus one well understands what one ought to do as a Buddhist and one expounds it well. This is what the Vinaya refers to as well understanding the one letter, i.e. the Chinese written character for Vinaya. The same applies to upholding the sutras. O good man! The Buddha Dharma is incalculable and hard to fathom. The same is also the case with the Tathagata. He is beyond knowing. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! It is so, it is so. It is as you, the Holy One, say. Unbounded and incomprehensible is Buddha Dharma. Thus, too, is the Tathagata. all stands beyond comprehension, so too the Tathagata. Thus, I know now that the Tathagata is eternal and indestructible and that there is no change with him. I shall now study well and expound it widely to people. Then the Buddha praised Bodhisattva Kasyapa and said, well said, well said. The body of the Tathagata is adamantine and indestructible. You, Bodhisattva, now have the right view and right understanding. If you see clearly thus, you will see the adamantine and indestructible body of the Tathagata just as you see things reflected in a mirror. Chapter 6, on the virtue of the name. Then the Tathagata spoke again to Kasyapa, O good man! You should now uphold all the words, chapters, clauses, and all the virtues thereof of this sutra. Any good man or woman who hears the name of this sutra will never get born into the 4 realms of hell, hungry ghost, animal, and asura. Why not? I shall now expound to you all the virtues of this sutra and all that is practiced by innumerable boundless Buddhas. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! What is this sutra to be called? How should Bodhisattva Mahasattvas uphold this sutra? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, the name of this sutra is to be Mahaparinirvana. The foremost word betokens good, the middle also good, and the final good too. The signification of this sutra is extremely deep. And what is written in it is good. The pureness of its arrangement is perfect, its action is pure. And its adamantine treasure house is all satisfying. Listen well, listen well. I shall now speak. O good man! The word Maha betokens eternal. This is like all the great rivers draining into the great ocean. The same with this sutra. It crushes out all the bonds of illusion and all the qualities of Mara, and then body and life drain into Mahaparinirvana. Hence we say Mahaparinirvana. O good man! This is like a doctor who has a secret treatment embracing all medical treatments for disease. O good man! It is the same with the Tathagata. All the various wonderful doctrines 40 taught in all the secret depths of meaning find their way into this Mahaparinirvana. That is why we say Mahaparinirvana. O good man! It is like a farmer who sows seed in spring. He entertains a rare wish. When he has finished the harvesting, all his longing is at an end. O good man! The same is the case with all beings. If we study other sutras, we always long for beautiful tastes. When one once hears this Mahaparinirvana, however, one long ceases to covet the beautiful tastes mentioned in other sutras. This great nirvana well enables all beings to cross the sea of all existences. O good man! Of all footprints, that of the elephant is the best. The same with this sutra. Of all the samadhis of the sutras, that of this sutra is the best. O good man! Of all the tillings of the field, that done in autumn is best. The same with this sutra. It is the best of all sutras. It is like Sarpermanda, which is the best of all medicines. It thoroughly cures the feverish worries and madding minds of beings. This great nirvana is the foremost of all. O good man! It is like sweet butter which contains the 8 tastes. The same also applies to this sutra. It contains the 8 tastes. What are the 8? These are, 1. It is eternal, 2. It always is, 3. It is peaceful, 4. It is pure and cool, 5. It does not grow old, 6. It does not die, 7. It is taintless, and 8. It is pleasing and happy. These are the 8 tastes. It possesses these 8 tastes. This is why we say Mahaparinirvana. Now, all Bodhisattva Mahasattvas peacefully abide in this and manifest nirvana in all places. That is why we say Mahaparinirvana. O Kasyapa! All good men and women who desire to enter nirvana by this Mahaparinirvana must study well the fact that the Tathagata is eternal and that the Dharma and Sangha are eternal. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, "All is wonderful, O world-honored one. We cannot conceive of the Tathagata's depths of virtue. The same is the case with the virtues of Dharma and Sangha. This Mahaparinirvana is also inconceivable. One who studies this sutra will gain the right eye of Dharma and become a good doctor. Anybody who has not studied this sutra, we should know, is like a blind person, not possessing the eye of wisdom and overshadowed by ignorance." Chapter 7, On the Four Aspects. The Buddha again spoke to Kasyapa, "O good man! There are four aspects about which a Bodhisattva Mahasattva discriminates and expounds Mahaparinirvana. What are these four? They are, 1. Rightness in one's own self, 2. Correcting others, 3. Complying well with the teachings and discussing, and 4. Understanding well causal relations." O Kasyapa! What is rightness in one's own self? This is as when the Buddha Tathagata expounds Dharma, seeing well the causal relations. This is like a bhikkhu seeing a great fire. He says, "I would sooner throw myself into this ball of burning fire than ever say that all the 12 types of sutras and the undisclosed teachings are from Mara the devil." If one says that the Tathagata, Dharma, and Sangha are non-eternal, this is cheating one's own self and also others. I would sooner cut out my tongue with a sharp sword than ever say that the Tathagata, Dharma, and Sangha are non-eternal. I might indeed hear others saying this, but I will never believe it. I shall even pity a person who says such as this. The Tathagata, Dharma, and Sangha are inconceivable. One should uphold one's own self well like this. One looks to one's own self as if seeing a fireball. This is how one sees rightness in one's own self. O Kasyapa! How does one correct others? When I was once talking about Dharma, there was a woman nursing a child with milk. She came up to where the Buddha was. She touched my feet with her head and paid homage to me. As she was worried, she was absorbed in herself and took her seat on one side. Fathoming her mind, I especially said to her, "Out of love for your child, you have given the child too much cream. You did not weigh up the matters of digestion and indigestion." At that, the woman said to me, "How wonderful that the world-honored one thus reads my mind. Please, O world-honored one, teach me how to give." O world-honored one! I gave my child too much cream this morning. Possibly it cannot digest it well. Will this not take the child's life? O Tathagata! Please explain things to me. I said, "What you gave will be digested by and then will enhance life." The woman, on hearing this, was very glad. She spoke again, saying, "What the Tathagata speaks is always true. So I am glad." The world 41 Honored One, in order to teach all beings, makes distinctions and expounds digestion and indigestion, the non-self and non-eternal of all existences. If the world-honored one were to talk first about the eternal, a person hearing this might say that what he says is the same as what the Tirthakas heterodox believers say, and discount what he says and go away. I then said to the woman, "When the child grows up and becomes big, and when it can come and go by itself, whatever is eaten will be digested, even when indigestible previously. The cream that was taken before will not be enough to support that person. The same is the case with all my Sravaka disciples. It is as in the case of your child. They cannot digest this eternal Dharma. That is why I speak about suffering and impermanence. When all of my Sravakas are already perfect in virtue and can stand learning the Mahayana Sutras, I then, in this sutra, speak about the 6 tastes. What are the 6 tastes? Suffering is the taste of vinegar, the non-eternal that of salt, non-self. That of bitterness, bliss has the taste of sweetness, self is of pungent taste, and the eternal is light. In taste. In secular life, too, there are 3 tastes, which are, 1. Non-eternal, 2. Non-self, and 3. Non-bliss. Illusion is the fuel, and wisdom is the fire. By this means, we gain the meal of Nirvana. This is the eternal, bliss, and self. All of my disciples taste these as sweet. I also said to the woman, if you happen to go to other places, drive away bad boys from the house and give treasure to good boys. The woman said to me, indeed, as you instruct me, the rare treasures that I have will be shown to good sons, and not to bad ones. O sister! The case is the same with me. At the time of entering Parinirvana, the Tathagata's undisclosed and unsurpassed storehouse of Dharma will not be given to Sravaka disciples. Just as you do not reveal your treasures to bad sons, my storehouse of Dharma will by all means be entrusted to the Bodhisattvas. This is just like you're revealing your treasures to good sons. Why is that? Because the Sravaka disciples abide in the thought of change and say that the Tathagata truly dies. But actually I do not. This is like you're going to faraway places and not yet coming back home, at which your bad sons say that you have died, whereas you have not died. All bodhisattvas say that the Tathagata never changes. This is similar to your good sons, who do not say that you are dead. Hence, I entrust the unsurpassed, undisclosed treasure to all bodhisattvas. O good man! If any person says that the Buddha is eternal and does not change, know that the Buddha is present in that house. This is correcting others. O Kasyapa! What is complying well and discussing? For example, a person comes and puts a question to the Buddha, world-honored one, how can I be a great Dhanapati giver, not throwing my money away? The Buddha says, should there be any Sramana, Brahmin, or any person who seeks to possess but little and is fully contented and will not accept or store any impure things, give such a person a maid or servant. To one who practices pure actions, give him the lust of a female, and to one who does not drink alcohol or eat meat, give drink and meat. To one who does not take meals afternoon, give him a meal afternoon. To one who does not use flowers and incense, give flowers and incense. Such donations give rise to rumor, and the fame will fill the world. Not a penny is spent. This is complying well and discussing. Then Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! To one who eats flesh, we should not give flesh. Why not? I see a great virtue arising out of abstention from eating flesh. The Buddha praised Kasyapa and said, well said, well said. You now come to know my mind well. A bodhisattva who protects Dharma should be thus. O good man! From now on, I do not permit my Sravaka disciples to eat meat. When receiving from a Dhanapati a pristine Dana gift of faith, think that one is eating the flesh of one's own son. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said further to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Why is it that the Tathagata does not allow us to eat meat? O good man! One who eats meat kills the seed of great compassion. Kasyapa said again, why did you first allow the bhikshus to eat 3 kinds of pure meat? O Kasyapa! These 3 kinds of pure meat were so instituted following the need of the occasion. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said again to the Buddha, O world-honored one! In what circumstances do you not allow the 10 impurities or the 9 kinds of what is pure? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, this also is permitted by gradual steps following the need of the occasion. This is 4.2 applies in the actual segregation from eating meat. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said further to the Buddha, why is it that the flesh of fish is praised and called beautiful? O good man! I do not say that the flesh of fish is a beautiful food. I say that sugar cane, non-glutinous rice, rock candy, black rock candy, all kinds of wheat, honey, milk, cream, and oil are beautiful foods. Various kinds of clothing material can be stocked, but what can be stocked is those whose color has faded. How could one greedily stick to crave after the flesh of fish? Kasyapa said again to the Buddha, if the Tathagata means to prohibit the eating of meat, such things as the 5 kinds of flavors as milk, cream, fresh butter, clarified butter, and sarpermanda, all kinds of clothing, silk, cloth, horseshoe shell, hide and leather, bowls of gold and silver should not be received. Oh! Good man! Do not muddle things up with what the Nirgranthas Jains say. Each of the prohibitions which the Tathagata lays down has a different meaning. By this, 3 pure meats are permitted standing on different grounds and the 10 kinds of meat are prohibited by different standpoints. By different standpoints, all are prohibited, until the time of one's death. O Kasyapa! I, from now on, tell my disciples to refrain from eating any kind of meat. O Kasyapa! When one eats meat, this gives out the smell of meat while one is walking, standing, sitting or reclining. People smell this and become fearful. This is as when one comes near a lion. One sees and smells the lion, and fear arises. O good man! When one eats garlic, the dirty smell is unbearable. Other people notice it. They smell the bad smell. They leave that person and go away. Even from far off, people hate to see such a person. They will not come near him. It is the same with one who eats meat. It is a similar situation with all people who, on smelling the meat, become afraid and entertain the thought of death. All living things in the water, on land, and in the sky desert such a person and run away. They say that this person is their enemy. Hence the Bodhisattva does not eat meat. In order to save beings, he shows pretense that he eats meat. Though he seems to eat meat, in actual fact he does not. O good man! Such a Bodhisattva does not even take pure food. How could he eat meat? 100 years after my death, all the holy sages of the 4 fruitions, the 4 stages leading to arhatship, will enter nirvana. The age of wonderful dharma will be over, and there will appear the age of counterfeit dharma, when the bhiksu will keep the precepts only as a matter of form, will recite only a little of the sutras, will greedily take food and drink and excessively nourish his body. What he wears on his body will be ugly and coarse. He will look wearied and show no dignity. He will feed farm cows and sheep and carry fuel and grass. His beard, nails, and hair will be long. He will don the kazeya, priestly robe, but look like a hunter. He will narrow his eyes, walk slowly and look like a cat who is after a rat. He will always mutter, I have attained arhatship. He will suffer from all kinds of diseases, lie and sleep on dung. Outwardly he will look wise, but inside he will be greedy and jealous. He practices mute like a Brahmin. Truth to tell, he is no Shramana monk, but only tries to appear as such. He is burning with perverted views, ever slandering wonderful dharma. One such as this transgresses against the precepts, right action, and deportment instituted by the Tathagata. He talks about the fruit of emancipation, but his actions depart from what is pure, and he violates dharma, which is profound and hidden. Each such person, following his own interpretation, will speak contrary to what the Sutras and Vinaya rules state, saying, the Tathagata allows all of us meat. They will talk thus and say that the Buddha has so spoken. They will dispute and say that they are Shramanas and successors to the Buddha's teaching. Oh, good man! At that time, again, there will be Shramanas who store cereals, receive fish and meat, prepare meals themselves, and keep oil pots. They will be around bejeweled parasols, leather, footgear, kings, ministers, and rich people. They will indulge in astrological practices and medical treatments. They will keep servants, gold, silver, beryl, musaragalva, agate, crystal, coral, amber, jade, horseshoe shell, and many kinds of melon seeds. They will learn all arts, painting, plastering, bookmaking, and all kinds of science, all kinds of seed sowing and planting of roots, placing of curses, charming, preparation of medicines, theatrical art, music, adorning of their body with fragrances and flowers, gambling, go-game, and various kinds of handiwork. If any Bhiksu rejects such evils, one can say that he is truly my disciple. Then Kashyapa said further to the Buddha, O world-honored one! The Bhiksus, Bhiksunis, Upasakas, 4-3 and Upasikas may have to live depending on people. At the time of the alms round, one may be given food containing meat. How can one take it and yet be pure? The Buddha said, use water. Wash away the meat, and then eat it the rest of the food. The utensil may be defiled by meat. But if no taste of meat remains, this may be used. There will be no harm done. If one sees that there is a lot of meat, one should not accept such a meal. One must never eat the meat itself. One who eats it infringes the rule. I now set this rule of segregating oneself from eating meat. If we go into detail, there will be no end of explanations. It is now time that I enter nirvana. So I must dispense with explanations. This is answering well what is inquired about. O Kashyapa! What does well understanding causal relations mean? The four classes of the Sangha may come to me and say, this is the first time, O Tathagata, that you have told us such a thing. Why is this? You did not tell King Prasenajit about the deeper part of the teaching, and said, at times, that it was deep, and, at other times, shallow. At times, you said that one infringes, and, at other times, that one did not. Why do we say parajayaka parajika, means grave, extremely serious, precepts and pratimoksha the rules of monastic life, which set one free? The Buddha said, pratimoksha means feeling content. There is then perfection of deportment. There is no receiving and storing. This is also called pure life. Parajayaka means the four unfortunate realms. It also means falling into hell, down to Avachi. Hell, the most terrible of the 8 hot hells. As to slowness or swiftness, it is swifter than rushing rain. One who hears of this, fears, strictly upholds the precepts, and never acts contrary to correct moral deportment. Trained in contentment, he will never receive what is not pure. Also, the parajayaka augments the realms of hell, animals, and hungry pretas. For these reasons, we say parajayaka. Pratimoksha does away with the evil and perverted actions of body, mouth, and mind. Precepts refers to moral deportment, the deep meaning of the sutras, and the signification of good, and segregating oneself from accepting impure things and from all causal relations with impure things. Also, the precepts segregate one from such as the 4 grave offences, the 13 samgavasas, 2 aniyatans, 30 naisharjika prayasiddhikas, 91 payatikas, 4 desanayas, 6 sakaraniya, 7 ways of adhikarana samatha, etc. Or there may be a person who transgresses against all the precepts. What are all of them? This refers to the 4 grave offences. right down to the 7 ways of Adhikarana Samatha. Or there may be a person who slanders the deep signification of the Buddhist sutras of wonderful Dharma, or who is all accomplished as an Ekantaka, who has no possibility of ever encountering the Buddhist teaching by any means. Such people say of themselves that they are clear-headed and wise. They are equal to all sins. They conceal all the evils done that may be light or grave in nature, just as a tortoise hides its 6 limbs under its shell. They never once repent any such sins. Because of this non-repentance, their sins increase day and night. All such bhikkhus do not confess all their sins. As they hide these within, they gradually grow. The Tathagata, aware of all this, prohibits by gradual steps and not at a time. Then, good men and women said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! The Tathagata knew all such things. Why did you not previously suppress them? Or, O world-honored one, does this not mean all beings falling into avicii hell? For example, many people, desiring to go to other places, miss the right way and take the wrong. These people, not knowing what is wrong, say that they are taking the right way. This is as in the case of one who does not ask about right or wrong. In the same way, people take the wrong path regarding the Buddhist teaching. They Tathagata ought first to show the right path and let all bhikkhus know how this violates the injunctions and what is right. You should thus show the prohibitions. Why? Because we say that the Tathagata, the right enlightened one, is one who is truthful. He sees the right path. And the Tathagata is the God of gods, and he indeed talks about the superb virtues of the 10 good deeds and the meanings thereof. Thus we respectfully beseech you first to institute the precepts. The Buddha said, O good man! If you say that the Tathagata, for the sake of beings, talks about the superb virtues of the 10 good deeds, this indicates that he sees beings like his. For son, Rahula. How can you reproach him and ask if he lets beings not fall into hell? Should I see but one person falling into avicii hell, I would, for the sake of that person, stay in the world for a kalpa or less than a kalpa. I have great compassion for all beings. How could I cheat one whom I regard as my son and let him fall into hell? O good man! It is like a person in the land of a king who dons the kazaya. There is a hole in it, and he sees and later repairs it. The same with the Tathagata. Seeing a person falling into hell, he causes repairs to be made and bestows the precepts for good deeds. O good man! This is like a Chakravartin who, for the sake of beings, first speaks about the 10 good deeds. Later, the time comes when he occasionally sees people doing evil. Then the king passes a law and roots it out. Having rooted out all evil, the king affects the administration of a Chakravartin. O good man! The same with me. I have things to say, but I do not set laws first. Always, first, the bhiksu does wrong, then, accordingly, admonition is given. And the people who love the way are pleased to practice accordingly. Such people can well see the dharma body of the Tathagata. This is like the Chakraratna wheel. Treasure, the all-wonderful quality of a Chakravartin, which is hard to conceive. The same in the case with the Tathagata. He is beyond knowing. The 2 treasures of Dharma and Sangha are also beyond conceiving. The one who talks and those who listen are also beyond knowing. This is how to understand causal relations well. Thus the Bodhisattva discriminates and explains the meaning of the 4 aspects. This is the causal relations referring to the great nirvana of Mahayana. And next, correcting oneself is to gain this Mahaparinirvana. Correcting others is what I say to bhiksus, telling them that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. Answering questions, O Kasyapa, by your question, I now explain this all-wonderful doctrine for the sake of Bodhisattvas, Bhiksus, Bhiksunis, Upasakas, and Upasikas. By causal relations I open the eyes of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, as they do not comprehend the deep meaning of such as the above, and as they do not have occasion to hear about the fact that the three dots of the eye accomplish emancipation, nirvana, and Mahaparinirvana, and also the hidden store. I now make the sense clear and discriminate and, for the sake of all Sravakas, open the eye of wisdom. People may say, how could all such four things be merged into one? Isn't that nonsense? Then one may say back, could there be any difference in the following four of space, non-possession, immovability, and unhinderedness? Can we say that it is nonsense? No, oh world-honored one! All the four expressions amount to one and the same. They mean but the void. The same is the case with what is made by correctness in oneself, correcting others, answering questions put to one, and well understanding causal relations. That is to say that what there is here is the oneness of great nirvana and that nothing is different, i.e. there is no dualism or differentiation. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, or there may be good men and women who may say, the Tathagata is non-eternal. How can we know that he is non-eternal? The Buddha says that when the fire of illusion is extinguished, there is nirvana. This is as when there is nothing left over to be seen when the fire is extinguished. The same is the case when all illusions are annihilated. This, he says, is nirvana. How can the Tathagata claim that he is the Dharma eternal and unchanging? The Buddha says that when we part from existence, there is nirvana. In this nirvana, there cannot be anything that exists. How, then, can the Tathagata be eternal and unchanging? When a piece of clothing is torn, we do not call it anything. The same with nirvana. When all illusions are done away with, there can be no thing. How can the Tathagata be eternal and unchanging? The Buddha says that separation from desire and arrival at quietude is nirvana. If a person's head is cut off, there is no head anymore. The same with separation from desire and arrival at quietude. What there is voidness. There is nothing there. Hence, nirvana. How can the Tathagata be eternal and unchanging? The Buddha says, this is as in the case of heated iron. When beaten by a hammer, sparks shoot out. These flash and die out, nothing remains. 4-5 The same applies to attaining emancipation. Once the muddle of carnal desire has been crossed, one gains the immovable state. One no longer has a place to move to. How can the Tathagata be one eternal and unchanging? O Kasyapa! One who reproaches me thus commits slander, which is wrong. O Kasyapa! You must not entertain such a notion and say that the nature of the Tathagata perishes. O Kasyapa! We do not place the annihilation of illusion in the category of matter-rupa. Why not? Because of the fact of the ultimacy of eternity. Hence, we say eternal. Nirvanic quietude has nothing to supersede it. All phenomenal existences are done away with nothing remaining. This indicates what is fresh, clear, eternal, and unretrogressive. That is why we say that nirvana is eternal. It is the same with the Tathagata. He is eternal, with no change. Stars sweep. This refers to illusion. Once swept, all is gone and no trace remains of any existence. This indicates that all Tathagatas are those who have done away with illusion and are no longer in the five realms. This means that the Tathagata is one eternal and that there is no change with him. Also next, O Kasyapa! It is the Dharma which is the teacher of all Buddhas. Hence, the Tathagata respectfully makes offerings. As the Dharma is eternal, so too are all Buddhas eternal. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said again to the Buddha, if the flame of illusion dies out, the Tathagata must also die out. This indicates that there can be no ground where the Tathagata is eternal. This is similar to the situation in which hot iron slag can no longer be seen when the red color disappears. The same with the Tathagata and illusion. Gone, there is no other place to go to. And it is like the case of iron. The heat and the red color gone, there remains nothing to be seen. Same with the Tathagata. Once extinguished, what remains is non-eternal. The fire of illusion done away with, he enters nirvana. This tells us that the Tathagata is non-eternal. O good man! The iron you speak of refers to common mortals. Illusion done away with, the common mortal comes about again. That is why we say non-eternal. This is not the case with the Tathagata. Gone, there is no coming about. Hence, eternal. Kasyapa further said to the Buddha, if we place the color-robbed iron back into the fire, the red color will return. It is thus with the Tathagata, illusion will again form. If illusion again forms, this is nothing but the non-eternal. The Buddha said, O Kasyapa, do not say that the Tathagata is non-eternal. Why not? Because the Tathagata is one eternal. O good man! When wood is burnt, extinction comes about, and there remain behind the ashes. When illusion is done away with, there remains nirvana. All such parables as of the torn garment, beheading, and broken earthenware enunciate the same truth. All such things have such names as torn garment, beheading, and broken earthenware. O Kasyapa! The iron that has become cold can be made hot again. But this is not the case with the Tathagata. Illusion once done away with, what there is utmost purity and coolness. The blazing flame never comes back again. O Kasyapa! Know that the situation of innumerable beings is like that of the iron. With the blazing fire of wisdom free from the Ashravas defilements, I now burn off the bonds of illusion of all beings. Kasyapa said further, it is good that I now clearly see what the Tathagata means when he says that all Buddhas are eternal. The Buddha said, O Kasyapa! Imagine, for example, a Chakravartin world ruler in the back of his palace. At one time he is in the back garden. Though this king is not among the attendant females, we cannot say that his life is at an end. O good man! The same is true of the Tathagata. Though not in Jambudvipa this world, but in nirvana, we cannot say that he is non-eternal. He is now out of the world of innumerable illusions and is now in the all-wonderful world of peace and happiness. He sits amidst the flowers of enlightenment, he sees and amuses himself. Kasyapa again asked the Buddha says that you have already crossed over the great ocean of illusion. If you are beyond the sea of illusion, why did you take and marry Yasodhara and beget Rahula? From this, we can know that the Tathagata has not yet severed himself from the bonds of illusion and crossed the sea. Please, O Tathagata, enlighten me upon this point. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, do not say that if the Tathagata had long crossed the great sea of 46 illusion, there could be no reason for him to take Yasodhara as his wife and bring forth Rahula. And that, in consequence, the Tathagata could not have yet severed himself from the bonds of illusion and crossed the great sea of illusion. O good man! This great nirvana calls forth a thing of great significance. Listen to me with your best attention. I shall speak for all the world. Do not become surprised and entertain doubt. If the Bodhisattva Mahasattva reaches great nirvana, such a high and wide thing as Mount Sumeru could indeed be placed inside a mustard seed. If beings are standing on Mount Sumeru at that time, they will feel neither narrowed down nor oppressed. There will be no sense of having come or gone anywhere. All will be just as before. With nothing different. Only one who has himself crossed the ocean of illusion will be able to see that this Bodhisattva has put the 3,000 great thousand worlds into a mustard seed and is back in his own abode again. O good man! Also, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva may enter into great Nirvana and place the 3,000 great thousand worlds into a pore of his skin, and yet the original place may ever be like this, may remain unchanged. O good man! Also, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva may enter into Nirvana, cut off the 3,000 great thousand Buddha lands of all directions, place them on the point of a needle and strike the other Buddha lands as though passing them through a jujube leaf, and the living beings therein would not entertain any thought of going or coming. Only one who is emancipated could see this, and also the original place. Such is the case. O good man! Also, there could be a Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abides in great Nirvana and who cuts off the 3,000 great thousand Buddha lands and puts them on his right hand palm, and as in the case of the potter's wheel throws them onto other mote worlds. And not a single being would entertain any idea of having gone or come. Only one who is emancipated would be able to see this. And so it is too with the original place. O good man! Also, a Bodhisattva Mahasattva who has attained great Nirvana can snip off innumerable Buddha lands of all the 10 directions and put them all into his own body. And the people living therein do not feel narrow or oppressed or have any feeling of having been moved or of where they are standing. Only one who has been saved can see this. The same with the original abode. O good man! There might also be a Bodhisattva Mahasattva who has entered Nirvana and who has placed the lands of the 10 directions into a dust mote. The beings inside also do not feel constricted or oppressed or have any sense of going or coming. Only one emancipated sees this. Well, it is the same with what happens in the original abode. O good man! When this Bodhisattva abides in great Nirvana, he well manifests various innumerable transformations. Hence, Mahaparinirvana. All such divine miracles which this Bodhisattva Mahasattva displays can never be weighed or known by any ordinary being. How could you know why the Tathagata committed himself to a life of love and desire and begot Rahula? O good man! It is now a long time since I first experienced this great Nirvana and manifested many divine miracles. It is as alluded to in the Sarangama Sutra, in which I have already variously manifested such in 10 million suns and moons and in 10 million Jambudvipas of the 3,000 great thousand worlds. And I attain Nirvana in the 3,000 great thousand worlds and in Jambudvipa. I do indeed attain it. And I find my way into the mother's womb and make the parents think of me as their child. But I am never one who was born through the conjoining of love and desire. I have been far removed from sensual love for innumerable kalpas. This body of mine is the Dharma body. Following the way of the world, I manifest myself in a motherly womb. O good man! In this Jambudvipa, in the Lumbini gardens, I manifested birth from the womb of Mother Maya. After birth, I took 7 steps to the east and proclaimed, I am the most honored and best of all men, Devas and Asuras. My parents and men and Devas, on witnessing this, were joyous beyond words and wonder-struck. All these people said that I was a child. But, for innumerable kalpas past, I had been segregated from any such thing. Such a body as this is the Dharma body, not one born of flesh and blood, sinews, bones and marrow. Following the way of the world, I appeared as a child. I took 7 steps to the south and proclaimed that I would become the best field of wheel for the sake of innumerable beings. Taking 7 steps to the west, I indicated that life was now ended, that I would part from age and death, and that this was the last of my bodies. Taking 7 steps to the north, I manifested that I would cross all the seas of birth and death of all 47 existences. Taking 7 steps to the east, I revealed that I would become the guide to all beings. Taking 7 steps to the 4 corners, I revealed that I would cut off the roots of various illusions and the natures of the 4 maras, becoming the Tathagata, the alms deserving, the all enlightened one. Taking 7 steps heavenwards, I proclaimed that I would never be tainted by impurities. Taking 7 steps netherwards, I proclaimed that the rain of Dharma would extinguish the fire of hell, so that beings born there would be blessed with peace and bliss. To a person who violated the prohibitions, I manifested myself as frost and hail. After 7 days of life in Jambudvipa, I manifested shaving my head. All said I was the first child to have his head shaved. All men and devas, the king of Marapapiyas, Shramanas, and Brahmins can never see the usnasa protuberance on top of the Buddha's head of my head. How could they possibly take a blade and shave it? There can never be any person who could take a blade and reach my head. I shaved my head innumerable kalpas past. But to follow the ways of the secular world, I showed that I shaved it as a young prince. After my birth, my parents took me to the temple of the gods and showed me to Mahesvara, who, on seeing me, folded his hands and stepped to one side. I had already, since innumerable kalpas past, done away with any such ceremony as entering the Deva's temple. But just to follow the ways of secular life, I manifested this. In the life of Jambudvipa, I let people make a hole in my earlobe. Nobody in the world can make a hole in my earlobe. To follow the way of secular life, I manifested this. Also, they made hanging lion earrings out of all the gems and adorned my earlobes. But since innumerable kalpas past, I had already dispensed with adornments. Just to follow what obtains in secular life, I manifested this. I went to school and showed that I learnt reading and writing. But I had already been accomplished in all such for innumerable kalpas past. As I passed my eyes through all the beings of the 3 worlds, I saw none who could be my teacher. But to comply with the ways of secular life, I displayed myself going to school. That is why I am called Tathagata, the alms deserving, an all-enlightened one. The same with driving an elephant, riding round on a horse, wrestling, and the learning of various arts, too. In Jambudvipa, I manifested myself as a young prince. All beings saw me as a royal prince enjoying and pleasing himself amidst the life of the 5 desires. But innumerable kalpas past, I had already discarded such as the 5 desires. Just to comply with what obtains in secular life, I manifested this. The augur saw me and said that if I did not abandon home and seek the way, I would become a Chakravartin and king of Jambudvipa. All beings believed this. But I had already discarded the throne of a Chakravartin and was the Dharma king. In Jambudvipa I renounced female attendants and the 5 desires, saw age, illness, death, and the Shramana, and abandoned home and sought the way. All beings said that Prince Siddhartha then for the first time abandoned home and became a Shramana. But already, innumerable kalpas before, I had abandoned home, become a Shramana, practiced the way, merely to comply with what obtained in secular life. And I manifested this. I had already abandoned home in Jambudvipa and received Upasampada full ordination. I made effort, practiced the way and attained such fruitions of the way as the Shrotapanna Streamenterer, a monk who will only be born between 2 and 7 more times before gaining liberation. Sacred Agaman once returner, Anagaman never returner to this world, an Arhat saint. I manifested this. Everybody said it was easy and not difficult to attain Arhatship. But I had already innumerable kalpas in the past attained arhatship. In order to pass beings to the shore of enlightenment, I sat under the Bodhi tree on the Bodhimanda seat of enlightenment of grass, and defeated all the Mara's demons. But I had already, innumerably long kalpas back in the past, defeated the Maras. In order to subdue strong beings, I manifested this scene. I also display answering the calls of nature of the two kinds and breathing in and out. All beings say that I answer the calls of nature and breathe in and out. But with this body of mine, I have no fruition of karma and no worries. I merely accord with the way of worldly life. That is why I manifest such. I also show that I receive offerings made to me by the faithful. But I have no hunger or thirst in this body of mine, and I just comply with the worldly way of life. I display myself. Thus, I also follow the worldly way of life of all others and sleep. But I accomplished the depths of wisdom innumerable kalpas past and did away with such actions as going and coming, all. For 8 such pains as of the head, eye, stomach, and back, and the whole of my body, and hard to cure carbuncles, all of which are the results of past karma, and washing my hands and feet in a basin. Washing my face, gargling, using the toothbrush and all such things as apply in the world. People say that I do all these things. But I do not. My hands and feet are as pure as lotuses and my mouth is clean, and smells like an Utpala lotus. Everyone says that I am a man. But I am now no man. I also manifest receiving Pamsakula discarded clothes, washing, sewing and mending. But I have long since not used such clothing. Everybody says that Rahula is my son, that Suddhodana was my father and Maya my mother, that I carried on a secular career in my life. That I enjoyed peace and happiness as a young prince, and that I abandoned all such things and sought the way. People further say, the prince of this king, of the great clan of Gautama, renounced worldly pleasures and sought the supramundane. But I had long since been away from worldly love and desire. I merely displayed all such things. Everybody says that I am a man. But truth to tell, I am not. O good man! I manifest myself in Jambudvipa and often enter Nirvana. But in truth I do not enter Nirvana at all. Yet all people say that the Tathagata is now dying. But the nature of the Tathagata, truth to tell, eternally does not die out. So you should know that I am one eternal and unchanging. O good man! Great Nirvana is none but the Dharma world of the all Buddha Tathagatas. I also manifest myself in this Jambudvipa. People say that I first as Siddhartha attained Buddhahood. But since innumerable kalpas passed, I had done what needed to be done and I only accorded with the way of the world. That is why I, in this Jambudvipa, displayed renunciation and attainment of Buddhahood. I also seemingly did not accord with the prohibitions and committed the 4 grave offences. People saw me and said, I transgressed. But for innumerable kalpas past I have been according with the prohibitions, and nothing was amiss. Also, in Jambudvipa I was an Ekantaka. People all saw me as an Ekantaka. But truth to tell, I was no Ekantaka. If I had been an Ekantaka, how could I have attained unsurpassed enlightenment? I also showed myself in Jambudvipa as disturbing the peace of the Buddhist Sangha. People said that I was a Buddhist priest who was breaking the peace of the Sangha. I also manifested myself in Jambudvipa as protecting wonderful Dharma. People see this and say that this is protection of Dharma. They are all surprised. All Buddhas do this and there is nothing here to be surprised about. I also in this Jambudvipa manifested myself as Marapapiyas. People said that this was Marapapiyas. People said that this was Papiyas very wicked. But I had been away from evil for innumerable kalpas past, I am pure, I am not defiled, and am like the lotus. I also manifest myself in Jambudvipa as a female Buddha. People see this, and say that it is strange that a female should attain unsurpassed enlightenment. The Tathagata, after all, has never once been a female. In order to subdue people, I manifested as a female. As I pity beings, I also manifest in various colored images. I also manifest myself amidst the four unfortunate realms of Jambudvipa. How could I be born in the unfortunate realms through evil actions? In order to pass beings to the other shore, I get born as such. I also get born as Brahma in Jambudvipa and make those who serve Brahma abide in wonderful Dharma. But, truth to tell, I am not Brahma. But all people say that I am truly Brahma. I also manifest myself as Devas and fill all the temples of the Devas. But the same is the case here too. I also manifest myself as visiting brothels in this Jambudvipa. But my mind knows no lust, I am as pure and untainted as the lotus. To teach those steeped in desire and lust, I stand on the crossroads and speak about the wonderful doctrine. But in truth I have no lust or defiled mind. People say that I guard females. I also in Jambudvipa manifest myself in the house of menials and maids. All this is to lead them onto the path of wonderful Dharma. But truth to tell, I never once debased myself and performed evil deeds and became intimate with menials and maids. And in Jambudvipa I manifest myself as a teacher and lead children into wonderful Dharma. In Jambudvipa I also enter various drinking houses and gambling dens. This is to participate in the games and quarrels, and all to succor beings. And yet I have no experience of such evil relations. And yet all people say that I do such things. I also lived long amidst the tombstones as a great eagle, so as to succor flying birds. And yet people said I was a true eagle. But I have long since been separate from such a life. All this was to succor such birds and eagles. I also manifested myself in 49 Jambudvipa as a great rich man. This was to make innumerable people be blessed with peace and abide in wonderful Dharma. Furthermore, I become a king, minister, prince, or prime minister. Amongst such people, I rank first in all cases. In order to practice wonderful Dharma, I become a king. Also, there was a time in Jambudvipa when numerous epidemics arose and many people suffered. First, I gave medicine and later spoke about wonderful Dharma, and made them attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Everybody said that there was then, at that time, a time of illness. Also, there was a time in Jambudvipa when a famine broke out. I gave people the food they needed. I spoke about all wonderful Dharma and led them into unsurpassed enlightenment. Also, to an is-minded person, I speak about the non-eternal. To one pleasure-minded, I speak about suffering. To one who clings to self, selflessness is expounded. To one who clings to purity, impurity is expounded. To one who clings to the three worlds, Dharma is expounded, to make him renounce the world. To pass beings to the other shore, the wonderful medicine of Dharma is prescribed. In order to fell the trees of illusion, those of the unsurpassed medicine of Dharma are planted. To save all Tirthakas, wonderful Dharma is expounded. Although I act as a teacher to beings, no thought of a teacher to all beings resides in me. Since I intend to succor all those of lower social status, I gain life amongst them and talk about Dharma. And no evil acts will react within me. The Tathagata right enlightened one is ever in Parinirvana. Hence, I say, eternal and unchanging. As in Jambudvipa, so do things also obtain in Purvavidha, Aparagodana and Uttarakuru. As in the four lands, so also in the 3,000 great thousand worlds. As to the 25 existences, things are as stated expansively in the Sarangama Sutra. Hence, Parinirvana. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abides in Parinirvana can well display such miracles and transformations and has no fear. O Kashyapa! Say not, therefore, that Rahula is the son of the Buddha. Why not? Because innumerable kalpas ago I had already done away with all existences of desire. That is why we say that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. Kashyapa said further, O Tathagata! Why do we say eternal? You, the Buddha, say that when the light of a lamp has gone out, there is no direction or place to be named as to where it has gone. The same is the case with the Tathagata. Once dead, there can be no direction or place that can be named. The Buddha said, O Kashyapa! You should not say, when the light of a lamp has gone out, there is not direction or place to be named. The same is the case with the Tathagata. When there is extinction, there can be no direction or place to be named. O good man! When a lamp is lit by a man or woman, any lamp, big or small, has to be filled with oil. When there is oil there, the lamp keeps alight. When the oil is spent, the light also disappears, along with it. That light going out can be compared to the extinction of illusion. Although the light has gone out, the utensil vessel, lamp holder remains behind. The same is the case with the Tathagata. Although illusion has gone, the Dharma body remains forever. O good man! What does this mean? Does it mean that both the light and the lamp disappear? Is it so? Kashyapa answered. No, O world-honored one. Both do not disappear at the same time. And yet, it is still non-eternal. If the Dharma body is compared to the lamp is actually non-eternal, so the Dharma body must also be non-eternal. O good man! You should not try to refute in this manner. We speak in the world of a utensil. The Tathagata world-honored one is the unsurpassed utensil of Dharma. A utensil of the world can be non-eternal, but not that of the Tathagata. Of all things, Nirvana is eternal. The Tathagata has this. Thus he is eternal. Also, O good man! You say that the light of the lamp goes out. This is like the nirvana attained by an arhat. Because all the illusions of greed and craving are done away with, we can compare this to the lamp light going out. The anagamin yet has greed. As there is still greed left, we cannot say that this is the same as the lamp lights going out. That is why I said in the past in an undisclosed, cryptic, unexplained, unexplicated way that it was like a dying lamp. It is not that nirvana is to be equated with the dying off of the lamp light. The anagamin does not come about get reborn time and again. He does not come back to the 25 existences again, he does not gain any more. The smelly body, the body of vermin, the body that is fed, the poisonous body. Such is an anagamin one not coming into bodily existence again. If a body arises again, this is an agamin one coming into bodily existence. When the body does not arise again, this is an 50 anagamin. What is possessed of coming and going is agamin. What has no coming or going, no birth and death is anagamin. Then Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You, the Buddha, say that the all-Buddha world-honored one has an undisclosed storehouse. But this is not so. Why not? The all-Buddha world-honored one has privately spoken words, but not an undisclosed storehouse, a teaching not made known. For example, this is analogous to the case of a magician, his mechanical appliances, and his wooden image. One may see the motions of bending, stretching, and looking up and down, but one does not know that inside there is a man. who makes things proceed thus. But with the Buddha's teaching, it is not like this. His teaching enables all beings to know and see. How can one say that the all-Buddha world-honored one has anything undisclosed? The Buddha praised Kasyapa and said, well said, O good man. It is just as you say. The Tathagata, truth to tell, does not keep anything hidden. How so? It is as in the case of the full moon in autumn, when it is all open, bare, clear, pure, and cloudless, so that all people can see it. What the Tathagata says is also the same. It is open, bare, clear, pure, and cloudless. Dull people do not understand and speak of a secret in connection with it. They, wise, understanding the matter, do not say that there is anything secretly stored away. O good man! There is a man here who stores gold and silver amounting to yees and yees, a Chinese unit of number. Being a miser, he does not give to the poor and help them. Anything stored in this fashion could be called secretly stored, secretly withheld. It is not thus with the Tathagata. Over the course of innumerable long kalpas, he stores wonderful laws, doctrines, truths, and rare treasures. He does not begrudge anything, he always gives to all beings. How then can we say that he secretly stores truths away? O good man! There is a man here who is lacking a part of his body, such as an eye, hand, or leg. He feels shy and does not allow others to see. As all people do not see it, they say secretly concealed. It is not so with the Tathagata. He is perfect in wonderful Dharma and lacking in nothing, allowing all others to see. How could one say that the Tathagata secretly stores, conceals, withholds things? O good man! A poor man, for example, has debts. He fears the man to whom he owes money. He hides and does not wish to show himself. Here we may speak of hiding. The case is not the same with the Tathagata. He does not shoulder the mundane laws, phenomena, truths of all beings, but does their supramundane laws. But he does not hide such. Why not? Because he always thinks of beings as his own only son, and expounds to them unsurpassed Dharma. O good man! There is a rich man, for example, who has much wealth. He only has one son. He loves this son very much and cannot forget him. He shows all his wealth to his son. So is it with the Tathagata. He views all beings as his own only son. O good man! This is as in the case of worldly people. Men and women conceal their genitalia behind clothing, because such are ugly things to look upon. Here we speak of concealing. It is not thus with the Tathagata. He has long since done away with genitalia. As he does not have such, there is no reason for concealment. O good man! The Brahmins do not like to have their words and what they say heard by Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras. Why not? Because there are many things in their words that are wrong and wicked. But the Tathagata's wonderful Dharma is such that it is lovely in its beginning, lovely in its middle, and lovely in its conclusion. So we cannot speak here of a thing hidden or stored away. O good man! For example, there is here a rich man who only has a single son. He always thinks of, and loves, this boy. He takes the boy to a teacher to be taught. Apprehensive that things might not progress quickly, he takes the boy back home. As he loves him, he teaches him the alphabet day and night, very patiently. Yet he does not teach him the Vyakarana, a popular work for language study, a kind of grammar. Why not? Because the child is small and is not up to such lessons. O good man! Now, the rich man finishes teaching the alphabet. But is the boy ready to be taught the Vyakarana? No, O world-honored one! Is the rich man concealing anything from the child? No, O world-honored one! Why not? Because the child is too young. So he does not teach him the more advanced matters. It is not that the boy is not taught because the man begrudges him such lessons. Why not? If there is any jealousy or grudging involved, we may say he conceals things. It is not thus with the Tathagata. How could we say that he hides and 51 conceals? The Buddha said, well said, O good man. It is as you say. If there is any anger, jealousy, or begrudging, we can well say that he is concealing things. The Tathagata has no anger or jealousy. How can you say that he hides things away? O good man! The great rich man is the Tathagata himself. The only child is all beings. The Tathagata views all beings as he views his only son. Teaching his only son relates to the Sravaka disciples, the alphabet, and the 9 types of sutras. The Vyakarana relates to the Vaipulya extensive Mahayana sutras. Since all the Sravaka disciples do not possess the power of wisdom, the Tathagata teaches them the alphabet, i.e. the 9 types of sutra. And he does not yet speak of the Vyakarana, i.e. the Vaipulya Mahayana. O good man! When the rich man's son has grown up and is able to cope with the lessons, if the Vyakarana is not taught, then we may well speak of concealment. If all Sravakas are grown up and can indeed cope with the Mahayana Vyakarana lessons, but the Tathagata begrudges them this and does not teach them the Vyakarana, we could well say that the Tathagata begrudges, hides, and conceals the teaching. But this is not so with the Tathagata. The Tathagata does not conceal anything. This is as with the rich man who, having taught the alphabet, next teaches the Vyakarana. I also do the same. To all my disciples I have spoken about the alphabet and the 9 types of sutra. Having done so, I now, after this, talk about the Vyakarana. This is none other than the Tathagata's eternal and unchanging nature. Also, next, O good man! It is as in the summer months, when great clouds call forth thunder and great rain, as a result of which all farmers can sow their seeds and harvest things. Those who do not sow cannot expect to harvest. It is not through the workings of the Naga kings that one cannot harvest. And these Naga kings also do not hold things back. The same with me. I let fall the great rain of the great Nirvana Sutra. Those beings who sow good seeds harvest the buds and fruit of wisdom. Those who have not sown can expect nothing. The Tathagata is not to blame if they gain nothing. The Tathagata does not hide anything away. Kashyapa said again, I now definitely know that the Tathagata world-honored one never hides and conceals anything away. You, the Buddha, say that the Vyakarana refers to the eternal and unchanging nature of the Buddha Tathagata. But this cannot be the meaning. Why not? Because the Buddha said before, in a Gatha, all Buddhas, Pratyeka Buddhas, and Sravakas abandon the non-eternal body. How could this not be so with common mortals? Now you say eternal and unchanging. What does this mean? The Buddha said, O good man! As I had to teach the Sravaka disciples the alphabet, I spoke thus in the Gatha. O good man! King Prasenajit lost his mother. He cried sorrowfully. He loved her and could not bear the sorrow. He came to me. I asked, O king! Why are you so afflicted with sorrow? The king said, the queen mother of the state has died, O world-honored one! If anyone can bring my mother back to life, I will give away my state, elephants, horses, the 7 treasures, and even my life, thus will I reward him. I said to the king, O great king! Please do not lose yourself in worry and sorrow. Do not weep. When life ends for a person, this is death. All Buddhas, Sravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, and disciples have to part with this body. How could common mortals not have to? O good man! To teach the king the alphabet, I spoke thus in this Gatha. I now expound to my Sravaka disciples the Vyakarana and say that the Tathagata is eternal and that he does not change. If any person says that the Tathagata is non-eternal, how could this man's tongue not drop off? Kashyapa further replied, you said, nothing is hoarded, and I feel satisfied with the meal I take. It is as in the case of the bird that flies in the sky, whose tracks are hard to trace. 52. What might this mean? O world-honored one! Of all those congregated here, who might be one who does not hoard? Who might be called one satisfied with his food? Who are those who fly through the sky and whose tracks cannot be traced? And where does one go to when one leaves this place? The Buddha said, O good man! Hoarding is nothing but of wealth and treasure. O good man! Of hoarding, there are two kinds, one of what is created and the other of what is non-created. The hoarding of the created is what Sravakas do, the hoarding of the non-created is what the Tathagata does. O good man! Of priests, there are two kinds. One is of the created, and the other is of the non-created. The priest of the created is the Sravaka. The Sravaka priest does not hoard. Male or female menials are unlawful things, so is storing rice, bean paste, sesame, and large and small beans in a storehouse. If someone were to say that the Tathagata permits the keeping of servants, male or female, and such other things, his tongue would shrink. I say that all my Sravaka disciples are non-storing, or they are those satisfied with their food. If a person greedily seeks food, such a person is not satisfied. Saying that it is hard to trace the tracks means that one is close to unsurpassed enlightenment. I say, the person goes, but there is no place to go to. Kashyapa further said, the priest of the created does not hoard. How can the priest of the non-created do so? The priest of the non-created is the Tathagata. How could the Tathagata hoard things up? Hoarding means storing away and concealing. Thus the Tathagata expounds truths and does not begrudge anyone anything. How could we say that he hoards things away? Saying that the tracks are untraceable relates to nirvana. In nirvana there remains no trace of the sun, moon, stars, constellations, cold, heat, wind, rain, birth, age, illness, death, or the 25 existences. Nirvana is segregated from apprehension, sorrow, and illusion. Such is the abode of Nirvana and the Tathagata, who is eternal and does not change. Hence, the Tathagata comes here to the forest of sal trees and enters parinirvana by means of the great nirvana. The Buddha said to Kashyapa, great means wide and extensive in nature. It is as when we speak of a great man, when the lifespan of that man is infinite. As this man abides in wonderful Dharma, we call him superior to all men. It is as in the case of the 8 awakened minds of a great man about which I speak. If a person makes this and is, many persons would also be thus. If a person possesses the 8 qualities, he is the best. The nirvana of which we speak has no pox or warts. O good man! For example, imagine a man here who has been hit by a poisoned arrow and who is in great pain. A learned doctor comes and extracts the poisoned arrow and applies a superb medicine. As a result the pain goes away, and the man gains peace. This doctor visits castles, towns, and hamlets. He goes to where people suffer from the pain of the pox or warts, applies his art and removes the pain. O good man! The same is the case with the Tathagata. Having attained all equal enlightenment, he becomes a great doctor. Seeing all beings of Jambudvipa hit by the poisoned arrows of the illusions of lust, anger, and ignorance and suffering in the course of innumerable kalpas, he applies the sweet medicine of the Mahayana Sutras. The treatment completed, he moves on to other places where people are suffering from the poisonous arrows of illusion. There he also manifests his attaining of enlightenment and gives treatment to the afflicted. Thus we speak of Mahaparinirvana. Mahaparinirvana is the place where all get emancipated. Wherever there are people to be subjugated, i.e. their defilements removed, he manifests himself. On account of this truly great meaning, we say great nirvana. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said further to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Do all the so-called doctors thoroughly cure the pain of the pox and warts? Or do they not? O good man! There are two kinds of pain relative to the pox and warts. One is curable and the other is incurable. The doctor cures what is curable, but not what is incurable. Kasyapa said again, according to what the Buddha says, the Tathagata has cured all the beings. 530F Jambudvipa. The treatment completed, how could there still be beings who have not yet attained nirvana? If it is the case that not everyone has as yet attained nirvana, how can they Tathagata say, the treatment completed, I move on to other places? O good man! There are two kinds of beings in Jambudvipa. There are those who have faith, and the others who do not. Those with faith can be cured. Why? Because such a person can definitely attain nirvana, which has no pox or warts. O world-honored one! What can nirvana be? O good man! Nirvana is emancipation. Vimutti, liberation. Kasyapa again said, is emancipation a thing or not a thing? The Buddha said, what is no thing is the emancipation of the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, what is a thing is the emancipation of the all-Buddha Tathagata. The case being thus, O good man! Emancipation is a thing and not a thing. The Tathagata speaks to all Sravakas and presents it as no thing. O world-honored one! If it is not a thing, how can Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas live? O good man! That which is such as thoughtlessness, non-thoughtlessness, heaven is also both a thing and not a thing. The self, too, is not a thing. One might argue, saying, if thoughtlessness, non-thoughtlessness, heaven is not a thing, how can a person live and come and go, advance and stand still? All such matters relate to the world of all Buddhas, they are not what Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas can rightly know. It is thus the same with emancipation. We also speak of matter rupa matter, form, body, and non-matter arupa non-matter. Non-form, non-body, and it is presented as not a thing. Also, we speak of thought and thoughtlessness, and this is presented as thoughtlessness. All such things belong to the world of all Buddhas and are not what Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas may know. Then Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Please condescend to explain to me what pertains to Mahaparinirvana and the meaning of emancipation. The Buddha praised Kasyapa, saying, well said, O good man! True emancipation means segregation of one's own self from all the bonds of illusion. If one truly attains emancipation and segregation of one's own self from the bonds of illusion, there is no self, or nothing to conjoin as. In the case of the sexual union between parents, as a result of which a child is born. True emancipation is not like that. That is why emancipation is birthlessness. O Kasyapa! It is like Sarpurmanda, which is pure in its nature. The same is the case with the Tathagata. He is not what arises through the conjoining of parents, as a result of which a child comes about. His nature is pure. The Tathagata's displaying of parents is an expedient means for helping to pass beings over to the other shore. True emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata and emancipation are not two, are not different. It is as when we sow seeds in spring and autumn, for instance, when it is warm and wet, and as a result of which the seeds shoot out buds. True emancipation is not thus. Also, emancipation is nothingness. Nothingness is emancipation. Emancipation is the Tathagata. And the Tathagata nothingness. It is not anything that come about from doing action. Such doing is like a castle building. True emancipation does not come about in this way, i.e., is not a compounded, constructed thing. For this reason, emancipation is at once the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the non-created. A potter makes a pot, which breaks to pieces again. Things are not like that in emancipation. True emancipation is birthlessness and deathlessness. That is why emancipation is the Tathagata. He is birthlessness, non-extinction, agelessness, and is undying, unbreakable, and indestructible. He is not anything created. Hence we say that the Tathagata enters great nirvana. What do we mean by agelessness and deathlessness? Age relates to what moves and changes. One's hair becomes white, and lines appear on one's face. By death is meant the breaking up, disintegration of the body, as a result of which life departs. Nothing of this kind arises in emancipation. Since nothing of this kind arises, we say emancipation. With the Tathagata, too, there arise no such things of created existence as the turning white of the hair or the appearing of lines on the face. Thus, no aging occurs in the case of the Tathagata. As there is no aging, there is no death. Also, emancipation means illnessness. By illness is meant the 404 diseases, and all other ailments which come to one from without and spoil the body. When such do not come about. 5.4 We say emancipation. When no illness arises, there is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata has no illness. Thus there comes about no illness in the Dharma body. This state of no illness is the Tathagata. Death is the breaking up of the body and the ending of life. There is no death here in emancipation. What there is the deathless Amrita. The state of immortality, which is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is accomplished in such virtues blessings. How could we ever say that the Tathagata is non-eternal? Anything such as the non-eternal can never exist there. It is an adamantine body. How could it be non-eternal? As a result, we do not say that there is any ending of life with the Tathagata. With the Tathagata, what there is purity, there is no defilement. The Tathagata's body does not get defiled by the womb. It is like the Pundarika lotus, whose nature is pure. The same with the Tathagata and emancipation. Thus, emancipation is it. Once the Tathagata. That is why the Tathagata is pure and undefiled. And with emancipation, such things as the Ashravas defilements, leakings, the pox and warts, and all other such things, are done away with. The same with the Tathagata. He has no defilements and no pox or warts. Also, with emancipation, there can be no fighting or refutation, confrontation, disputation. 4. Example, the hunger-ridden entertain the thought of greed and grabbing when they see others taking food. With emancipation, the case is not thus. Also, emancipation is peace and quietude. Ordinary people say that peace and quietude are of Mahesvara. But such is a lie. True quietude means utmost emancipation. Utmost emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation means peace and safety. The place where robbers are present has no peace and safety. The place where purity and peace reign is a place of peace and quietude. As there is no fear in this emancipation, we say peace and quietude. Hence, peace and quietude are true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is Dharma. Also, emancipation has no equal. By equal, we may take up the case of a king who has equals in the neighboring kingdoms. The case of true emancipation is not such. Having no equal is like the case of a Chakravartin, who has no equal. The same with emancipation. There is nothing equal to it. To have no equal is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Chakravartin. Thus, there is none who is his equal. There can be no talk here of an equal. Also, emancipation is non-apprehension. One who has apprehension may be likened to a king who fears and slanders the strong neighboring state, and has apprehension. Now, with emancipation there is nothing of the kind. This is like annihilating enmity, as a consequence of which there is no longer any apprehension. The same is the case with emancipation. It has no apprehension or fear. Non-apprehension is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is non-apprehension or non-joy. For example, a woman has an only son. As a result of war, he goes to a far-off place. News comes, saying that the boy has met with ill fortune, as a consequence of which the mother is worried. Later, she hears of his safety and because of this is glad. Now, with emancipation there is nothing of the kind. When there is no apprehension or joy, there is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, there is no dust or defilement in emancipation as when in the spring months, after sundown, the wind raises up a cloud of dust. Now, in emancipation, nothing of this kind obtains. Where there is no cloud of dust, there is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. This is like a bright gem resting in the knot of dressed hair on the head of a Chakravartin, where there is no fleck of defilement. The nature of emancipation is thus, it has no defilement. Non-defilement can be likened to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. True gold does not contain any sand or stone. This is true treasure. When one gains this, one feels one has gained true wealth. The nature of emancipation is also such a true emancipation. This true treasure can be likened to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. When an unglazed pot breaks, there issues a neighing cracking sound. With the adamantine treasure pot, things are otherwise. Now, emancipation emits no neighing cracking sound. The adamantine treasure pot is like true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Hence, the body of 5 The Tathagata cannot be destroyed. We say that it neighs crackles. This is as when castor seeds are put into a blazing fire, which flames up and sends forth a popping sound. It is like that. Now, emancipation has nothing of the kind. The adamantine pot of true treasure emits no cracking or breaking sound. Even if innumerable hundreds of thousands of people were to shoot arrows at it, none could break this pot. What emits no cracking or breaking sound is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. A poor man is in debt to other people. So he gets bound up and chained in fetters and is punished by whipping, and has to suffer from all kinds of worries and pains. Now, with emancipation, there is nothing of this kind. There is no debt to pay. This is like A rich person who possesses innumerable ye's of treasure and whose power is unbounded, who owes nothing to other people. The case of emancipation is thus. It has a countless stock of wealth, of dharma and rare treasures, having full power and owing nothing to others. Owing nothing to others may be likened to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is not being oppressed. This may be contrasted with spring, when one walks in the heat, with summer, when one tastes what is sweet, and with winter, when one encounters the cold. In true emancipation there is nothing of any kind that does not appeal to one's wishes. The absence of anything to oppress one may be likened to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. As to non-oppression, we may take up the case of a man who, having greedily partaken of fish, drinks milk again. Such a man as this is not far from death. In true emancipation, there is nothing of the kind. If he obtains ambrosia, amrita or good medicine, worry leaves him. True emancipation is like that. Ambrosia and good medicine can be likened to emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. How can we speak of being oppressed or not oppressed? For example, a common mortal is arrogant and self-important. And he thinks, of all things, nothing can harm me. And he holds in his hand a serpent, a tiger, or a noxious insect. The destined time of death not coming, this person meets with an untimely death. In true emancipation, there comes about nothing of the kind. We say not being oppressed. This can be likened to a Chakravartin's divine gem, which kills all noxious insects, such as the dung beetle and the 96 noxious insects, i.e. the total number of Tirthakas thought to be existing at the time of the Buddha. As one comes into contact with the glow of this divine gem, all poison dissipates. Things are thus with true emancipation. All die away from the 25 existences. The annihilation of poison is analogous to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, not being oppressed is like space, for example. Thus is emancipation. Space is comparable to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, being oppressed is like holding a lamp close to dry grass. When it is too close, the grass catches fire. The case is thus. There is nothing of the kind in true emancipation. Also, non-oppressed is like the sun and moon, which do not come too close to all beings. Such is the situation with emancipation. It does not come pressing down upon beings. Non-oppression is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the immovable Dharma. It is in contrast to enmity and friendliness, which do not exist in true emancipation. Also, immovability can be likened to a Chakravartin. There will be no one who will befriend him. None becomes his friend. That the king has no friend can be likened to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is Dharma. Also, the immovable may be contrasted with white cloth, which can easily be dyed. It is not. Thus with emancipation. Also, this immovable may be likened to Varsaki Jasminum Sambak. Also, making it smell badly and blue in color is impossible. The same with emancipation. Try as we might, we cannot make it smell badly or change color. For this reason, emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is what is rare. There is nothing rare, for example, about a water lily growing in water. When it grows in fire, this is something rare. People see this and are gladdened. What is rare can be likened to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. This Tathagata is the Dharma body. Also, rare may be compared with a baby. It has no teeth. But as it grows up, these appear. It is not so with emancipation. There is no birth and no non-birth. 5-6 ALSO, emancipation is what is empty and quiet. There can be no indefiniteness. By indefinite is meant the situation of saying that the ekantaka never shifts and that one committing grave offenses never attains Buddhahood. Such can never apply. Why not? When that ekantaka person gains pristine faith in the Buddha's wonderful Dharma, at that time the person annihilates the ekantaka within himself. On becoming a Upasaka, the ekantaka in that person dies away. The person who has committed grave offenses also attains Buddhahood when his sins have been expiated. Thus we can never say that there is no shifting at all and that no Buddhahood can be attained. With true emancipation, there can be no such case of annihilation. Also, emptiness and quietude are things of the Dharma world. The nature of the Dharma world is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, once the ekantaka has died out, we can no more talk of the ekantaka. What is an ekantaka? An ekantaka cuts off within himself all the roots of good deeds and his mind does not call forth any association with good. Not even a bit of a thought of good arises. Nothing such as this ever occurs in true emancipation. As there is nothing of this kind, we say true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is called immeasurable. For example, we can measure the volume of cereal. But true emancipation is not like this. It is like the great ocean, whose volume we cannot measure. Emancipation is like that. We cannot measure it. True emancipation is immeasurable. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, true emancipation is called immeasurable, innumerable, boundless. It is like the varied karma results which a single person has. The same is the case with emancipation. It has innumerable returns. Innumerable returns means true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is wide and great and like the great sea, to which nothing is equal. The same with emancipation. Nothing can be its equal. What has no equal is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the highest. It is like the firmament, which is the highest, with nothing coming to be its equal. The same is the case with emancipation. What is the highest end? Incomparable is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the impassable. It is like the den of a lion, before into which no animal dares pass. The same, too, is the case with emancipation. No one can well pass through it. What is impassable is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the uppermost. For example, north is the highest of all directions. The same is also the case with emancipation. Nothing surpasses it. Whatever is uppermost is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the up of the uppermost. For example, compared with the east, north is the uppermost. The same with emancipation. Nothing surpasses it. What is the uppermost is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the law of constancy. For example, when a man's or deva's body breaks up, life departs. This is always so. This law is not non-constant. It is the same with emancipation. It is not non-constant. What is not non-constant is emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the strongly abiding. It is as in the case of the Catara acacia catechu, the extract from which, catechu, is much used as a medicine, an astringent and tonic. Sandalwood, and aloe wood, whose quality is strength and faithfulness. The same with emancipation. Its quality is strength and faithfulness. Whatever is strong and faithful is emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the not empty. For example, the body of bamboo and reed is empty inside. This is not the case with emancipation. Know that emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is what cannot be defiled. For example, there is a wall. While the upper coating is still not finished, mosquitoes and gadflies come and rest and play on it. When it is painted and finished with pictures and decorated with sculptures, the insects, scenting the smell 570f the paint, do not stay on it. True emancipation may be likened to such non-staying. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is unboundedness. Villages and towns all have boundaries. This is not so with emancipation. It is like space, which has no boundaries. Emancipation of such kind is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is what cannot be seen. It is just as the tracks of birds that flew across the sky cannot be traced. What is unable to be seen as such can well be likened to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, extremely deep is what the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas look up to. A dutiful son serves his parents, and the virtue thereof is extremely deep. It is so. Extremely deep refers to emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is what one cannot see. For example, a man cannot see the top of his own head. The same is the case with emancipation. Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas cannot see it. What cannot be seen is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the houseless. This is as in the case of the void, which has no house. The same with emancipation. The house here refers to the 25 existences. Houseless is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is what cannot be held in one's hand. The Amalaka can certainly be held in a man's hand. Not so emancipation. It cannot be held in one's hand. Whatever cannot be held in one's hand is emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is what one cannot grasp in one's hand. This is as in the case of a phantom, which one cannot grasp in one's hand. The same also with emancipation. Whatever it is not possible to grasp in one's hand is emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation has no carnal body. For example, one has a body, on and in which can come about such as the pox, leprosy, all kinds of carbuncles, craziness, and dryings up. In true emancipation, no such diseases and illnesses come about. What is without such like diseases and illnesses is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is oneness of taste. It is like milk, which is one in its taste. The same with emancipation, which is one in its taste. Such oneness in taste is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is purity. This is as in the case of water which has no mud in it, is clear, unmoving and pure. The same with emancipation. It is clean, unmoving, and pure. Whatever is clean, unmoving, and pure is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is single in taste. It is like the rain in the sky, which is one in taste and pure. That which is one in taste and is pure can be likened to true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is exclusion. It is like the full moon that does not have any clouded part. So goes it with emancipation. It has no clouded part. What has no clouded part is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is quietude. A man has a fever. When cured, he feels quiet. Emancipation is thus. One feels quiet. When one feels quiet, there is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, true emancipation is equalness, impartiality, equanimity. For example, a field has in it poisonous serpents, rats and wolves, all of which mean to kill others. It is not so with emancipation. There is no thought of killing. Having no thought of killing is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, equalness may be compared to the mind of parents who view their children all equally. Thus is emancipation. The mind is all equal. This all equal mind is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is not having any other place to dwell. For example, there is a man here who only lives in the best of all places, having no other place to live in. The same with emancipation. It has no other place to live in. Having no other different place to live in is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. 5.8 Also, emancipation is feeling satisfied. Take the case of a hungry man who, on encountering sweet dishes, devours them, and there is no end of eating. The case of emancipation is not like this. If one partakes of milk-cooked porridge, one no longer feels the need to eat. No longer feeling any need to eat may well be likened to emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is segregation. It is like a person tied up, who cuts the rope and gains his freedom. The same is the case with emancipation. One cuts off all the bonds of doubt. Such cutting off of all the bonds of doubt is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is gaining the other shore. A big river, for example, has this shore and the yonder shore. It is not thus with emancipation. Although it does not have this side, there is the yonder shore. What has this other shore is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is silence. The surface of a great sea swells, for example, and there arise many sounds. With emancipation things are not so. Emancipation such as this is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the all-wonderful. If Haritakya purgative bitter fruit is added to any medicine, that medicine will come to taste bitter. But emancipation is not like this. It becomes sweet. The taste of sweetness can be likened to true emancipation. Also, emancipation makes away with all illusions. This may be likened to the case of a learned doctor who mixes up all drugs and cures all illnesses. The same is also the case with emancipation. It thoroughly makes away with illusion. What makes away with illusion is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation has no oppressedness, constriction, crampedness. For example, a small house cannot take in many people. The case is otherwise with emancipation, which can take in many. What takes in many is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is analogous to annihilating all loving lustful castes of mind and not having carnal appetites. A female has many phases of love-lust. This is not so with emancipation. Emancipation of this kind is the Tathagata. The Tathagata does not possess such illusions as greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, etc. Also, emancipation is lovelessness, desirelessness. Love is of two kinds. One is hungry, craving love, and the other love of Dharma. True love is not possessed of hungry love. As there is love for all beings, there is the love of Dharma. Such love of Dharma is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is not possessed of Atmatmaya, fixation on self and what belongs to self. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is Dharma. Also, emancipation is extinction. It is removed from all kinds of greed. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is Dharma. Also, emancipation is succoring. It thoroughly succors all those who have fear. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is Dharma. Also, emancipation is the place to which one returns. One who partakes of such emancipation does not seek any other place to take refuge in. For example, a man who depends on the king does not look for other kings to depend upon. Yet even when one depends on the king, there can be a situation in which change comes about. For one who depends upon emancipation, there is no change anymore. Where there is no change, there is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is fearlessness. It is like the lion, who has no fear of any beast. The same is the case with emancipation. It has no fear of any maras. Fearlessness is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation knows no narrowness. On a narrow path, two persons cannot walk side by side. It is not thus with emancipation. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, there is the case of non-narrowness. For example, a man falls into a well just because of his fear of a tiger. The situation with emancipation is not like this. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Again, there is the case of non-narrowness. On a great sea, one abandons a small, wrecked ship. Sailing in a strong ship, one crosses the sea and arrives at the place destination, and one's mind is blessed. 59 With peace. The same is the case with emancipation. The mind is happy. The attainment of happiness is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation stands above all causes and by causes conditions. For example, from milk we get cream, from cream we get butter, and from butter we get Sarpermanda. True emancipation has none of these causes. The causeless is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation thoroughly subdues arrogance. Think of a great king who belittles a petty king. The case is not thus with emancipation. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is Dharma. Also, emancipation subdues all kinds of indolence. One who is indolent is greedy. With true emancipation, nothing such as this comes about. This is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation does away with non-brightness, i.e. darkness. This is as with best butter. When the scum and dirt are removed, we get Sarpermanda. The same with emancipation. As a result of excluding the scum of ignorance, true brightness shines forth. Such brightness is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is quietude, the pure one, the not too non-dual. This is like the elephant of the wilderness, who is without comparison. The same is the situation with emancipation. It is the one, the not two, which is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is strong and full of truth. The stems of the bamboo, reed, and castor oil plants are empty, but the seeds are strong and truthful. Other than the Buddha Tathagata, all of humankind in heaven are not strong and full of truth. True emancipation is remote from all illusions. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation awakens and augments, expands, enhances one. True emancipation is like that. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation relinquishes all existences. For example, a man, after partaking of food, may vomit. Emancipation is also like this. It relinquishes all existences. The relinquishing of all existences is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is a decision. This is as in the case of the fragrance from Varsaki jasminum Sambak, which is not found in Septiparna Alstonia scolaris. The same is the case with emancipation. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is water. For example, water comes above all other elements of the earth, and thoroughly moistens all trees, grass, and seeds. It is the same with emancipation. It thoroughly moistens all beings. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is entering. If there is a gate, this means that this is the entrance way. It is as in a place where there is gold which one can get. Emancipation is thus. It is like a gate. One who practices selflessness can indeed enter. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is what is good. For example, a disciple follows the injunctions of his teacher well, and we call this good. So, too, with emancipation. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is called the supramundane law dharma. Of all things, this is the one which supersedes all others. It is like the case of butter, which is the best of all tastes. Thus is it too with emancipation. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the immovable. For example, the wind cannot move a gate. True emancipation is like this. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the waveless. The great sea has waves. But this is not the case with emancipation. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is like a royal palace. Emancipation is like that. Know that emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is what is useful. Jambunita gold has many uses. Nobody speaks ill of it. The same applies to emancipation. There is nothing bad about it. What has nothing bad about it? 60. Is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is giving up the actions of one's childhood days. It is the same with emancipation. It does away with the 5 skandhas. Abandoning the 5 skandhas is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the utmost. A person fettered in bonds obtains freedom and, after washing and cleaning himself, returns home. It is the same with emancipation. It is pure to the utmost. This utmost purity is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the bliss that is not expelled. Because desire, malevolence, and ignorance have already been vomited out. As an example, a man swallows a poisonous drug by mistake. To expel the poison, he takes a drug. Once the poison is out, he is cured, feels well and gains peace. It is the same with emancipation. Having cast out all illusions and the poison that binds one, the body gains peace. So we speak of non-expelled peace. Non-expelled peace is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation rids one of the four poisonous serpents of illusion, i.e. desire, hatred, ignorance and arrogance. The getting rid of illusion is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is segregating oneself from all existences, excising all suffering, obtaining all aspects of peace, and eternally cutting off desire, ill will, and ignorance, and severing oneself from the roots of all illusions. Cutting the roots of illusion is emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Moreover, emancipation is termed that which severs all conditioned phenomena samskrita. Dharmas, gives rise to all untainted anasrava, Hall's own qualities phenomena and eliminates the various paths approaches, that is to say, self, non-self, not self and not non-self. It merely severs attachment and does not sever the view of the self, the seeing of the self, the vision of the self atmadrasti. The view of the self is termed the Buddhadhatu, Buddha nature. The Buddhadhatu is true emancipation, and true emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the not empty. Empty is non-possession. Non-possession is the emancipation which the Tirthakas and Nirgrantha Jainatiputras Jains presume upon, base themselves upon. But, in truth, the Nirgranthas do not possess emancipation. So we say empty. Not empty is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is the not empty. The pot in which we put water, drink, milk, cream, butter, honey, etc., can well be called the water pot and such like, even when there is no water, drink, cream, butter, honey, or any other thing in it. And yet, we cannot say that the pot is either empty or not empty. If we say empty, there cannot be any color, smell, taste, or touch. If we say not empty, what we see is that there is nothing in it such as water, drink, or any other thing. We can say neither matter rupa nor non-matter arupa, we can say neither empty nor not empty. If we say empty, there can be no eternity, bliss, self, and purity. If not empty, who is the one blessed with eternity, bliss, self, and purity? Thus, we should say neither empty nor not empty. Empty will entail the notion that the 25 existences, all illusions, suffering, the phases of life, and all actual actions do not exist. When there is no cream in the pot, we may say empty. Not empty points to truth, to whatever is good, eternal, bliss, self, pure, immovable and unchanging. It is as in the case of taste and touch regarding the pot. That is why we say not empty. In consequence, we may say that emancipation is as in the case of the pot. The pot will break in certain circumstances. But this is not so with emancipation. It cannot break. What is indestructible is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Also, emancipation is severing oneself from love, i.e. blind love, craving. For example, there is a man here who may longingly desire to become Sakrodevanamindra, Brahma, and Mahesvara. Emancipation is other than this. Once unsurpassed enlightenment has been attained, there is no love craving and no doubt. Not having love or doubt is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. We cannot say that there is love or doubt in emancipation. Also, emancipation cuts off all greed, all external appearances, all bonds, all illusions, all births and deaths, all causes and conditions, all karma results. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. The 61 Tathagata is Nirvana. When all beings come to fear birth and death and illusion, they take refuge in the three treasures. This is like a herd of deer who fear the hunter and run away. 1 jump may be likened to one refuge, and 3 such jumps to 3 refuges. From the 3 jumps, peace comes. It is the same with all beings. When one fears the 4 maras and the evil-minded hunter, one takes the 3 refuges in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. As a result of the 3 refuges, one gains peace. Gaining peace is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is Nirvana. Nirvana is the infinite. The infinite is the Buddha nature. Buddha nature is definiteness. Definiteness is unsurpassed enlightenment. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! If it is the case that Nirvana, the Buddha nature, definiteness, and the Tathagata are one and the same, why do we say 3 refuges? The Buddha said to Kashyapa, all beings fear birth and death. So they take the 3 refuges. By the 3 refuges, we mean Buddha nature, definiteness, and Nirvana. O good man! There are cases in which the name, Dharma, is one, but the meaning differs. There are cases in which the names of Dharma and the meanings are both different. We say that the name is one, but the meaning differs. This refers to the situation where we say that the Buddha is eternal, Dharma is eternal, and the Bhiksu is eternal. Also, Nirvana and space are eternal. This is a case where the name word is one, but the signification is different. We say that both the word and the signification differ. The Buddha is called enlightenment, Dharma is called no awaking, the Sangha harmony, and Nirvana emancipation. Space is called non-good, and also not covered. There are cases in which the word and the signification both differ. Oh, good man! The case of the 3 refuges is also like this. The world and the signification both differ. How can we say one? That is why I said to Mahaprajapati, the Buddha's aunt, who raised him, O Gautami! Do not make offerings to me, make them to the Sangha. If offerings are made to the Sangha, this amounts to offerings being made to the 3 refuges. Mahaprajapati answered, saying, among the priests, there are no Buddha and no Dharma. How can we say that offerings made to the Sangha constitute offerings made to the 3 refuges? I said, if you do as I say, this will mean that you have made offerings to the Buddha. For the purpose of emancipation, offering is made to Dharma. When all priests receive this, this is an offering made to the Sangha. O good man! At times the Tathagata speaks about one thing and makes it refer to 3, he speaks about 3 and makes it 1. All such things are what have to do with the world of all Buddhas. They are not what Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas can know. Kashyapa said further, you, the Buddha, say that utmost peace is nirvana. How can this be? Now, nirvana means relinquishing the body and intellect. If one relinquishes the body and intellect, who is it that can become blessed with peace? The Buddha said, O good man! As an example, there is a man here. He eats some food. After partaking of it, he feels sick, desires to go out and vomit. After vomiting, he comes back. A person who was with him asks, have you got rid of the trouble you had? You have come back here again. Such may be the case. The same applies to the Tathagata. He fully segregates himself from the 25 existences and eternally gains nirvana, which is peace and bliss. There can then be no more of the topsy-turvy inversions, no ending and no extinction. All feeling is done away with. This is the bliss of non-feeling. This non-feeling is eternal bliss. We can never say that the Tathagata feels bliss. So, utmost bliss is none but nirvana. Nirvana is true emancipation. True emancipation is the Tathagata. Kasyapa further said, are birthlessness and desirelessness emancipation? It is so, it is so. Oh! Good man! Birthlessness and desirelessness are emancipation. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. Kasyapa said further, you say that birthlessness and desirelessness are emancipation. Space, too, by its nature, is birthlessness and desirelessness. It must be the Tathagata. The nature of the Tathagata must be emancipation. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, oh! Good man! It is not so. Why, O world-honored one, is that not so? O good man! They Kalavinka and Jivamjivaka birds have clear and wonderful voices. How can we compare their voices to those of the crow and magpie? What do you say to that? We cannot, O world honored one. The voices of the crow and magpie cannot bear comparison 100,000 and 1 a Chinese unit of number times. Kasyapa said again, the voices of the Kalavinka and 62 others are wonderful, so is their body. O Tathagata! How can we compare them to those of the crow and magpie? This is little different from comparing a mustard seed to Mount Sumeru. They same is the case with the Buddha and space. The voice of the Kalavinka can well be compared to that of the Buddha, but the voices of the crow and magpie cannot bear comparison with that of the Buddha. Then the Buddha praised Kasyapa and said, well said, O good man! You now grasp what is most difficult to understand. The Tathagata, at times, as occasion requires, takes the case of space and compares it to emancipation. Such emancipation is the Tathagata. True emancipation, however, cannot bear comparison with man or heaven. And space itself, truth to tell, is not fit for such comparison. To teach beings, a comparison is sought with what cannot, in its true sense, serve the purpose. Know that emancipation is the Tathagata. The nature of the Tathagata is this emancipation. Emancipation and the Tathagata are not two. They are not different. O good man! We say non-comparable. We cannot take for purposes of analogy what cannot be compared. When there is a connection, then we can compare two things. Is as when it says in the sutras, for example, the visage is as right set as that of the full moon, the white elephant is as fresh and clear as the snow of the Himalayas. Now, the full moon cannot be the same as a face, and the Himalayas and the white elephant cannot be equals. O good man! It is not possible to express emancipation by parables. Yet in order to teach beings, parables are resorted to. Through parables, we realize the nature of all things. Matters stand thus. Kasyapa said further, why is it that the Tathagata resorts to two kinds of parables? The Buddha sighed, O good man! For example, there is a person here who holds a sword in his hand and with an angry mind means to harm the Tathagata. But the Tathagata is glad, and has no angry face. Can this man harm the Tathagata and actualize the deadly sin? No, O world-honored one! Why not? Because the body of the Tathagata cannot be destroyed. Why not? Because it is not anything of the compounded carnal body. What there is Dharmata Dharma nature. The principle of Dharmata is indestructible. How can this man hope to break the Buddha body? Because of his evil thought, this person falls into Avicii hell. Thus we can make use of parables and come to know of wonderful Dharma. Then the Buddha praised Bodhisattva Kasyapa, well said, well said. You already said what I wanted to say. Also, O good man! For example, an evil person means to harm his own mother. He lives in the fields and hides himself under a haystack. His mother brings out food to him. Then the man entertains an evil thought, steps forward and sharpens his sword. His mother, seeing this, slips away and hides under the stack. The man thrusts his sword into the haystack from all sides. Having done so, he is glad and thinks that he has killed his mother. Then his mother comes out of the haystack and returns home. What does this imply? Does this man have to suffer in Avicii hell or not? O world-honored one! We cannot definitely say which one is the case. Why not? If we say that he has equal destined himself for Avicii hell, in such a case his mother's body would need to get hurt. But if it is not hurt, how can we say that the man has harmed her? If he is guiltless, how comes it that he entertained the thought of having actually killed his mother, and how could he have been so glad? How can we say that he is guiltless? Though he has not actually committed this deadly sin, this is nothing other than a deadly sin. From this, we may know only through parables the true nature of a thing. Praising Kasyapa, the Buddha said, well said, O good man! For this reason, I resort to many expedients and parables and explain emancipation. We could well employ innumerable asamkhyas of parables, yet parables cannot thoroughly explain all. If occasion arises, we might resort to parables, or the occasion might not permit parables. Thus, emancipation has such virtues. If we explain nirvana, and the Tathagata have innumerable virtues. We speak of great nirvana. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! I now know that there is no ending of things. Referring to where the Tathagata goes. If the place is unending, life too must be unending. Buddha said, well said, well said. You now protect wonderful Dharma indeed. Any good men or women who desire to cut off the bonds of illusion and all bonds should protect wonderful Dharma thus. 63 Chapter 8, on the Four Dependables. The Buddha further said to Kasyapa, O good man! In this all-wonderful Mahaparinirvana Sutra, there appear four kinds of men. These well protect, establish, and think of wonderful Dharma. They benefit others very much and pity the world. They become the refuges of the world and give peace and bliss to man and God. What are the four categories? A man appears in the world and possesses illusion. This is the first category. Those persons of the grades of Srotapanna and Sacredagamin are the second. Those of the grade of Anagamin are the third. Those of the stage of Arhat are the fourth. Such four kinds of person appear, benefit and pity the world. They become the refuges of the world and give peace and bliss to man and heaven. What do we mean by those garbed in illusion? Such people uphold the prohibitions, observe moral deportment, and uphold wonderful Dharma. They accord with what the Buddha says, understand what is said and expound it to others, and say, coveting little is the way, desiring much is not the way, and expound the 8 awakened minds of a great man. To one who transgresses, the way is shown, so that he confesses and repents. These people make away with sins and know the expedients and secrets of the teachings of the Bodhisattvas. Such of this category is a common mortal, not the 8th person, one who has arrived at the stage of attainment called 8th person stage. The 8th person is no common mortal. He is called Bodhisattva, but not Buddha. The people of the second category are those of the stages of Srotapanna and Sacredagamin. Having encountered wonderful Dharma, they uphold it. They follow and listen to the words of the Buddha and act as they have heard. Having heard, they write down what they have heard. Uphold what they have heard, recite it and expound the teaching to others. their kin be with. These people know such thing as not writing down, not receiving, upholding and expounding they teaching to others. With them there could never be anything such as saying that the Buddha allows them to keep servants and what is impure. This refers to the people of the second category. They have not as yet attained the second and third places of abode. They are called bodhisattvas. They have already received the Buddha's prophecy that they will one day attain Buddhahood. The people of the third category are those of the stage of Anagamin. With them there can never be such things as slandering wonderful dharma, keeping servants, male or female, having impure things, or holding keeping the books of the Tirthakas, being hindered by foreign guest minor illusions, or being bound up by various old inherent illusions, saving for themselves the true Sharira relics of the Tathagata, getting attacked by eternal illnesses or the four great poisonous serpents greed, anger, ignorance, and arrogance, and insisting upon self. They talk about selflessness, but never talk about, or cling to, worldly things. They speak about, and uphold, Mahayana, but their body is never soiled by the 80,000 germs. They are forever removed from sensual appetite, and even in their dreams they never ejaculate impure things. At the last moment of their life, they are never afraid. What does Anagamin mean? It means that this person never comes back. As already stated, no wrongs or illnesses ever catch hold of him. He goes, returns and cycles around. He is called a bodhisattva. Receiving his prophecy to Buddhahood, he, not long after that, attains unsurpassed enlightenment. This is the person of the third category. The fourth is the Arhat. An Arhat is he who cuts through the bonds of illusion and who has made away with the heavy weight that rests on his shoulders, and who has attained what he wanted to have. All things having been accomplished, he lives on the 10th level. Attaining an unmolested state of wisdom, he does what others desire to have and manifests various images. If he desires to accomplish the Buddha way as it should be accomplished, he can well do so. One who can so accomplish innumerable virtues is an Arhat. Such are the four kinds of people who appear, benefit and pity the world. They thus become the refuges of the world and give peace and bliss to man and God. They are the most honored and the most superb of all men and gods. It is as in the case of the Tathagata, who is the most superb of men and gods and is the refuge of the world. 64 Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, I do not take refuge in these four beings. Why not? It is as stated in the Gosala Sutra, in which the Buddha addresses Gosala. There you say, Devas, Maras, and Brahma may desire destruction, present themselves in the forms of Buddhas, perfectly adorn themselves with such as the 32 signs of perfection, which the Buddha is said to possess, and the 80 minor marks of excellence, and the light of a halo, measuring 8 feet, a face perfectly round as at the time of the full moon, and a white tuft of hair in the center of the brow, whiter than horseshoe shell or snow. Should they appear thus adorned, look carefully to see if these are genuine. Having made sure that these are not genuine, subdue them. O world-honored one! Maras and others can present themselves as Buddhas. Why might they not be able to present themselves as the four sages, the Arhat to begin with, as sitting or sleeping in the air, emitting water from the left-hand side of their body and fire from the right, and emitting blazing flames from their body like a fireball? For these reasons, I cannot have faith in this, I dare not accept such, even when taught. I shall not take refuge in them. The Buddha said, O good man! If you have doubt in what I say, it is for you not to accept it. Even more so when you have to deal with such people. This being so, weigh up a Think well and find out if it is good or not, if it is for you to do or not. Acting thus, one becomes blessed with peace and bliss in the long night, i.e. our life in samsara. O good man! There is here a dog with his mind set upon stealing. At night he enters a man's house. When the servants come to know of this, they angrily shout, "Get out this instant, or we will kill you." The burglar dog hears this, runs out of the house and never comes back again. From now on, act like this, and drive away the Papiyas, evil one, devil, saying, "O Papiyas! Do not present yourself in such a form. Should you dare, we shall bind you up with 5 ropes." On hearing this, Mara will hide away. He will never again show himself like some Bagla dog. Kasyapa said to the Buddha, "O world-honored one! It is as you," the Buddha said to the rich man, Gozala. "Anybody who can thus conquer Mara will surely draw close to Parinirvana. O Tathagata! How is it that you particularly speak of these 4 kinds of people and say that we should take refuge in them? What such people say cannot be trusted." The Buddha said to Kasyapa, "O good man! I address the Sravakas who have only fleshly eyes and say that I subdue Mara. I do not say this to those of the Mahayana. Those of the Sravaka class fall under the category of the fleshly eye, though they may possess the heavenly eye. Those who practice Mahayana may also possess fleshly eyes. But they are those who have the Buddha eye. How so? These Mahayana sutras are called the Buddha vehicle. Such a Buddha vehicle is most superb. O good man! There are, for example, brave and courageous people and also those who are cowardly and weak and who come and hang on. The strong always teach the weak and say, "Take the bow like this, the arrow like this. And learn how to handle the halberd, the long hook, and the policeman's lasso." Also, the strong man will say, "Now, the fate of those who fight is like walking on sword blades." But one must not have fear. When one sees man or God, think that they are petty and weak. One must be brave at heart. There may also be a man who, though not brave, presents himself as brave and armed with a bow, a sword, and many other things, goes to the battlefield. Then that person will cry out loudly, "Don't fear these people. If they see that you are not afraid, they will know and soon disperse like the robber dog." O good man! The same is the case with the Tathagata. To all Sravakas, he says, "Do not be afraid of Mahapapiyas. If Mahapapiyas, clad as a Buddha, comes to you, make effort and harden your mind, so that he will draw back." O good man! It is as in the case of a strong man who does not give ear to what others say. The same is the case with one who learns Mahayana. He hears the teachings of the various sutras of deep thought, he has joy and is not afraid. Why? Because one such who abides in Mahayana has in the past made innumerable offerings to innumerable millions and billions of Buddhas and worshipped them, and he has no mind that fears Maras, who might be as innumerable as billions and thousands and who may come and attack that person. He is not afraid. O good man! For example, a man possesses Agastya healing plant and does not fear any poisonous snakes. Through this drug, poison loses all its power. The same with this Mahayana Sutra. Just as in the case of the drug, no person will fear any maras or poisons. It thoroughly crushes the enemy, who 6-5 ca and never stand up again. Also, next, O good man! For example, there is a Naga who, by nature, is very evil-minded. When it desires to harm people, it approaches with the eye or cheats with the breath. Hence, the lion, tiger, leopard, jackal, wolf and dog all fear it. When all these evil Animals hear its voice, see its form or touch its body, there is not one that does not lose its life. But there is one who knows a good spell, which enables all such evil and poisonous ones as Nagas, Garudas, elephants, lions, leopards, and wolves to be tamed, so that one can well ride on them. These creatures, as they encounter this marvelous spell, become tamed. It is thus with Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. Seeing Marupapiyas, they all become frightened. And so, Marupapiyas does not feel afraid and does evil. The same is the case with those who practice Mahayana. They see that all Sravakas are afraid of evil acts and do not have faith in this Mahayana. First, expedients are resorted to, as a result of which all Maras are conquered, so that they become tame and can now function as vehicles to carry things in. Through this, they variously teach wonderful doctrines. Seeing the Maras are afraid, the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas become wonderstruck and gain faith and joy in the wonderful Dharma of this unsurpassed Mahayana. They say, from now on, we must not cause obstruction to wonderful Dharma. Also, next, O good man, the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas entertain fear regarding all illusions. Those who study Mahayana have no such fears. By practicing Mahayana, one gains such power. As a result, all that was said above is for Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas to do away with Maras, and not for Mahayana itself. This all-wonderful Mahayana Sutra cannot easily be made away with. All is extremely wonderful. One who hears it and knows that the Tathagata is eternal is very rare. Such a person is like the Yudambara bloom. There may appear people who, after my death, listen to the teachings of such a wonderful Mahayana Sutra and gain faith. No. That such people will not fall into the unfortunate realms in the ages of the future, for 100,000 billion kalpas to come. Then the Buddha said to Bodhisattva Kasyapa, O good man! After my entering nirvana, there may be 100,000 innumerable people who will slander and not believe in this all-wonderful great Nirvana Sutra. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Sooner or later, people will slander this sutra. O world-honored one! What good and pure people will come and save such as those who commit slander? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, O good man! For 40 years after my entering nirvana, this sutra will flourish in Jambudvipa. Then it will disappear. O good man! In a land, for example, where one can get sugar cane, rice, rock candy, butter, cream, and sarpermanda, people will say, this is the best of the most tasty food. Or there may be people who may be living on maize and panic grass and who may say that what they eat is the best of all food. Such are people of poor fortune, due to their karmic results. The ears of the fortunate will never hear of millet or barnyard grass. What they will eat will be rice, bran, sugar cane, rock candy, and sarpermanda. It is the same with this wonderful sutra of great nirvana. Those born dull-minded and unfortunate will not wish to listen, just like those dull and little fortunate people who hate rice bran and rock candy. It is thus with the two vehicles, i.e. Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, the people of which will hate this unsurpassed Nirvana Sutra. But there are people who are gladdened on hearing this sutra and who, having heard it, feel pleased and do not slander it. This is like those of good fortune who eat rice bran. O good man! For example, there is a king who lives in the depths of the mountains, located in a precipitous place, difficult of approach. He has sugar cane, rice bran, and rock candy, but since these are difficult to obtain, he begrudges and stores them away, and does not eat them. Fearing that they may run out, he only eats millet and barnyard grass. Then, the king of a different land, hearing of this and feeling pity, sends rice bran and sugar cane to him. The king receives these and divides them amongst the people of his land, who all eat them. Having eaten them, they are all gladdened and say, because of that king, we have now been blessed with this food. O good man! It is the same with the 4 kinds of people. They become the generals of this great teaching. One of the 4 kinds of people sees that countless bodhisattvas of other countries study, copy, or have others copy Mahayana sutras of this kind, for gain, fame, understanding, reliance, for trading for other sutras, but that they do not speak of it to others. Hence, he takes 6 all-wonderful sutra over there and gives it to the bodhisattvas, so that they might aspire to unsurpassed bodhicitta enlightenment mind and rest peacefully in enlightenment. A bodhisattva, on obtaining this sutra, speaks of it to others, who, through it, become blessed with the Amrita ambrosia of the Mahayana teaching. All of this is what has been brought forth by this single bodhisattva. He enables others to hear what they have not heard before. This is like the people who, through the power of that king, enjoy rare dishes. The case is similar. Also, O good man! Wherever this all-wonderful great Nirvana Sutra goes, that place, you may know, is indestructible. The people living there are also alike adamantine. Any person who hears this sutra will attain unsurpassed enlightenment and never draw back from it. Such persons will gain whatever they wish to have. O you Bhiksus! Uphold well what I say to you today. Any persons who do not hear this sutra, are, you should know, much to be pitied. Why so? Because such cannot uphold the deep meaning of such a Mahayana sutra as this. Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! It is the case that after the Tathagatas decease this Mahayana great Nirvana Sutra will flourish in Jambudvipa for a period of 40 years. And that after that it will disappear. When and how will it come back again? The Buddha said, O good man! For a period of 80 years after the ending of the age of wonderful Dharma and during the 40 years preceding it, this sutra will greatly flourish in Jambudvipa. Kashyapa further said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! When the age of wonderful Dharma has ended and when the correct observance of the precepts no longer prevails, when unlawful teachings prevail, when there is no longer any person to be found who takes the right path, who might be the ones who will give good ear to the teaching, uphold and recite it, and cause this sutra to circulate in the world, so that people make offerings, respect, copy and expound such a sutra? Please have pity on beings, O Tathagata, and analyze and expound this widely, so that all bodhisattvas may hear Dharma, uphold it and never pull back from unsurpassed bodhicitta. Then the Buddha praised Kashyapa and said, well said, O good man! You now put such a question. O good man! If beings, at the river Hiranyavati, at the seat of the Tathagata, aspire to enlightenment, they will, in this evil world, uphold a sutra such as this and not slander it. O good man! There may be beings at the seats of all Tathagatas as many as the sands of the Ganges who aspire to enlightenment and do not slander Dharma in the evil world, but love this sutra, yet are not able to analyze and expound it to others. O good man! There may be beings at the seats of all Buddhas as numerous as the sands of 2 Ganges who aspire to enlightenment. Do not slander Dharma in this evil world, rightly understand it, have faith, are gladdened, uphold and recite it, but are not able, for the sake of the world, to expound and speak about it to others. Or there may be beings who at the seats of all Tathagatas as numerous as the sands of 3 Ganges aspire to enlightenment, slander Dharma in this evil world, uphold, recite and copy this sutra and expound it to others, yet are not able to gain the depths of its meaning. Or there may be beings who, at the seats of all Tathagatas, as numerous as the sands of 4 Ganges, aspire to enlightenment, and in the evil world do not slander but uphold, write and copy this sutra and expound 1/16th part of its meaning, although they are as yet not perfect. Or there may be beings who, at the seats of all Tathagatas as numerous as the sands of 5 Ganges, aspire to enlightenment, do not slander in this evil world, but uphold, recite and copy this sutra and speak about 8/16ths of it. Or there may be beings who, at the seats of all Tathagats as numerous as the sands of 6 Ganges, aspire to enlightenment and, in the evil world, do not slander this Dharma, but uphold, recite, and copy this sutra and expound 12/16ths of it to others. Or there may be beings at the seats of all Tathagatas as numerous as the sands of 7 Ganges who, in the evil world, do not slander the Dharma, but uphold, recite, and copy this sutra, and speak about 14/16ths of it. Or there may be beings who at the seats of all Tathagatas as numerous as the sands of 8 Ganges aspire to enlightenment and, in this evil world, do not slander, but uphold, write, and copy this sutra and also cause others to copy it. They themselves listening well to what is said in this sutra and making others listen well too. Reciting and protecting, strongly upholding and, as they pity all beings, making offerings to 6/7this Sutra, urging others also to make offerings, to honor, respect, recite, and worship it and thus perfectly understand and penetrate its meaning. That is to say that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging, that he is the utmost peace itself, and that all beings have the Buddha nature. Buddhata. They well attain all the teachings of the Tathagata, make offerings to all such Buddhas and build up a house of unsurpassed wonderful Dharma, uphold and protect it. If a person, for the first time, aspires to unsurpassed enlightenment, know that such a person will assuredly, in the days to come, well build up the house of wonderful Dharma, uphold and protect it. This you should know of the persons who become the guardians of Dharma. Why? Because such persons will, in the days to come, surely protect wonderful Dharma. O good man! There may be an evil-minded bhiksu who, on hearing that I am now going to enter Nirvana, may not feel any apprehension or sadness, but instead will say, the Tathagata is now entering Parinirvana. How pleasing is it that he does so! When the Tathagata was alive, he stood in the way of our Prophet. He is now entering Nirvana. Who else will get in our way? If nobody hinders me, I shall come to Prophet as in former days. While in life, the Tathagata was too strict regarding the prohibitions. When he now enters Nirvana, we shall discard all of these. The Kazaya Buddhist robe given me was originally simply meant as a matter of form. I will now discard it, as I would a banner the size of a head. Such a person slanders this Mahayana Sutra and transgresses. O good man! You, now, should uphold this sutra and think, if beings are perfect in innumerable virtues, they will indeed believe in this Mahayana Sutra and, having faith in it, will uphold it. There may also be other beings apart from these who may feel joy in Dharma, and if this sutra is widely expounded to such persons they will, after listening to it, well make away with all the sins amassed during past innumerable asamkhyas of kulpas. Those who do not believe in this sutra will, in this life, get attacked by innumerable illnesses and will be spoken ill of by all people. After death, they will be disparaged by others. In life they will look ill and their finances will not go well. Or they may gain a little, but that will be very coarse and of bad quality. They will be poor and of low social rank, all their life long. They may gain life get reborn in families where slandering and evil relations obtain. The time comes when one must Depart this life, when it may be the age of wars, or when people may be taking up arms, or when emperors and kings may be practicing tyranny, or enmity and vengeance may incessantly visit. 1. There may be a good friend, a good Buddhist teacher, but they, i.e. those disbelievers in this sutra, will not have occasion to meet him. It will be hard for them to earn their living. They may gain to some extent, but the apprehension of hunger will bear down upon them. They will only be known to people of low standing, and kings and ministers will not look back, give them a second glance. They may have occasion to talk with reason, but nobody will believe them. Such people do not go to good places. It is like a bird whose wings are broken. The same with such a person. In the life to come, he will not be able to gain a good place in the world of man or heaven. If one well believes in such a Mahayana sutra as this, the rough and coarse form that one may have had at birth will come to look right and correct, by virtue of the power of the sutra. Dignity and color will increase day by day, and man and God will be pleased to look at him. They will respect and love him, and not a moment will be lost in their regard of him. Kings, ministers and family people will listen to, respect and believe him. If any of my Sravaka disciples are desirous of doing the first rare thing, most rare act, they should preach such a Mahayana sutra to all the world. O good man! Frost and mist may strongly desire to remain as they are, but this is only up until the time of the sunrise. Once the sun is out, all goes away and nothing remains behind. O good man! The evil acts done by these people also amount to the same. The power which one may have in the present life only continues up to seeing the rise of the sun of great nirvana. When the sun of this great nirvana has risen, all the evils that have been done will die out. Also, next, O good man! For example, one might abandon one's home, shave one's head, put on the Kazaya robe, and might not yet receive the 10 precepts of a Shramana. Or a rich person might come and invite all the priests to his house, and those who have not received the precepts may get invited, along with the others. They may not have received the precepts as yet. 6-8 and yet may still be counted as priests. O good man! It is like this with a person who first aspires to enlightenment, studies this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra, keeps, copies and recites it. He may not yet have attained the level of the 10 stages of a bodhisattva, and yet he will be counted as being one of those of the 10 stages. If a person, whether a disciple or not, even out of greed or fear or for profit, chances to hear just one gatha of this sutra and, having heard it, does not slander it, know that this person is already close to unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! For this reason, I say that the 4 persons will become the refuges of the world. Thus I say, O good man, that such persons will never say that what the Buddha said is not what he said. Nothing of the kind occurs. That is why I say that such 4 kinds of people become the refuges of the world. O good man! Make offerings to these 4 kinds of people. O world honored! 1. How am I to know who such are, and how am I to make offerings? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, anyone who upholds and protects wonderful dharma should be invited. One should abandon one's life, become a monk and make offerings. This is as I say in my Mahayana Sutra. To any person versed in dharma, no matter whether young or old, offerings should be made. One should respect and worship him as the Brahmin worships fire. To anyone versed in dharma, young or old, offerings should be made. Such a person should be respected and worshipped as all devas serve Shakra. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, things must proceed as you, the Buddha, say, and we should pay respect to teachers and elders. I have a doubt, which you will perhaps kindly dispel for me. If there is an aged person who has long been upholding the precepts and who asks a young person to tell him what he has not heard before, does this young person have to be given respect? If so, this cannot be an upholding of the precepts. Or, there may be a young person who has been upholding the precepts and who may ask about what he has not heard from a person who has broken the precepts. Has one to pay respect to such a person? Or, a world fleeing person might give ear to what a layman says regarding things he has not heard before. Should one pay respect to such a person? The obverse of this would be that the world fleeing person should not pay respect to the layman, but the young and small should pay respect to the aged, because these aged persons have received the Upasampada earlier and their deportment is accomplished. Hence one should pay them respect and make them offerings.